Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Inherited an Overpowered Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You see what happens when quirkless losers try to be heroes, boys? An ash blonde-haired boy asked his two friends as they walked away from a dark green-haired boy their age lying down on the ground covered in scorch marks and scratches. The boy sniffled and covered his eyes with his left arm trying to cover the tears flowing from his eyes down his head. Hey ... are you okay? The boy slowly moved his arm up to see a white-haired boy standing over him worriedly. Why yeah, I'm fine. You don't look fine. Come on, give me your hand. The white-haired boy said, extending his hand to the boy on the floor. He sniffled and reached for his hand to stand up. You want an ice cream? I'm not going to take no for an answer, so you might as well come with me. The white-haired boy said, grabbing the other boy's hand and taking him from the playground they were into a nearby ice cream vendor. The man saw the two and smiled, waving as he greeted them. Hello there, what can I do for you boys today? The elderly vendor asked before noticing the bad shape the green-haired one was in. Some mean boys beat him up. I want to give him an ice cream to feel better. Then here you go, 2 scoops for both of you. The man grabbed 2 cones and put 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream in both of them while the white-haired boy reached in his pocket. The vendor noticed this and smiled, shaking his head. No need, son. This is on the house. Thank you, mister. The white-haired boy said, making the vendor smile and nod at them before both boys went back to the playground. They took a seat on a nearby bench to enjoy their ice creams, but the green-haired one sat quietly, eating his ice cream hesitantly. What's the matter? Don't like vanilla? Why are you being so nice to me? He jumped slightly at the question before shrugging. I dunno, I just don't like seeing people upset or hurt. But if Kaken and the others saw you, they would have beat you up too. The boy said, beginning to cry again, making the white-haired boy sigh before softly punching his arm. And you would have protected me from them, right? Yeah. Then it's fine because I would protect you from them too. Come on, buddy, cheer up and eat your ice cream before it melts. Izuku Midoriya. The white-haired boy looked at his new companion, confused, hearing him mutter something. My name is Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said before licking some of the ice cream dripping down the side of his cone. And my name is Hayato. And starting today, I'm gonna be your bestest friend, Hayato said affectionately, wrapping an arm around Izuku's neck. Gigantification. She looks like she'll be popular and it's an amazing quirk, but thinking about the damage to the city that'll go hand in hand with that, its use might be limited. No, but whether or not she controls the size. A familiar dark green-haired boy, now 14 years old, wearing his black middle school uniform, wrote into a notebook with number 13 written on the front of it after watching pro heroes take down a villain attacking the nearby train station. Hey wait, you're taking notes. You want to be a hero. That's great. You can do it. A balding older man with 3 diamonds, 1 on each side of his head, noticed his mumbling and writing, giving him a thumbs up. Yes, I'll do my best. He smiled at the older man with a slight blush before feeling a hand on his shoulder. Izuku, we're gonna be late. Izuku turned around to see a now 14 as well Hayato, dressed the same way he is along with his white hair in a spiky mess. He laughed sheepishly as he put his hero notebook back in his bag. I'm sorry, but Kamui Woods was here and then a new hero called Mount Lady showed up, and Izuku's excited explanation was cut short by Hayato raising a finger and shaking his head in disappointment. Once a hero otaku, always a hero otaku. Come on, Hayato said, wrapping his arm around Izuku's neck and making their way towards their middle school. As they made their way there, they began having a conversation about their upcoming entrance exam, with Izuku being the most excited about it. Hayato Kuryu ... He's been my best friend for 10 years. He didn't care that I was quirkless that day on the playground. And it didn't affect him as we grew up either. Kaken would still bully me and pick on me as we grew up, but Hayato was there to protect me from them, even if he wound up getting blasted by Kaken's quirk in the end. He and all might have been the reasons why I've been able to hold on to my dream of one day becoming a hero. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to pass UA's entrance exam and enter the hero course. Izuku looked at his longtime best friend happily as they made their way into Aldera Junior High and to their class to see everyone inside talking with their ash blonde bully sitting in the row in front of them with a smug smile. They took their seats as their teacher walked in with a stack of papers in his hands. Alright, so first things first. Since you're all 3rd years, it's time for you to seriously think about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but you're all. The class watched as their teacher raised the stack of papers in his hand, with a lot of the students activating their quirks as he did. Pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? The teacher happily asked, throwing the papers into the air as the class began to cheer, with everyone cheering. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. I wouldn't call stretching your eyeballs out of their sockets or looking like you had a bad seafood allergy wonderful. Hayato thought, looking around. feeling his breakfast come up slightly, seeing the quirks of the classmates sitting right next to him. But using your powers at school is against the rules, so please, teach, don't throw us all in the same group. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Hayato and Izuku chuckled, seeing their ash-blonde classmate look up at their teacher while offending the rest of the class at the same time. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Yeah, you should all shut up like the extras you are, Katsuki yelled, laughing at the classmates all glaring at him. Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA. Hi, Bakugo, their teacher asked, looking at the clipboard on his podium. UA, the national school, was the general thought among the students as all of them, save for Hayato, looked at Katsuki in shock. It was in the top 0.2% this year. I hear their acceptance rate is really low. And that's your all extras. I passed the mock test. I'm the only one here capable of making it to UA. I'll surpass All Might to become the #1 hero. And leave all of you in the fucking dust, Katsuki yelled, jumping onto his desk, making the majority of the students look away intimidated. Oh yeah, Midoriya wanted to go to UA. Too right. Midoriya hid his face in his arms on his desk while the entire class erupted into laughter, except for Hayato, who crossed his arms in annoyance, and Katsuki, who began to ball his hands into fists and grit his teeth in anger. No way in hell. Midoriya could never pass that test. Not in a million years, since all that loser does is study. Oh, you too, Kuryu. The entire class stopped laughing hearing this, while Hayato stood up from his desk. So you laugh at my best friend, but not me. UA took out that rule for their exam. You don't need to have a quirk to take their physical exam. You can enter by recommendation or by academics now too. Izuku's more of a hero than the majority of you combined. He has a better chance of getting in than I do, so if you have anything to say, go ahead and say it to my face right now. This was the button that needed to be pressed. Almost immediately, Katsuki jumped towards him and slammed his hand onto Hayato's desk, destroying it and also destroying Izuku's as well, sending him to the floor. That fucking loser is below them. He's quirkless. You think Deku could ever compare to me? Katsuki asked, glaring at Hayato, who stood his ground with a grin on his face. What about you, you damn speed freak? I'll take you out before you could even think about moving. Depends on how you see it, because last time I beat you, Hayato said, angering Katsuki even further before the entire class, especially Izuku, flinched hearing a vibrating sound. Enough, boys. I'll ask for 2 new desks. It's too early to begin a fight. Thanks for sticking up for me in class, Izuku said as after class, the two made their way back towards his family's apartment. I get where they were coming from though. Izuku, what was that lesson you taught me a long time ago? Hayato asked, shoving his hands into his pockets. Don't worry about what other people think. Keep your head up and plunge forward, Izuku yelled, throwing his fist into the air happily. Hayato nodded as they began to walk through a tunnel. Izuku began to laugh triumphantly before the two stopped nearing the end of it, hearing a sloshing sound behind them. The two turned around to see a blob of what looked like dark green sludge form with 2 giant eyes and a mouth. A villain. 2 medium-sized invisibility cloaks. I think the scrawny one works better. Izuku, run, Hayato yelled, pushing Izuku towards the end of the tunnel. Before he could react, he was suddenly hit by a whip made of sludge, throwing him into the wall as the sludge villain lunged for Izuku, grabbing him and beginning to force itself into his body. Don't worry, I'm just going to take over your body. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. Damn it, can't breathe. Izuku tried grabbing the sludge covering his nose and mouth, only for his fingers to go right through. You can't grab me, I'm fluid. Thanks for the help, you really are my hero, the sludge villain said as Izuku, struggling, began to slowly stop. I never imagined that was in this city. Let go of him. Hayato stood up and knelt down into a runner's starting pose. He began to vibrate intensely, catching the sludge villain's attention. Before he knew it, Hayato had disappeared and reappeared on the other side of him, with a giant hole where he had Izuku before, and the quirkless boy was now in his friend's arms. Well, you have a super speed quirk. I think I'll make better use of that instead, the sludge villain said as he effortlessly closed the hole in his body and tried lunging towards the boys again. But right before he could, the manhole cover the villain had come from before flew up into the air. It's okay, young men. Why? The two looked in shock as from the manhole, a towering muscular figure with his iconic smile and blonde hair climbed out. I am here, All Might, Izuku asked as the two watched their childhood hero dodge a whip like what had attacked Hayato before. He then ducked as the sludge villain tried grabbing him before he pulled his arm back. Texas, smash. He threw his arm forward, punching the air and creating a blast of wind that made contact with the villain, making him explode. He quickly reached into his pants pockets and grabbed 2 empty soda bottles and dashed around, grabbing all the sludge before they stuck the wall and floor. Are you boys okay? All Might asked, placing the 2 bottles in his pockets. I didn't mean to get you both caught up in my villain fighting, but I was in such high spirits on my first day off in a new place that I started acting sloppy. All Might said, laughing, while Hayato looked at him complete surprise and Izuku looked at him with stars in his eyes. Wait. Before you leave, can I an autograph? Izuku yelled at a pace baffling both Hayato and All Might, while he reached into his bag to take out his hero notebook. All Might laughed and took out a marker from his pocket and gave his oversized autograph in the book before handing it to the boy. Well, I must be going. See you on the other side of the screen, All Might said, walking out of the tunnel and beginning to squat. Pros are always fighting villains. I must not dilly-dally in case anything else happens, and I must deliver this villain to the proper authority. Wait, there are so many things I want to ask, Izuku thought, watching his hero prepare to leave. Well then, thanks for your continued support, All Might yelled, jumping away, creating a big gust of wind. Hayato chuckled, walking out of the tunnel as well, looking as the shadow of All Might in the sky slowly vanished from sight. Wow, to think we'd actually see All Might of all people. Come on, Izuku. Let's. Hayato turned to talk to his best friend before noticing he wasn't next to him. He quickly turned around to see if he was still in the tunnel before the thought occurred to him. He turned to see All Might leaving again and noticed the faint sight of an extra pair of legs. Izuku, you idiot, Hayato yelled, grabbing his bag and Izuku's before taking off in the direction All Might was headed in a blur. Let go of me. Your fanaticism is too much. All Might had already noticed Izuku had somehow grabbed onto his legs and was trying to make the boy let him go as they soared in the air. If I let go, I'll die, Izuku yelled the best he could while the wind was blowing his mouth open. I have so many things I want to ask you directly. That's true, All Might said before grabbing the back of the boy's collar. Well then, hold on tight and close your eyes and mouth, All Might said, making Izuku do just that before the number one hero covered his mouth, coughing up a bit of blood. Shit. The two landed on the roof of a department building with Izuku struggling to catch his breath and All Might beginning to leave. If you talk to the people downstairs, I'm sure they'll let you down. I must really be going now. Wait, no, I'm really out of time, I must be leaving, All Might said, ready to jump again. And in that moment, all of Izuku's childhood memories came flooding in. When he first saw All Might saving people, to when he was diagnosed without a quirk, to when his mother cried to him apologizing for his diagnosis. All my life, people have tried to push me down because I have no quirk. Even if I don't have one, can I become a hero? Izuku asked with tears beginning to flood his eyes, stopping All Might in his tracks. Can even someone without a quirk be just like you? Izuku asked with his lips quivering, making All Might turn to face him with a smile. In his eyes, Izuku grew taller and his hair went from green to blonde as more blood began to drip from his mouth. He's just like I was back then. A steam like smoke began to come from All Might, catching Izuku's attention. Izuku. The door to the roof slammed open as Hayato appeared from it, breathing heavily. Why did you do that? You could have been seriously hurt, Hayato yelled, trudging over to Izuku's side before noticing the smoke coming from All Might as well. The two watched as the smoke covered the hero's body entirely until in his place, a skeletal figure stood with blood pouring from his mouth. Where did All Might go? Divided by where did All Might go? The two boys asked with Izuku in complete shock and Hayato without an ounce of energy left to react. I am All Might, the man said with more blood pouring from his mouth, making Izuku scream while Hayato decided to flop down to the floor from exhaustion. So that's about it. I battled a villain and most of my internal organs were destroyed, All Might said, raising his shirt to reveal a gaping scar on his left side to the younger boys. After the shock had left Izuku and some energy returned to Hayato, the number one hero decided to explain his sudden change in appearance, comparing it to someone flexing at a pool, and his time in the form everyone recognizes being limited to 3 hours a day from his near-fatal injury. Sorry you boys had to see me like this, I understand it must bother you. Actually, not really, Izuku said, speaking up for the two of them. You've been our hero for years, and knowing that even the best hero to exist has his own kind of low point is refreshing for some reason. But anyway, All Might, can you answer my question from before? Oh. If a quirkless person can become a hero. I'm sorry, but I cannot say. Even without power, you can be a hero, All Might said, hiding his blue eyes with his hair. Izuku grit his teeth and looked down, nodding, understanding what his idol meant, while Hayato looked away, disappointed by his answer. I must be off. Please don't write about this online or in any way. I would really appreciate if this wouldn't find its way into the outside world, All Might said as he made his way to the exit of the roof. He made his way downstairs before hearing the door slam open. Is that really all you can say to him? He looked up to see Hayato at the top of the stairs, beginning to vibrate. He risked his life to be able to ask you that question. He's dreamed his whole life of being someone just like you, saving people with a smile on his face, a fearless smile that gives everyone hope they'll live to see tomorrow. It's been his life's goal, and you're just gonna stand there and tell him he's better off being a cop. I'm sorry, but this job isn't for someone like him. Screw that. He might not be faster than a bullet, he might not be stronger than a train, and he might not be able to jump over a building in one go. But Izuku's got the heart and courage to be a real hero. You're the person who inspired him, so why would you tell him that he has no chance to be a hero? Hayato asked, walking down to face his hero. I never told him he has no chance. I said that I cannot say that he can be a hero without power. It should be a given thought. All Might said, stopping Hayato in his tracks. What I witnessed in that tunnel was something else. You risked your life to save him, but you didn't notice why the villain caught him in the first place. Normally, a civilian would keep running as fast as their body could take them to safety, and where a hero could see a villain was after them. Instead, when that villain attacked you and slammed you against the wall, he stopped running and started heading towards you, even if it meant he could get taken by the villain so that you would have the chance to escape. I just assumed that he wasn't willing to show off his quirk, but to know he didn't have one. That was a moment of pure heroism to me. All Might explained, walking forward to the boy and placing a hand on his shoulder. And you remind me of someone I was once really close to, someone who jumped to the defense of his friends almost immediately. Now I'll see you boys around, but I must hurry and turn this villain into the authorities. All Might said, patting his pocket, only to feel that it was completely empty inside. He frantically searched every pocket in his pants only to see that they were all empty. Shit, what happened? Hayato was answered by a loud explosion, and the two looked out a nearby window to see a colossal cloud of smoke in the distance. When your friend grabbed me before, he must have knocked the villain out of my pockets and he escaped. How could I have made such a rookie mistake? All Might said, beginning to run downstairs. Hayato ran back to the roof to get Izuku, only to see his quirkless friend was missing again. Damn it, Izuku. Meanwhile, where the smoke was coming from, the sludge villain was laughing as he was surrounded by fire, and a crowd of civilians stood not too far away, watching him in fear. What's the matter, heroes? Too afraid to get involved? He asked, looking at the colossal woman and the man who looked like he was made of wood standing in front of the crowd. Damn it, I can't do anything without possibly hurting that boy, the wood hero thought as he focused in on what was currently in the middle of the sludge. A familiar ash-blonde boy trying his hardest to breathe while his arms were being used to shoot explosion after explosion everywhere. Fuck this asshole. What the hell was he doing in that random soda bottle in that alleyway? Katsuki struggled to get control of his arms, or even close his hands to stop the explosion. Now, you know you can't move your body as long as I'm in control of it, the villain said, moving an eye close to Katsuki's face. Fuck you, I swear, I want to blow your fucking ass to pieces right now. Kakin. Katsuki moved his eyes towards the crowd to see Izuku standing near the front, looking at him in pure horror. Deku, what's this shit nerd doing here? Kamui Woods and Mount Lady, Izuku said, noticing the gigantic woman shrink to the size of the woodman as they turned their attention to each other. Mount Lady, I need you to focus on evacuating these citizens and getting them as far as possible. I'll try handling this villain and rescuing the boy. But I thought your quirk wasn't that effective against him, especially with all the fire around. Shouldn't we wait for backup? Kamui Woods looked at the fire in the area before back to his blonde teammate. Sometimes being a hero means putting your own body at risk. Hearing what the wooden hero said, Izuku took a deep breath and closed his eyes. This is my fault. I knocked that villain out of All Might's pocket, and now Kakin is being used to cause all this damage. I couldn't get to Hayato fast enough and I almost wound up like him, but Kakin. I can at least try to save Kakin. Izuku dashed past both heroes and jumped over and under the debris, keeping him from reaching the sludge villain. As he reached him, he extended his arms into the sludge, grabbing Katsuki's collar and pulling his nose-mouth free. Deku, what the fuck are you doing? Katsuki yelled, finally getting oxygen into his lungs. You look like you needed help. I wasn't gonna stand by and watch you die, Izuku yelled, smiling in fear at his childhood bully before seeing the villain turn his attention to him. You again? Well, not that he's not here to stop me. I wouldn't mind using your body either, the sludge villain said as he forced Katsuki's left arm to aim an explosion at Izuku's head. Haven't you heard? Don't look at bright light without protection, Izuku yelled, pushing Katsuki back and himself to the floor, making the explosion instead hit the sludge villain's eyes, effectively blinding him. Damn it, I'll kill you. Are any civilians hurt? Kamui Woods and Mount Lady turned around, hearing the iconic voice known across all of Japan, and shook their heads in response. They took a step back and let All Might, back in his muscular form, step forward to face the villain. You risked your life to save that young man. You incapacitated that villain using his own weapon. How can I deny that someone like you can become a hero? Katsuki and Izuku looked at the number one hero in surprise as he suddenly appeared before them and effortlessly pulled the former from the sludge and threw both towards the heroes behind him. Kamui Woods thrust his arms forward, causing them to become long tree branches, catching and wrapping around the two boys and pulling them towards him. Now, I'm gonna make sure you go away for good. He pulled his arm back as blood began to stream from his mouth. Detroit. SMAASH. He thrust his arm forward as strong as he could, creating another blast of wind that blew up the villain yet again. But this time the air pressure created changed the weather and it began to rain, extinguishing all the fire in the area. You think Bakugo's gonna be pissed you helped him? Hayato asked as the two made their way to the Midoriya home. Following All Might's second victory against the villain, Katsuki and All Might were both interviewed by the press reporting on the incident, the former being praised for his bravery and resilience while the villain had him in his clutches by them and the heroes responding to the incident, while Izuku was being scolded by Mount Lady and Kamui Woods for getting involved when he shouldn't have. Hayato arrived minutes afterwards and the two decided to make their way back to Izuku's home to have dinner with his mother. "Hey, Deku." The two turned around hearing Katsuki's voice to see him walking up to them. "Don't expect me to thank you or owe you for helping me out. If I had an ounce of control over myself, I would have left that bastard in pieces. Here comes the insults," the two thought as they saw Katsuki grit his teeth. "But I partly take back what I said today in class. You've got something heroic in you, you bastard. Just make sure you stay out of my fucking way," Katsuki said, pushing past the two of them, continuing to his own home, leaving the two looking at him in surprise. "And the next time you talk to me that way, speed freak, I'll kill you." "Did Bakugo actually just thank you?" "I think he did," Izuku said before feeling an arm wrap around his neck. "Good job today. I'm seriously proud. Everybody else might not see it, but you were a real hero to me today," Hayato said, ruffling his hair. "It wasn't just you who saw it." The two watched as someone else appeared in front of them. This time, it was All Might still in his muscular form, running right in front of them. "All Might?" Izuku asked in shock as the hero began to laugh. "How did you get away? All those reporters were interviewing you right now." "That was easy." "Why?" "Because I am All Might." He reverted back to his near-skeletal state, spewing blood from his mouth, making Izuku scream. He wiped the blood from his lips and looked at the two. "Young man, I come with an explanation, thanks, and an offer." Izuku looked at the two confused as Hayato let him go and took a step back. "As I had explained to your friend before, what I said wasn't meant to discourage you. Anyone can be a hero, quirk or quirkless. Everyone has the potential within them to be a hero. Is it normal or safe for a quirkless person to be one? Definitely not. Having a quirk reduces the danger the job brings. Seeing how you ran into danger today, without a second thought, reminded me of my younger days. I guess you could say that you relit the flame dying within me since my injury. That's why I risked lowering my limit to be able to save you both. And for that, I thank you." "Why, you're welcome. But it was my fault for even making you drop him in the first place. It was my frustration of being quirkless that made me say all of that and get in the way of your hero work," Izuku said, looking down at the ground. He felt something hit the back of his head and turned around to see Hayato had thrown his hero notebook at him and was pointing to the man in front of him. "But it was because of the timid and QUIRKLESSU that I was able to act and see firsthand your heart and courage. The top heroes always have stories from their school days, and they all share one thing in common, that their bodies moved before thinking." Hearing this, Izuku's lips began to quiver and his eyes began to water and he hung his head down, hearing his mother apologizing for him being quirkless in his head. Hayato smiled, seeing tears begin to stream down his best friend's face as he clenched his uniform shirt. "The same was true for you too, wasn't it? Yeah, was all Izuku could let out as he quietly sobbed in front of both of them. All his life he waited to hear these words, and to hear them come from his idol felt like a dream for him, but he knew that this was reality, that his dream could actually come true. "I'm sure of it, you can become a hero." Izuku dropped to his knees and continued sobbing while All Might looked at Hayato, mentally shrugging. "And for that, you are worthy of inheriting my power." Both boys looked at the hero in surprise as he took a step forward towards Izuku. "What? Inheriting your what?" "Listen, young man, you need to decide whether or not you'll accept my power," All Might said, pointing at Izuku, uncontrollably spewing blood as he did. What is All Might saying? "My power, young man." The press called it super strength and a boost while I avoided talking about it during interviews with a joke. "Why? The symbol of peace, All Might, had to be a natural-born hero. But young men, I'm going to tell you the truth," All Might explained before extending his arms to the side and looking up towards the sky. "My quirk was passed on to me like a sacred torch." "Your quirk was passed on to you? That's right, and now it's your turn," All Might said, lowering his arms and turning his attention back to Izuku. Wait a minute. It's true that your quirk is a mystery. Anytime you go online you'll see conversation over conversation about it. But I don't know what you mean about inheriting a quirk." Hayato facepalmed and All Might sighed as Izuku began doing his trademark muttering due to his confusion. "Izuku, damn it. I may hide a lot of things, young man, but I don't lie," All Might yelled, snapping Izuku out of his trance. "The power to transfer power ... that's the quirk I inherited," All Might yelled, extending his hand forward as it began to shine brightly. "I was crowned with one for all. One for all. That's right. One person cultivates the power and passes it on in a cycle that continues from one person to the next," All Might said as his hand stopped shining. "It's the crystallization of power that spins together the voices of everyone who needs help with a courageous heart. Why are you giving me something that sounds so amazing?" Izuku asked, looking at his hero confused. I've been looking for a successor, and then once I saw you in action, I thought it would be alright for you to inherit it. You were just a quirkless fanboy, but you more heroic than anyone else back there. All Might explained, making Izuku's eyes begin to water again. But it's up to you, though. What'll you decide? All Might asked, only to see the boy wipe his eyes and stand up. He said all of those things to inspire me. He told me his biggest secret. Why would I turn him down? Izuku looked at his hero and nodded, now with determination burning in his eyes. I'll do it. That's what I'd hoped you'd say. All Might and Hayato said, smiling at Izuku. Excuse me, sir. How much do you charge to move garbage? Hayato asked, eating his breakfast, watching Izuku attempt to pull a fridge while All Might sat on it in his muscular form. It had been 2 days since Izuku accepted becoming All Might's successor, and now they were at the garbage-filled Dagoba Municipal Beach Park to build up muscles for the new one-for-all inheritor. Izuku gave a fake laugh before collapsing, after spending over 5 minutes attempting to pull the fridge. Considering how well you've done it, I'd say cheap. If you could move it even a little, this would be a little easier. All Might said as Izuku regained his composure. But you weigh 274 kilograms, don't you? Izuku asked, looking at his idol in shock. No, I've lost weight. I'm only 255 kilograms in this form now. Yeah, can't you see just how skinny he is now? He went from bodybuilder to in shape dad bod. Hayato said, opening one of the nearby broken appliances and throwing his trash inside. But couldn't we just go to a gym if this is to build up my body? Izuku asked as All Might jumped off the fridge. This sort of training was All Might's suggestion after explaining that an unprepared body would explode if it were to receive one for all. We could, but moving this trash has a completely different meaning as well. You see, I spent some time on the internet and I found out that trash has been building up on this beach for many years. All Might said as he knocked the side of the fridge, leaving a giant dent on the outside. You see, heroes today are all for show. But the basics of being a hero is community service. He slammed his hand on the top and began pushing down, making it begin to compress. So, you will be moving and cleaning all the trash here as step 1 of your training. Izuku and Hayato looked at him in shock as the fridge became more and more flat and clear the horizon for this part of the beach. He flattened the fridge entirely under his hand, blasting away the trash behind him to reveal the sunrise. Clean ... this ... all of it? Izuku asked, seeing the mountain of garbage surrounding them. Young Midoriya, you want to go to UA, right? All Might asked, looking at his new disciple. Yeah, because you went there. So I figured if I'm gonna be ... then I might as well ... and UA is definitely the way to go. Once a hero otaku, always a hero otaku. But, as I said, becoming a hero isn't easy when you're quirkless. And UA's hero course is the hardest one to enter. So in the 10 months until our entrance exam, I have to have my vessel ready. Izuku said, realizing what All Might was trying to say. That's why I came up with this, my aim to pass, American dream plan. All Might yelled, taking out a stack of papers, handing it to Izuku. He quickly looked through the papers, reading it as quickly as possible. Even sleep schedules are set here. Frankly, this is a super hard schedule. Can you follow it? All Might asked, making the boy nod. I always knew I had to work harder than anyone else. I have to, otherwise I'll never be worthy of your power, Izuku said before returning to move more garbage. All Might then turned to Hayato, who sat watching videos on his phone. Young Hayato, you're not off the hook either, All Might said, grabbing the phone. But I'm not getting your power. Why do I have to move these? No, but I don't need a foresight quirk to see that you two will be partners. So I took it upon myself to ask another speedster for advice to make a training regimen for you. All Might explained as the two of them walked away from the garbage into the actual beach. So before I explain it to you, explain your quirk to me. Well, my quirk was given the name Breakneck. And how it works is that my body uses my electrolytes to create what my grandpa called a kinetic zone that surrounds my entire body like a sort of suit. Depending on my electrolyte levels, I can go from being as fast as an Olympic runner to being as fast as a bullet. But the faster I go, the faster my electrolyte levels go down. Hayato explained, grabbing a rock and throwing it at the water, watching it skip over it. And that vibrating you did when we met, that's the kinetic zone. It's what I look like when I activate the quirk. I see, so your love for dairy and why your breakfast was yogurt and a banana is because of this ability. Yeah, I always do my best to keep my levels as high as possible. Well then, this is going to be your training, All Might said, using his foot to make a line in the sand as the two walked back towards the nearby pier. That line is 30 meters away. Really, I can cross that like nothing. But you have to cross it in under 2 seconds, All Might said before quickly returning to the line and taking out a stopwatch. Ready? Bring it, old man, Hayato said, getting into the starting position again, beginning to vibrate. Go. All Might pressed the button on the watch and watched as Hayato lunged forward, appearing in front of him seconds later. That was definitely under 2 seconds. Wrong, that was 4.5 seconds, All Might said, showing the time on the watch, making Hayato groan in defeat. At bullet speed, that's what you could achieve if you put the work in to train your quirk. And once you pass the 2-second mark here, we'll increase the distance further and further until you can go faster than you ever imagined, All Might said, placing a hand on Hayato's head before turning to see Izuku struggling to move giant tires. Both of you will accomplish what seems near impossible right now, as long as you both put your faith in me and yourselves. Toshinori Yagi, known worldwide as All Might, walked down to Dagoba Beach. It was 6 a.m. on February 26th, the day his disciples would be taking their entrance exam to UA. Hi, and he began reminiscing about the past 10 months. Izuku Midoriya, the boy who would inherit his quirk, had made amazing progress. The boy who could barely pull a fridge 10 months prior was almost done cleaning the garbage from the beach. By the first month, he had grown accustomed to his new sleep schedule and his new diet. He spent every moment that he wasn't moving the trash on the beach doing some sort of exercise. Whether it was 100 push-ups from the moment he woke up, bicep curls as he studied and did his homework, or using a hand grip in class. He had seen this boy who could rival him in his true form become a fit and muscular young man. However, he had doubts whether or not he was ready to accept his quirk. Only time would tell if he was finally ready. Hayato Kuryu, on the other hand, was a different case. While Izuku had quickly grown accustomed to his training regimen, the original training plan was built for someone with a different kind of speed quirk than his. When he learned Hayato was a speedster, he reached out to the hero, Ingenium, for advice to help build his plan. But within the first week he realized that he overlooked what Hayato had told him about his quirk. He cannot maintain his top speed for long due to it draining his electrolytes. Ingenium's quirk and Hayato's could be viewed as two different racehorses, with one made for running long distance and the other made for bursts of speed, and he could never reach the goal he had made for him because his body couldn't keep it up. So once he managed to fix the plan for him, Hayato began to improve as the new exercises he made him do helped him to maintain his top speed longer while also increasing how fast he can go. I hope those boys are ready, he said to himself before hearing a loud scream. He ran forward, pinpointing it coming from the beach, only to see it was his successor standing at the top of the remaining tower of trash, sweat dripping from his face and body while Hayato sat at the bottom of the tower in a similar way. Oh my goodness. He blew up into his muscle form, seeing every last bit of litter that once plagued the beach was now gone, even from other parts of it than where he instructed him to clean, and the sunrise clearly visible. Izuku fell forward and All Might ran forward to catch him before he hit the ground. Well done, All Might. I did it, Izuku said weakly before Hayato made his way down to them. And you, young Kuryu? All Might asked, putting Izuku down. Hayato reached into his pocket and took out a speedometer and handed it to the hero. Amazing. This speedometer was a special one that All Might had asked for. That would clock Hayato's fastest speed and for how long he maintained it, whether he held it or Hayato did. And currently it read 150 km/h and that he kept that speed for 8 seconds. You've come far, young Kuryu. But now, it's time for young Midoriya to inherit the powers of One for All, once and for all. How do I get your power? Izuku asked excitedly as his energy slowly but surely came back to him. All Might chuckled and reached into his hair, pulling out a strand and holding it forward. Eat this. Both boys looked at him with a mix of confusion and disgust, making their idol break into laughter. Well, you need to take in some of my DNA. And this is the only thing I could think of since you boys need to go and get ready. Otherwise, you'll be late for your exam. Well, through the lips and past the gums. Izuku gulped as he reached for the strand of hair and put it in his mouth, attempting to swallow it at once. Instead, it got caught on the saliva on his tongue and halfway down his throat, so he began to violently cough while Hayato went to get him a bottle of water. Wow, I'm finally here, Izuku said as he stood in front of UA. Hi, mentally preparing himself for their entrance exam. He took a deep breath as he quickly relived the past 10 months and clenched his fists, remembering how he spent hours every morning moving the garbage off the beach and even helping Hayato with his exercises. Don't stand in front of me or I'll kill you, Deku. He turned around seeing Katsuki walking towards him and he began to frantically wave his arms around. Good morning, let's both do our bests and hope we make it in. By the time he finished, Katsuki had already walked past him and was nearing the entrance. Izuku decided it was time to stop standing around and get a move on, before taking one step and tripping on his own leg. But before he hit the ground, he felt himself stop midair and looked to see a girl with brown hair with her hand on his arm. She helped him stand up straight and brushed some dust off him before giving him a reassuring smile that made him blush slightly. Sorry about that. It's my quirk and I know I should have asked you, but I didn't want to see you fall since it's bad luck, you know. You're here for UA's exam, right? All Izuku could reply with was a nod. Me too. Let's both do our best. She walked away towards the entrance, leaving Izuku there blushing. Statue hero, Izuku, let's go. Izuku snapped out of his trance, feeling something grab his shoulder, to see Hayato next to him and pulling him to the entrance. It's the voice hero, present mic. Whoa, Izuku was cut off from having one of his fanboy moments by Hayato quickly covering his mouth with his hand while both of them and Katsuki sat together, listening to the explanation of their practical exam. For once, I'm fucking glad you did that, Katsuki said, earning an agreeing sigh from the speedster. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. A blonde-haired man with his hair spiked up into an arc wearing what looked like punk rock clothing explained as the screen behind him went from showing the UA logo to showing 7 different areas on it. After the presentation, you'll head to the specified battle center, okay? Silence, okay. In other words, they won't let you work with your friends? Katsuki said, noticing that on his ticket and on Izuku's, both of them had different test locations, with the former being sent to Battle Center and the latter being sent to Battle Center B. Why, you're right. Even though our numbers are consecutive, we're assigned to different battle centers, Izuku said, noticing that his ticket was 2234 and Katsuki's was 2233. Yeah, I got sent to see, Hayato said, noticing that he got sent to a different battle center as well. 3 different types of foe villains are stationed in each battle center. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Your goal is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the foe villains. Of course, attacking other examinees or anything unheroic is prohibited. Present Mike explained even further as the screen showed a pixel version of him attacking the fake villains. May I ask a question? Yes, Present Mike pointed at one of the people sitting in front of the 3, letting one of the lights shine down on him to reveal a blue-haired boy wearing glasses holding up a piece of paper. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in the country, must be disappointed in themselves. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. He turned around and pointed towards the 3, mainly at Izuku. In addition, you over there with the curly hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. To this, Izuku hid his head in shame while everyone else began to laugh. Sorry, at least he kept it as quiet as possible. You're talking louder than our proctor down there and his quirk amplifies his voice, so what's your excuse? Sit down before you embarrass yourself more than you tried embarrassing him, Hayato said, quickly jumping to his best friend's aid, making everyone redirect their laughter towards the other boy. Okay. Examinees 7111 and 2235, relax. Thanks for pointing that out. The 4th kind of villain is worth no points. It's an obstacle, so to say. Present Mike explained as the symbol for the 4th villain appeared on screen. There's one in every battle center and they go crazy in narrow spaces. They're not impossible to defeat, but not something you should try to. I recommend you all try to avoid it. That's all from me. Before you go, let me just present you with our school motto. Go beyond, plus ultra. Mock battles ... How can everyone be so confident? Aren't they nervous? They even have equipment to go with their quirks, Izuku said, looking at the crowd in front of him. But then he remembered that both Katsuki and Hayato were taking their exams nearby as well, so he slapped his cheeks to snap himself out of his trance. He looked forward and noticed the girl from that morning standing in the front taking deep breaths. But before he could go towards her to thank her, he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned around to see the boy who called him out earlier standing behind him in what looked like a marathon runner's outfit. He's here too. That girl appears to be trying to focus. What are you doing here? Are you taking this entrance exam to mess with everyone else? The boy asked, glaring at Izuku. He began shaking his head and waving his arms frantically to deny the accusation. And no, that's not true. He looked to see the crowd smiling at how he was being reprimanded by the other boy. I just want to thank her for helping me out this morning from an embarrassing situation, that's all. And that friend of yours, the disrespectful one. Oh, Hayato meant nothing rude by it. He's just always been like a protective brother to me since we were young, Izuku explained before they heard Present Mike yelling. Start. Come on, there's no countdown in being a hero. What's that saying? The die has been cast. Get a move on, kiddies. The gates opened and the crowd ran inside to start gaining their points. As Izuku ran inside, he remembered what All Might had told him once he managed to swallow his hair. The quirk should be in his system after 2 to 3 hours and that using it will have physical repercussions. Then suddenly the wall next to him shattered and from it, a green robot burst through and towards him. One pointer. Damn it, it's coming right at me. And that's a point. Hayato laughed as he ran right through a 1-point enemy at his exam field. He fell back slightly, feeling lightheaded, before reaching into his pocket and placing a handful of raisins in his mouth. Can't stop now. I just hope Izuku hasn't frozen in place yet. I'm frozen in place. After having been saved from the previous 1-pointer by another examinee, Izuku continued ahead to try to gain some points himself, but every villain he came across was either already destroyed or in the process of being destroyed. But once he had arrived to the area where the most examinees were, the 0-pointer Present Mike had told them about had appeared, destroying the top floors of the buildings in front of it and throwing it towards them. Most of the examinees, including the boy from before, began running away while Izuku stayed where he stood, as if he was frozen in place. Less than 2 minutes left. Only 2 minutes. I don't even have a single point yet, Izuku yelled as he finally felt some feeling in his legs to run away. At least that was the plan, until he heard someone cry in pain. He looked forward to see the cloud of dust subsiding and the girl from before trapped under the debris. It's my quirk and I know I should have asked you, but I didn't want to see you fall since it's bad luck, you know. The very words she told him that morning when she saved him from falling were playing on repeat in his head. So in that moment, instead of running away from the 0-pointer, Izuku made a break towards her. But the next thing he knew, he was flying up into the air and towards the robot's head as he balled his hand into a fist. He threw his arm forward and into the robot's head, completely destroying it, and the damage began a domino effect all across its body as everyone below watched him in shock. And unbeknownst to all of them, they were being watched on camera by the faculty of the school, who all of them, save for All Might, who was there watching as well. They all looked as he obliterated the robot in one hit, with the jaws of most going agape while the others cheered. It activated. I have a quirk now. Izuku's glee was quickly cut short as gravity now took effect and he began to plummet down to the ground. As he did, the adrenaline left his body and he now felt the pain of both his legs shattering from the jump and his right arm shattering and even being cut from the punch. And now all of them were flapping in the wind as he fell to his doom. Damn it, All Might warned me about this. I need to break my fall in some way. A Detroit smash. If I aim a punch at the ground, I should be able to create enough air pressure to cushion my fall. But if I do it too early or too late, I'm going to die. Damn it, Hayato, where are you when I need you? Meanwhile, Hayato and his fellow examinees were dealing with their own 0-pointer as well as a swarm of 1, 2, and 3-pointers that was now crowding them all together. He looked up, seeing the 0-pointer was beginning to crush buildings and fling the debris, making him take a step back. All Might once told me of a hero that was so fast that he unraveled a tornado. What if I push myself as fast as possible to make one? It wouldn't be strong enough to destroy that thing, but it should be enough to block the debris and clear up some of these things. Hayato looked around, seeing everyone else trying to make a dent in the swarm to escape, but to no avail. He balled up his hands into a fist and got into a starting position, activating his quirk as he did. I don't have a second to even think if it's gonna work. I'm just gonna have to try. Hayato took in a deep breath and began to run around the crowd of examinees as fast as he could, feeling the wind begin to kick up. After a few seconds, he felt himself begin to slow down before he reached into his pockets and threw in all the snacks he could. I don't have a second to waste. He pushed himself harder than he ever had in the past few months, and began to try to run faster and faster around the crowd, who looked at him in amazement as the wind began to spin with him, until they were all protected by a wall of wind that was picking up the debris and robots and throwing them around at the swarm of robots and at the 0-pointer beginning to destroy it. But after about 30 more seconds, the wall diminished, and Hayato slid out of the circle he was running in, without a shred of energy left in his entire body. No time to lose. Izuku winced, feeling like he slapped midair as he was only meters away from the floor now, only to stop right before he did. He looked to the side to see the very girl he risked his own life to save floating on a piece of a villain, struggling to put her hands together. And release. She pressed her fingertips together and almost immediately, both her and Izuku touched the ground. As soon as she took a breath, she covered her mouth, feeling extremely nauseous, only to end up vomiting on the floor. I need a point. But I can't move, Izuku said to himself, trying to move with only his left arm. And ease up. Izuku looked up in horror, hearing Present Mike announce the end of their exam before hitting his head on the pavement. I didn't even get a single point. Damn it, Izuku said as he felt tears begin to well up. He moved his head slightly, hearing the crowd around him talking about what he had just done. Wow, he took that thing out in one hit. But if he had a reinforcement quirk, then why does he look like that? He should have just run away. What was the point? They're all missing the point. He didn't jump in the way to try to score points. He did it to save that girl. The boy from before thought to himself as he studied the now heavily injured Izuku, the broken 0-pointer in the background, and his savior currently regaining her composure on the robot part she was on. He jumped without hesitation, and I would have done the same thing if this wasn't an exam. Wait. Exam. The boy clenched his fist, trying to reassure himself that he would have done what Izuku did, before the realization hit him. Good job, everyone. I'll give you all some candy for doing such good work right now, but first let me attend to this young man. A small elderly lady wearing medical gear walked past the examinees and towards Izuku, who was mentally beating himself up for not getting a single point. His quirk did this to him. It's almost as if his body wasn't used to it. She bent forward and gave the boy a kiss on the back of his head, making his legs and arm glow green as inside them the bone shards came together and quickly healed back to normal. Who is that old lady? That mademoiselle is the backbone of UA. She's the school's licensed nurse, the youthful heroine, recovery girl. She's the only reason this school is even allowed to have such a dangerous exam. A blonde-haired boy wearing a bedazzled shirt and a colossal belt around where his navel was located introduced recovery girl to the group as she gave the girl who helped Izuku some gummy bears. Wait, of course. If that's the case, then that boy. The boy looked at recovery girl and Izuku and nodded his head as it finally dawned on him. A week following the exam, Izuku sat in his living room following dinner, using his hand grip while his phone was in his other hand, with a look of disbelief evident in his eyes as he thought that he had blown his one chance to enter UA and become a hero. He knew that he had barely passed the written exam from scoring himself, but the 0 he got from not destroying anything else but the giant robot cancelled out the score he had received on the exam. Not only that, he had been trying for a week to get a hold of All Might to talk to him, but to no avail. Izuku honey is Hayato alright? His mother walked up to him and placed a hand on his head, lovingly running her hands through it, snapping him out of his trance. He's fine, he's waiting on the results. I see, they should be here today or tomorrow, right? Yeah. The fact you even took that test makes me proud of you, Izuku. I only hope that both of you make it in. She planted a kiss on her son's head and walked out to get the mail as Izuku turned on his phone screen, seeing a picture of him and Hayato from Halloween over 10 years ago, with both of them dressed as All Might. When he had left his practical exam area, he found out about what Hayato did, making the mini tornado to protect his fellow examinees from the attacks in the last 2 minutes. But such a risky move without the practice had completely left him without electrolytes in his body, and all recovery girl could do was give him fluids to replenish at least some of them to protect his heart and muscles. He put his hand grip down and looked at his slightly scarred fist now, clenching it as tightly as possible. I let you down, All Might. I let you down, Hayato. I'm sorry. Izuku. He snapped his head to the left, hearing his mother call his name only to see her sprawled on the floor with a letter in her hands. They're here. Izuku stood up and hesitantly grabbed the envelope from his mother's hands, taking it to his room and place it on his desk. He gulped and ripped open the letter, only for a small disc-like object to fall out and light up. I'm here as a projection. He pushed his chair back, seeing the light form into a screen with All Might wearing a bright yellow suit in front of the UA logo. All Might. But this is from UA, isn't it? I had a lot of paperwork to do that wound up eating up all my time. I'm sorry I couldn't contact you. Actually, I moved to this town to work at UA. Izuku looked shocked as on the screen a hand appeared motioning for All Might to speed things along. I have something I need to tell him. It'll push everything back. Okay, then I got it. Even if you pass the written exam, you got 0 points on the practical exam ... so that means you didn't pass. I knew it. Izuku hung his head down and grabbed his pant legs in defeat, feeling his eyes well up. That is, if that was all there was to it. I'd like to show you something. All Might took out a remote and turned on a nearby TV screen, showing the girl who had helped him that day walking into a room. Excuse me, the girl said, walking up to present mic. She came directly after the exam to negotiate with us. All Might explained, pausing and then continuing the video. The boy with green curly hair and freckles ... Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? Izuku jumped slightly hearing her request. I heard him saying that he needed to get at least 1 point, so I figured he probably didn't get any. Hearing this, Katsuki's insults about him being useless for being quirkless from when they were growing up replayed in his mind. At least the points he missed out on for saving me ... He saved me and got himself hurt doing it. Please, he deserves at least that much as a thank you from me. Now, not only do you have a quirk, you inspired that girl, the same way you inspired me all those months ago, probably even the same way you inspired young Kiryu as children. All Might paused the video again and turned his attention back to the camera. Izuku, the entrance exam wasn't graded on just how many villains you destroyed either. Izuku jumped up again as All Might resumed the video. I'm sorry, but even if you ask, you can't give him your points. But don't worry, there's no reason to give him any. Present Mike said, pausing the video yet again. What kind of hero course would reject someone who's willing to risk their lives to save others? This is a job that requires doing just that and doing the right thing. You were also graded on rescue points. They're points given to you by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability that we at UA look at. All Might yelled before the screen showed the scoreboards, revealing Izuku came in the top 10 on the test. Izuku Midoriya, 60 points. Izuku's eyes widened seeing the points as a photo of the girl appeared. And Uraraka, 45 points. All Might looked at the camera and gave a thumbs up towards his disciple. You both passed. This is unbelievable, Izuku said as his lips began to quiver and the tears from before began streaming down his cheeks, this time from happiness. Come, young Midoriya, this is your hero academia. Izuku nodded and looked at his action figure of All Might in the photo of him and Hayato again, this time with pride. Hey Speedy, you up? Hayato sat up in bed, his body still partly sore from his exams, as his grandfather walked into his room with the same envelope in his hands. What's this? Your acceptance letter, what else? The elder Kiryu said before running his hand through Hayato's hair. I'll be sure to call your parents and let them know. I haven't been accepted yet. I find out once I open this envelope, Hayato said as he opened the letter. He found the projector and placed it down before the projection started for him. I'm here as a projection. Hayato and his grandfather were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the number one hero on the projection. I hid the truth from you both, but I actually came to live in this town as the new heroics teacher at UA. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk to you in regards to your scores for your exam. You passed the written portion, but that practical portion? It was incredible. The last time I had seen moves like that was when I trained under the retired hero, Gran Torino. But especially, those last 2 minutes, that was a sight to behold. I saw your potential in that cyclone. No, it wasn't a big one. And it definitely wasn't something worth writing home about ... but the way you did it was heroic. You risked your body giving up on you to create a wall of wind that would not only protect your fellow applicants, it would use the enemy against themselves. All Might explained as he played the video they had recorded of what Hayato had done, pointing out how the wind was knocking the debris back into the zero-pointer and into the robots around them as well as other robots into one another. That was amazing, and altogether you gained 30 villain points and 40 rescue points. Hayato clenched his blanket tightly, feeling tears beginning to stream down his face as well. You passed. Now come, young Kiryu. This is your hero academia, and I look forward to seeing you and young Midoriya grow into amazing heroes. What was that you said? You hadn't been accepted yet. Well, how's that for an answer? Hayato's grandfather smiled as he pulled his grandson in for a hug while he happily cried into his chest. I'm so proud of you. I did it ... We did it. Hayato grabbed the back of his grandfather's shirt tightly, feeling himself begin to cry harder as all the years of protecting Izuku and reassuring him that he would be a hero had finally caught up to him. Man, this place is so big. 1A. Point 1A. Izuku ran through the halls of UA. Hi, as his first day at the school finally arrived. He finally arrived at the door for his classroom. Oh man, I hope I'm not in the same classroom as the scary people. Izuku immediately thought of Katsuki and the boy from the entrance exam as he began to slide open the door. Take your feet off the desk. Huh, don't you think that's disrespectful to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? Just his luck. Both of them were here, and the blue-haired boy was already beginning to get into with Katsuki, who sat with his leg on the desk. Huh, nope. What junior high did you even go to, you side character? Katsuki asked with his usual smug grin. I attended Semi-Private Academy. My name is Tenya Ida. Tenya said, introducing himself to Katsuki. Semi, so you're some kind of fucking elite, aren't you? I'm gonna have fun stomping you into the ground. Katsuki said, intimidating the taller boy. Stomp me into the dirt. And you actually want to be a hero? Tenya asked in pure horror before both boys noticed Izuku standing in the doorway. Then the whole class turned their attention to him, causing the usually timid boy to jump slightly. Good morning. I'm from So. It's all right, I heard. Izuku said, raising his hand to the boy as he walked over to him. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Ida. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Tenya said, gritting his teeth. And I didn't. I hate to admit it, but you're better than me. Sorry, I actually didn't realize anything. Izuku thought before feeling a tap on his shoulder. He turned around to see Hayato standing behind him with a banana in his hand. Hayato, I made it too, buddy. All Might didn't tell you, Hayato said, finishing up his fruit. Izuku jumped him for a hug, making his best friend wince in pain. Izuku, buddy, I'm still sore in some places. Oh, I'm so sorry, Izuku said, letting him go and noticing the slight limp Hayato had. Oh, you're the loud guy from the test, Hayato said, walking into the classroom and noticing Tenya standing nearby. I'm from Semi-Private Academy. My name is Tenya Ida. Hayato Kiryu, sorry for the harsh words back then. Just don't like when people pick on my best friend, Hayato said before limping over to his seat. Oh, that curly hair. You're the boy from the exam. Izuku turned around to see that Ochako had just walked in, happy to see him. That punch you did was awesome. I mean it was nothing. Thank you for trying to split your points with me, Izuku yelled, covering his now red face with his arms before quickly bowing to the girl in front of him. How did you know about that? Ochako asked as it hit her what Izuku was talking about. If you're here to make friends, you're in the wrong place. The four standing at the front of the class looked behind Ochako and Izuku to see that, currently in a yellow sleeping bag on the ground, a pale man with long black hair laid looking at them. Ochako, Izuku, and Ida all froze from shock while Hayato made his way to his seat. 8 seconds for you to be quiet. You need to work on that. This is the hero course. Time is limited and kids these days are so irrational, the man said as he unzipped his sleeping bag to stand up. A teacher. So that means he's a pro hero too. Except I've never seen anyone as worn out as him. Izuku thought as he studied the man from head to toe, from his all-black clothing to the odd scarf around his neck. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoto Aizawa. Nice to meet you all," Aizawa said, introducing himself to his class. The entire class jumped slightly as they were all in the dark as to who their teacher was going to be. He lifted up his sleeping bag and reached into it, pulling out a blue tracksuit with white markings becoming a U around the collar and an on the waist. "It's kind of sudden, but put this on and head out to the field." A quirk assessment test was the general reaction from the class as they all stood across from their teacher, all dressed in the tracksuit he had shown them before. "I hope none of you were expecting anything traditional from your first day. The selling point of this school is how unrestricted we can be with our methods. That's how we teach, and that's how you're all going to learn for the next 3 years. Besides, you kids have been doing this since junior high, right?" Aizawa said, taking out a phone to show 8 different exercises. "All those physical exams where you were banned from using your quirks, we're gonna change it up a bit. Bakugo, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right?" Aizawa asked, getting Katsuki's attention. "In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw?" 67 meters, Katsuki said as he crossed his arms, trying to remember the best he could. "Then try doing it with your quirk," Aizawa said, taking out a softball from his pocket and throwing it over to the boy, who caught it with one hand and walked over to a shot-put ring behind his teacher. "Do whatever you want, just stay in the circle. Now hurry up, and you better give it everything you've got." "All right then," Katsuki said, stretching his arms. He looked forward and entered a pitching position. "Die." Katsuki pulled back the best he could and threw the ball, boosting it with an explosion. Die. Izuku asked himself quietly as his expression deadpanned, watching the ball skyrocket into the distance. "Always know your maximum as a starting point. That's the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero," Aizawa said as he turned to face his class, showing Katsuki's score as 705.2 meters. The whole class clapped from amazement as Katsuki walked back to them with a victorious smile on his face. 705 meters. Seriously? A boy with orange blonde hair with a black streak across said as he took a step back. "This looks so fun." A pink girl with pink hair and horns yelled as she happily jumped from excitement. "This looks fun. You have 3 years here. Are you sure you're gonna keep that attitude the entire time?" Aizawa asked, making the class tense up, quickly draining their excitement from them. "All right then, whoever comes in last place after all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential to be a hero, and as a result, the punishment will be immediate expulsion." The entire class screamed from shock while Hayato closed his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his legs. "We're free to do whatever the hell we want with you kids, so welcome to UA's hero course. This might be a little difficult for me," Hayato said as he reached into his pockets to take out a pair of pills and threw them into his mouth. "For you, Hayato, I can only use one for all at 0 or 100%, Izuku whispered into his best friend's ear. Hayato sighed and elbowed Izuku hard into his stomach area, immediately knocking the wind out of him. "Mr. Aizawa, Izuku's not feeling so well, so I'm gonna take him to the bathroom," Hayato said, grabbing Izuku while their teacher just waved them off. The two quickly made their way out of sight from the class and Hayato pushed Izuku against the wall. "What the hell is the matter with you? With me? You just hit me in the stoma," Izuku yelled as he took in a deep breath. Hayato covered Izuku's mouth to keep him from yelling further, not noticing their blonde mentor was hiding from them as well, watching them in the distance. "Izuku, we made it this far. Are you going to give up on me now because you're worried about getting hurt?" Hayato asked, making Izuku shake his head. "I brought painkillers because I didn't want to let you down. We have 3 years here. If you're gonna chicken out day 1, then you might as well grab one of your hairs and shove that quirk back down All Might's throat." He removed his hand from his best friend's mouth. "You're my best friend and All Might chose you as his successor. You're the smart one out of the 2 of us. Figure it out if you don't want to go home on a stretcher," Hayato said, tapping Izuku's forehead. He began walking back while Izuku looked at his right hand. "How do I manage to do this?" Izuku asked himself before following Hayato back to the class. "Alright, so the first test is the 50-meter dash. Ida and Kiryu to the line," Aizawa said as the two rejoined the group. Tenya and Hayato nodded at each other and walked over to a track and went into the starting positions. "Ready, get set." Hayato chuckled and activated his quirk as a camera on a tripod at the end of the track counted the 2 down. "Go." Tenya and Hayato took off, with the former running as fast as he could in that short distance, reaching the end almost immediately. But what shocked him the most was that when he crossed, Hayato was already standing in front of him with a victorious smile. "What? 1.15 seconds. 3.04 seconds. The camera announced as the class looked at Hayato in shock. Hayato held up a peace sign to the group and began walking over, leaving Tenya staring at him in pure disbelief. "Impossible," a spiky red-haired boy said as Hayato walked past him and to Izuku's side. "I can only go 3rd gear for 50 meters ... but he was on a completely different level," Tenya thought to himself as he walked back into the group, letting the exhaust ports on his calves cool down. They were in their elements. Next, Bakugo and Midoriya. Aizawa announced, making Katsuki and Izuku walk over to the track and ready themselves. Ready, get set. Izuku gulped as he could feel the bloodlust emanating from Katsuki. Go. Both boys took off, with Katsuki holding his hands back and Izuku running as fast as he could. Let's see how you bastards like my explosive speed. Explosions began firing from Katsuki's hand, propelling him into the air and forward, crossing the line as the camera recorded his time. 4.13 seconds. Then Izuku crossed, beginning to breathe heavily. 7.02 seconds. When I use both of my hands, the force disperses ... but Deku could be screwed, Katsuki said as he looked at the smoke coming from his palms before looking at the already exhausted Izuku. He shook his head, letting out a growl while Hayato chuckled. Someone's worried about you, Hayato said quietly to himself before placing a handful of raisins in his mouth while their teacher called over the next pair to run. If I may ask, why do you keep food in your pockets? Hayato turned around mid-chew to see a girl with long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail looking at him. Oh, my raisins. They're my energy snacks. Hayato quickly gulped down what he had in his mouth and took out the small red box that held his snacks in from his pocket. Energy snacks? The girl asked, confused at the box of raisins being held in front of her. I gotta refuel. We have a lot of tests coming up and I can't risk losing power during any of them. Hayato explained, putting the box away. YaoyorozuxOC, come on, you're up, Aizawa said, making the girl nod and walk over to the track. You talk to a girl, Izuku whisper yelled to Hayato, who looked at him confused by his excitement. Izuku, I can handle talking to one. Just keeping the conversation is what's tough, especially with one as pretty as her, Hayato said, putting the box away in his pocket. Following the 50-meter dash, the class continued with the next 3 exams: grip strength, long jump, and repeated side steps. And currently both Hayato and Katsuki were confident in their abilities as they kept scoring among the highest in the current exams. But the one concerning the two, even if Katsuki could never admit it, was Izuku. Restricted by his fear of hurting himself or using too much power with One for All, Izuku currently held one of the lowest scores. Only a completely invisible girl was doing worse than him at the moment. But he knew that the 5th test, the softball throw, was his saving grace. If he could score high enough on this, he would be safe from the expulsion punishment. Even with the long-distance run, sit-ups, or seated toe touch, he knew that a test involving strength was perfect for him in One for All. Uraraka, throw. Ochako nodded and walked up to where Katsuki had thrown the ball from earlier, and threw the ball, watching it climb higher and higher into the air. Aizawa nodded and showed the screen on his phone, revealing the score was reading infinity for the girl. Infinity. Whoa, that's awesome. Ochako blushed and nodded sheepishly at the praises from her classmates. Midoriya, go. Izuku nodded and walked up, grabbing the softball and holding it in both of his hands. It's now or never. I came too far to let All Might, Hayato, and Mom down. Izuku readied himself and took a deep breath, activating One for All. It doesn't look good for Midoriya if he continues the way he has, Tenya said, earning a worried nod from Ochako, making Katsuki chuckle. Of course not. He's a quirkless loser, you know, Katsuki said, making Hayato grit his teeth. Quirkless? You mean you don't know what he did during the entrance exam? Tenya asked, confusing the boy. Huh, it's about time, huh. Aizawa looked at Izuku, grabbing his scarf as the boy closed his eyes. I won't let you down, I'll become a hero. Izuku's arm began to glow as the power of One for All surged through it. He reeled his arm back as he remembered when All Might chose him to be his successor, when his mother congratulated him for being accepted to UA, and when Hayato had met him in the playground all those years ago. But when he threw the ball, he was shocked to see it land only meters away from him. But I swore I activated it. I erased your quirk. That's why. Izuku turned to his side to see Aizawa, now the complete opposite of how he looked before. His hair flowing upwards, his eyes glowing red. His scarf was now flowing up and spread out more, and under the scarf rested a pair of gold goggles around his neck. Damn that test. It's clearly not rational enough when even a brat like you got accepted. You erased my quirk, Izuku asked himself quietly before it all came together for him once he laid eyes on the goggles. You can erase people's quirks just by looking at them. I know who you are. The Erasure Hero, Eraserhead. Eraser. Never heard of him. He's an underground hero. He tends to avoid the spotlight compared to other heroes because he thinks it gets in the way, Hayato said, earning the attention of his classmates. From what I saw, kid, you can't control that quirk of yours even if your life depended on it, Aizawa said as he walked over to the boy. You want to break everything and have someone else save you again, don't you? And no sir. That's not what Izuku was cut off by Aizawa's scarf extending, wrapping around him and pulling him closer. Whatever your intention, I'm saying that's what others around you will be forced to do. Aizawa said, keeping his glowing eyes focused on the boy. It doesn't matter if you're as courageous as they come and the most selfless hero out there. You'll be utterly useless if you become a ragdoll after saving only one person. Izuku Midoriya, you can't become a hero with that power of yours. You'll only end up being a liability. Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa turned his head hearing Hayato call his name. I've known about his quirk for a long time. If I can, I'd like to have a moment with him. Do whatever you want, just make it quick. Aizawa said as his scarf and hair went back to normal and his eyes stopped glowing. Hayato rushed over to Izuku's side and pulled him away. But whatever you do, that kid is a lost cause. He has no potential whatsoever. What's the matter? Hayato asked, putting his hands on Izuku's shoulders. Mr. Aizawa's right. I can't control this power. If I try to go 100%, then he's just gonna erase my quirk again if my arm doesn't shatter again. Izuku explained, making Hayato sigh. I keep visualizing what All Might told me and it just doesn't work. Izuku sighed while Hayato crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. What did All Might say? He said to remember the feeling I had when I activated it for the first time, like an egg in a microwave and trying to keep it from exploding. And when was this? Izuku tensed up, remembering that after he had been accepted, he had met All Might at Tagoba Beach to discuss being his successor and controlling One for All. The only problem was that the meeting was supposed to be a secret and Hayato had no clue. Well, Izuku, it was before school started, but I just can't seem to control it no matter how much I try. He said to remember the feeling and that it's the secret to controlling this awesome power. Izuku explained, making Hayato sigh. But Izuku, remember that you and All Might are two different kinds of people. How he controls One for All is different because he's been with it for decades. You've only had it for a little over a month. Hayato said, placing his hands on his sides. When you first activated it, what happened? Well, I felt like this BZZT or whoosh feeling, and Izuku was stopped by Hayato raising his right hand to stop him. Not what you felt, what happened? Well, I put all the force I had into my legs to jump into the air. And then I put everything I had into my arm to punch the villain. And next thing I knew, I was falling with all three broken. Izuku explained, making Hayato nod. You put everything you had into your legs and they broke. Then you put everything into your arm and it broke. You see the problem? Hayato said, earning a nod from his best friend. You're too impulsive. You haven't had the kind of practice to put that kind of force on your body. But I don't have any other way to control it. Alright, then let's see it like this. Your body is a fighter jet and it shoots the most destructive and powerful missiles. The triggers to fire them are extremely sensitive, so you can't slam your finger on it. Otherwise you'll fire everything you've got when you don't have to. And you can't press it too softly, otherwise nothing will fire. Forget controlling it with your feelings. Control it with what you have up here. Hayato said, poking the side of Izuku's head. Once the pilot up here knows what it's doing, then you can leave it to the guy down here. Hayato moved his finger from the side of Izuku's head and down to where his heart was located. But All Might. Izuku, you're not All Might. Don't force yourself to be like All Might. Hayato yelled as he pulled his best friend closer by the collar. The student isn't the teacher, so don't try acting like him. Hayato let him go and began making his way back to the group. Don't force myself to be like All Might and use my brain, Izuku asked himself as he picked up the softball. Whenever you're ready, Midoriya. You have 2 more turns, Aizawa said, making Izuku nod and ready himself to throw the ball again. He reeled back and threw the ball, trying to push the power of One for All into his body again. But yet again, the ball landed as far as it did the last time. I didn't do it that time. Did you let me get into your head or what? Sorry, sir. I just had a lot on my mind. One more time, Aizawa said as Izuku grabbed the ball once again. He closed his eyes and readied himself one last time, focusing the best he could on using his quirk. I used too much the first time, and Mr. Aizawa erased my quirk. I tried using too little and I wound up using nothing. What do I do? Izuku closed his eyes and reeled back, ready to throw the ball. Wait, if I use it all on my arm then I'm going to break it. But what if I focus it at the last point of contact as I throw the ball? My fingertip. Izuku felt the power of One for All surge throughout his body and into the tip of his index finger. He threw his arm forward, throwing the ball with all his strength and rolling it off his finger. The class looked on in shock as the ball skyrocketed into the air, blowing a gust of wind behind it that sent everybody backwards. What kind of monster is this kid? Aizawa asked as Izuku's new score came in, seeing it was 705.3 meters. Who's a ragdoll? I've got the power to keep going, Izuku yelled as he hid his now swollen finger from his teacher. Aizawa couldn't help but smile in disbelief before watching someone dash past him and towards Izuku. What the fuck was that all about, Deku? Aren't you quirkless? You little Shikatsuki extended his hands forward, explosions sparking from his palms, making Izuku scream in fear. But before he could reach him, Aizawa's scarf had gone and wrapped itself around him, effectively keeping him in place. Damn it, don't make me keep using my quirk. It gives me dry eye. Aizawa yelled, revealing that he had once again activated his quirk. Before pulling the boy back to the group, he sighed and deactivated his quirk, taking out a bottle of eye drops and placing one drop in each of his eyes. Alright, I'm not gonna waste my breath to explain how the totals get calculated. I'm just gonna show the results. It's just the totals of all the tests added together, Aizawa said as he held his phone flat to project the results for the quirk assessment. Izuku took a deep breath and looked at his currently bandaged hand. Lucky for him that Hayato had more painkillers with him to numb the pain from using one for all before. The remaining tests all went as he expected. He did well on the sit-ups and seated toe touch thanks to the kind of workouts he did with all might. Only the long-distance run gave him a hard time from already feeling extremely exhausted. He looked up and read the scores, smiling at the results. Quirk Assessment Test 1. Momo Yaoyorozu 2. Shoto Todoroki 3. Katsuki Bakugo 4. Hayato Kuryu 5. Tenya Ida 6. Fumikage Takoyami 7. Mizo Shoji 8. Meshur Awajiro 9. Ijiro Kirishima 10. Mina Ashido 11. Ochako Uraraka 12. Koji Koda 13. Izuku Midoriya 14. Suyu Asui 15. Yuga Aoyama 16. Hanta Siro 17. Denki Kaminari 18. Kyoka Jiro 19. Itoshi Shinzo 20. Toru Hagakure. Oh, and I was lying about expulsion, by the way. The entire class went quiet and looked at their teacher in shock as Aizawa revealed his lie to the class. It was all a rational lie to get you to use your quirk the best you could. The entire class, save for a few, let out a scream of shock, especially Izuku. Of course that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you thought it through. The girl Hayato talked to before said, looking at her classmates in disbelief. It wasn't obvious, was the consensus thought from the bottom 5. Midoriya, is your finger healed? Tenya asked as he caught up to the green-haired boy after school. Izuku nodded and showed his currently bandaged finger, making the taller boy smile. You know, I was really taken aback by Mr. Aizawa. I thought this school is the best of the best ... but to encourage your students on a lie. How absurd, Tenya said as the two began walking towards the school gates. Hey, you two, going to the station. Wait for me. The two turned around hearing running and saw Ochako was making her way towards them. Uraraka, you're the girl who scored infinity, Tenya said as the girl happy caught up to them. I'm Ochako Uraraka. And you're Tenya Ida, Ochako said looking at the blue-haired speedster. And you're Deku Midoriya, right? Deku. Izuku jumped hearing his childhood nickname come from her mouth. But that's what Bakugo called you during the test, right? Well ... my name is Izuku, but Kaken gave me that name to make fun of me as a kid. Izuku explained while hiding an embarrassed blush from his two classmates. He gave you a name to insult you, Tenya asked, placing his hand on his chin. Oh really? I'm sorry about that ... It just sounded really cute, Ochako said, making Izuku's blush take over his entire face. I'm Deku then, Izuku yelled, surprising Tenya while Ochako smiled at him. You're accepting it too early. Wasn't that an insult? Tenya asked, making Izuku hide his face before a thought crossed his mind. Oh, Midoriya. Why yeah. Your friend, where is he? Tenya asked, making Izuku revert back to normal, realizing what he was referring to. Hayato went to see Recovery Girl to do something about his muscles still aching, Izuku explained, making Tenya sigh. Oh, your friend is so cool. How long have you known him? Ochako asked as they continued making their way off campus. Well, he's been my best friend for over 10 years now, Izuku said, making Ochako squeal in delight. He's a speedster like Ada, right? Yeah, but I'm curious. When he did the 50-meter dash with me, he crossed in a second. But when we did the long-distance run, he was so much slower than he was before, Tenya said, making Ochako think back to that exam and nod as she remembered Tenya overtaking Hayato in an instant. The complete opposite of the very first test. Well, you see, Hayato's quirk can be seen in very different ways. But when it comes to how he maintains his speed is like a car. The faster you make it go, then the more gas it burns. Hayato can reach top speed instantly, but he can't keep it up for long, Izuku explained as he pointed at a car that zoomed past them when they made it to the sidewalk. But I heard that he ran so fast that he made a wall of wind during his practical exam and kept it up for the last 2 minutes, Tenya pointed out, making Izuku nod. He could, but look what forcing himself did to him. It's been over a month and parts of his body still aches. His quirk damages his body more than people understand if he pushes himself. How so? Ochako asked, getting her face close to Izuku's, unknowingly making him blush from his timid nature. Well, you know what electrolytes are, right? I've heard of them, but I don't know what they are exactly, Ochako said, looking up in confusion. They're an extremely important mineral in our bodies. They carry an electrical charge that act like a sort of battery to everything in our body's systems, Tenya explained while Ochako feigned understanding, while in reality she had completely zoned out when he started talking. Well, the way his quirk works is that his body takes the charge from them and basically charges up his muscles. But the problem is that when you start having less and less, your body starts failing. Your blood doesn't clot and it becomes more acidic. If you have a wound, then your body can't make new tissue to make scars. But the worst part is that they help send nerve signals across your body and your muscles start acting different. Izuku explained, making Ochako and Tenya's eyes widen. They can't contract, so moving your legs or arms or any muscle would be impossible or difficult. And the danger from that comes from our hearts being a muscle. I always tried keeping him from making a mistake like that because the last thing I ever wanted to see was my best friend running so hard that when he stopped, so did his heart. Thank goodness Recovery Girl helped him get more than enough back that day. Now he's just suffering pain from overexerting himself to that extent. You two are really close, huh? Ochako said, smiling at Izuku, who returned the smile. The closest I am, entering like a completely normal person, All Might yelled as he made his way into the Wana classroom. The class lit up and smiled as he proudly marched to Aizawa's podium. He really is a teacher here, the orange blonde-haired boy said as the #1 hero smiled at the class. And his costume is from the Silver Age. It's so outdated but iconic at the same time. Ribbit, a green-haired girl said as the class noticed All Might's red, white, and blue costume. Alright then, it's time for some basic heroic training. And to kick off the year, we'll be meeting at Ground Gamma. But of course, this is a heroics class, so you will all need these. All Might yelled as he took out a remote, making 4 panels come out from the wall with 5 boxes being held inside each one, except for the 4th one that was currently holding only 4. Inside these cases are your first hero costumes based off the applications you made before the year started. Get dressed and I'll meet you all there. The weird thing is I didn't see a costume for young Midoriya. His number is 18, isn't it? All Might waited at the entrance of the mock city he would proctoring his first lesson in. He heard the gates open and watched as Class 1 proudly marched in, all dressed in their hero costumes. But what caught his attention the most was the last one who came running in, sporting a bright green tracksuit with a face mask and what looked to be rabbit ears on the head, and he knew immediately it was his successor. Of course, he realized the odd design on the face mask was to be a mock of his smile, and the rabbit ears were to be a mock of the tufts of his hair that stood up. He couldn't help but cover his mouth to mask his laughter. So obvious. Wow, Deku, talk about sleek. I probably should have been more specific with mine. All they gave me was a skin-tight bodysuit. Izuku looked to see Ochako running towards him, sporting a pink face shield and a black and pink bodysuit that highlighted her curves. Lucky for him, the face mask was hiding the fact the majority of his face was now red. I think it looks good on you, Ochako. The two turned to see Hayato walking towards them, wearing a white leather bodysuit with yellow gloves and boots. So cool, Hayato. It's the opposite of Ida's, Ochako pointed out as Tenya stood nearby, wearing white knight-like armor for his costume. I'm built for speed, so I need to have a suit that works for speed. It looks like leather, but it's actually a material that protects my body from friction, and it has a meter in the cowl that checks my body's status, Hayato explained, pointing at a piece of his costume resembling a black hood in the back, before snickering at his best friend's design. You're not fooling anyone, but it was nice that your mom was the one who made it, Hayato said, patting his back. And the colors, because of your hair? Ochako asked, earning a shrug. I dunno, my mom was always against a color scheme like this. Something inside me thinks it works, Hayato said before reaching behind his head and putting the cowl on, now hiding his eyes behind white lenses while the majority of his face was covered by the black cowl. All Might noticed this and gasped as he envisioned a yellow cape on Hayato's body, and his body growing slightly in terms of muscle and height. He looks just like him. Alright, so now that we're all here, it's time to announce today's lesson. We're going to be partaking in battle simulations. We're going to break this class of 20 into 10 teams of 2. One group will be acting as villains hiding a bomb, while another will be acting as heroes working to capture them. Now, reach into the box and we'll split you all up into your teams. All Might reached behind him and took out a red box with a hole on the top. The students reached in one by one and the teams were Team A, Izuku Midoriya and YaoyorozuxOC. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Hayato Kuryu. Team D, Tenya Ida and Katsuki Bakugo. Team E, Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ashido. Team F, Koji Koda and Hitoshi Shinso. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Asui. Team I, Mashiro Ajiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Ijiro Kirishima and Hanta Siro. Alright then, and our first teams to battle will be these. All Might then pulled out 2 more boxes and reached in, pulling out 2 balls with a black one having the letter D and a red one having the letter A. B versus Kaken. Izuku turned his head to see Katsuki was glaring at him, currently wearing a black leather jacket with an orange X across his chest, a belt with several grenades strapped around it, a black mask resembling an explosion, and 2 large gauntlets resembling grenades on his arms. Bring it, Deku, Katsuki said before the rest of the class left to follow All Might. Villains, you have 5 minutes to get ready. Heroes will enter when those 5 minutes are up and will have 15 minutes to deactivate the bomb. Everyone else, come with me," All Might announced as the group made their way into a nearby building. "All right, the bomb is set, Bakugo," Tenya said as he patted the side of a tall, rocket-like bomb. "Paper or mash?" "Hey." Tenya turned around to see Katsuki kept his attention towards the door. "Deku has a quirk, right?" "Yes." "Good." Katsuki growled as he headed for the door. "I can't wait to see what that shithead can do." "Wait, where are you going?" Tenya was only answered by the door opening and slamming shut. "Deku, are you nervous?" Ochako asked as the two walked into the building. She turned to see Izuku was walking carefully with a slight tremble. "Very. Why? I've never won a fight against Kaken," Izuku said as the two neared a corner. He poked his head out slightly to scope out the hall, before nodding and motioning for them to continue walking. "Is he that strong?" Ochako asked as they carefully opened a nearby door. Izuku poked his head in and saw that the room was empty. He looked forward towards a flight of stairs and pointed at it, making Ochako hurry to it. Kaken was always at the top. When his quirk manifested, everybody praised him for it. Izuku said, following her up the stairs. "He put in the practice, and I guess I was always his training dummy. Is that why he talks the way he does? Kaken's mom has an explosive temper, so I used to think he got it from her. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing against his parents. I actually miss the days when I used to see them a lot. But the older I got, I learned that he got a swelled head from everybody praising him and his quirk. It's why he acts like he's superior to everyone else." The two did the same that they did on the previous floor, with Izuku scoping out the halls and rooms while Ochako would hurry across to the next floor. "And because my quirk came into my life way later than it normally should have, he just assumed what everyone else did, I was quirkless. That doesn't seem really fair. What did Hayato do about it?" "Hayato tried stopping Kaken almost every time when we grew up. He wound up getting blasted by him too since he couldn't control his quirk either," Izuku explained as they reached the third floor. He pulled Ochako against the wall and lifted a finger as he heard footsteps nearby. "That has to be him. I'll draw his attention while you get to Ada and the bomb." Izuku walked forward normally before ducking suddenly. He looked up to see Katsuki soaring over his head with an explosion firing from his hand, making it collide against the wall behind him. "Found you, Deku. You and Roundface aren't gonna pass this test." "Roundface?" Ochako screamed in surprise before Izuku turned to her. "Go. Where the fuck do you think you're going?" Katsuki extended his arm to fire at the girl, but Izuku reached for his arm and used all his normal strength to pull Katsuki over his shoulder. He yelled in pain as he managed to flip his childhood bully to the ground, but the explosion still fired and hit his leg, burning off his pant leg. "Uraraka, go now." Ochako nodded and dashed past the two while Izuku took a step back to protect his leg even more. "Lucky shot, prick." Katsuki stood back up and held his right arm forward and placed his left hand on a key near the end of it. "Now, get ready to get blasted the fuck out of here." He began pulling the key out, revealing it to be a pin, while a hole above his hand began to glow. He finished pulling the pin out and a stream of fire burst from the hole and grazed Izuku's head and burst through the wall. Katsuki began to laugh as Izuku fell to one knee, holding the left side of his face, which was now completely exposed. "How do you like that?" Izuku growled and pulled his mask off his face and costume, throwing it to the side. "A weapon like that is too dangerous for use in a building like this." But knowing Kaken, Izuku made a break towards the boy, making him ready the gauntlet on his left side. But before he could pull its pin, Izuku delivered a hard uppercut to his chin and ripped off one of the grenades from his waist. He'll have made stun and smoke grenades. He threw the grenade at the ground and it exploded, covering every inch of the hallway in smoke while he made his escape for the stairs. If that had even touched Midoriya, his whole head would have been blown clean off. The entire class watched in horror as they saw Izuku and Katsuki's battle from a control room. On the screen it showed the hallways in the building and the rooms, showing Ochako running and searching through every room while Tenya waited patiently by the fake bomb. "Good job, young Midoriya. While you took 2 hits, you managed to use your enemy's arsenal against him to make a strategic escape," All Might said before noticing how calm Hayato was nearby. "Young Kiryu, you're unusually calm while your best friend was in peril." Because Bakugo knows not to deal a fatal blow to Izuku, especially if he still wants to be a hero. And Izuku's been on the receiving end on those explosions for years. He might not be safe from them, but he knows how to avoid the worst hits. Hayato explained as they watched Izuku run up the stairs and hid in a room on the 4th floor, especially since I can already see what he's planning. "How so?" All Might asked as Hayato's statement caught the attention of everyone else in the room. "Izuku can't use his quirk to the fullest, otherwise he'd seriously injure Bakugo. Ochako's about to reach the room where Ada is and most likely knows that she'll be avoiding a confrontation since his quirk is more suited for combat than hers. But what if he could use Bakugo to give her the opportunity to get to the bomb?" Hayato said, making All Might nod. Bakugo is an uncontrollable beast when he's angry, so why don't you rattle his cage and make him angrier? The layout of the building they chose has the rooms all located above one another and it is only the floor up. Bakugo has the ability to take down walls like nothing, so the same could be said for floors. Once Kaken gets close enough, I'll make him fire an explosion into the ceiling so Uraraka can use that moment to get to the bomb, Izuku said to himself as he looked up, knowing that in the one of the floors above them, Tenya was waiting for them. I have the chance to prove myself to Kaken, that I'm not as useless as he thinks. Deku. The door to the room blew open and in walked Katsuki, fuming from what Izuku had done to him before. I'm gonna kill you, and you suddenly have a quirk now. Defenseless Izuku all of a sudden has what he needed to be a hero. What kind of fucking joke is that? The only joke here is you. Izuku grit his teeth and explosions fired off Katsuki's hands, signaling he was getting angrier. My name Deku. It's not an insult to me anymore. Dekuis ain't a loser anymore. Deku is the name of a hero. A loser will always be a loser. When will you learn? Katsuki yelled as he fired a powerful explosion towards him. Izuku dodged by sliding to the side and grabbed an empty crate, throwing it at him. Katsuki destroyed the crate instantly only to be met with a powerful kick to the face from his enemy. He grit his teeth and grabbed Izuku's leg, heating it up to burn it before throwing him into a pillar. You think you can stand on the same stage as me? Use your quirk already, come on. I don't need to think, I know I can. Izuku stood back up and felt the power of one for all surge into his body. He let out a deep breath and felt the energy diminish greatly. I should push it down to 5% at the very least and transfer the power to my arms and legs. If I don't keep my focus, I could put too much and break them. You're a real comedian today. Katsuki fired another explosion but was shocked to see that the boy he once used to use like a moving target just jumped over him with ease, and the blast instead destroyed the pillar he threw him into. Izuku landed behind him and delivered a punch to his back, knocking the air out of Katsuki's body. What was that? Ochako asked as she felt the building shake from Katsuki's explosions. She opened the door slowly and saw Tenya and the bomb near the end of the room. Well, hero, you've finally made it. I will capture you and use this bomb to level this entire city. Tenya yelled before the explosion that hit the pillar made him fall to his feet. What's going on? Deku, please be safe. Fuck you. That shot was nothing but cheap, Katsuki said, standing back up from the hit. Izuku chuckled and took a step back, feeling a slight pain in his arms and legs. I'm gonna kill you. You've done nothing but say that, but you know what? You should just shut up. This was the final straw. Katsuki began firing explosion after explosion and used it to propel himself towards Izuku. The boy smiled and jumped forward, grabbing Katsuki's arms in midair and pointing them towards the ceiling. The explosions Katsuki was about to hit him with fired up and into the ceiling, unknowingly knocking Tenya away and making the ground under the bomb begin to crumble. Izuku slammed his feet into Bakugo's chest and used him to jump through the hole he had made, while pushing Katsuki hard into the ground. He turned around to see Ochako standing near the doorway, looking at him in shock. Deku, Uraraka, you're up. Ochako nodded and ran towards Izuku. He grabbed her arms and spun her around, throwing her towards the bomb that now began to fall into the floor below. She grabbed hold of it just before the bomb could touch the ground behind Katsuki and made it float in midair. The entire class watched what Izuku had just done and stood speechless, especially All Might. He reached down and picked up a microphone, turning it on. Heroes. WIIIN. All Might's voice played through the entire building while Tenya screamed from shock and Katsuki began to scream from frustration. Ochako fixed the position of the bomb and put it so it would land straight up while Izuku walked over to help Tenya up. All of you make your way to the control room so the next team can go. Need some help? Izuku asked as he extended his arm to his friend. Tenya nodded and grabbed it, while the boy helped him stand up. That was amazing, Midoriya. You somehow got control of that quirk of yours, Tenya said, making Izuku shake his head. I didn't control it. I was just keeping it from putting too much force, Izuku said, making Tenya laugh. What? You managed to control it, even if it was just for a minute. But what about Bakugo? Tenya said as the two looked into the floor beneath team, seeing only Ochako was in the room. I think I finally got to him, Izuku said before the two began to walk out. Young Kuryu and Yaoyorozu, you two are up next as villains. Young Kaminari and Gyro, you both will be the heroes, All Might said, earning a nod from the four students. But then the door opened and in walked Katsuki, still fuming. Following him was Tenya, Izuku, and Ochako, all three with a smile on their faces. Young Bakugo, I wish to have a word with you before the next trial. The rest of you, good job. Especially you, young Midoriya. Thank you, Izuku yelled, bowing to his mentor. He felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Hayato giving him a thumbs up. Hayato, you and I have some work to do after school. See you after we ace this, Hayato yelled as he and Momo both walked away, followed by a purple-haired girl and the orange blonde-haired boy. Young Midoriya, if I may have a minute with you. Izuku turned around again to see his predecessor motioning him over. He walked over to the older man who bent down to whisper in his ear. How did you control one for all so easily? It wasn't easy, Izuku said, grabbing his right arm. My bones felt like they were going to snap if I continued at even 5%. If anything, I might have a small fracture. I see. Go see Recovery Girl so she could also tend to those burns, All Might said, making Izuku nod. He quickly wrote him a note and Izuku left, feeling Katsuki glaring at him. Young Bakugo, that was extremely careless and dangerous. Katsuki turned to see the towering figure of All Might standing over him. Whatever. It's not whatever. I see real promise in you to be a hero. Katsuki hid his eyes as he began to tremble. I understand how it must feel. Always known as the winner. That feeling that you will never lose. It's all something I've experienced firsthand. And I know how it feels to lose. All Might said as he remembered his youth. And the day he lost his predecessor to the most dangerous villain to ever exist. I didn't lose. That nerd got lucky. It's a big world out there. You're not always going to be the best. It's why we have to work harder and learn from our experiences so that we can grow and continue to climb until we reach our destination. All Might placed his hand on the top of Katsuki's head. Young Midoriya learned that lesson from growing up with you. Now it's time you learn as well. So, what do you think we should do? Momo asked as she and Hayato stood in the room where they decided to hide their bomb. Depends. We have 3 options considering our situation. Hayato responded as he looked at the door. 1. We split up to cover more ground. I'll leave the room and try to stop Kaminari and Gyro before they can get to the room while you stay here to watch the bomb. 2. We both stay here to cover the bomb. We leave the door with a trap and we both handle them head on to watch the bomb if they get through it. 3. We trap them like prey. We either leave something in another room or we bait them to come here. And once they fall for it, we capture them and pass the test. We need to play it safely. As I recall, Kaminari's quirk allows him to emit and surround himself with electricity, and Gyro's jacks amplify her hearing. So for all we know, she could be listening to us at this very moment. Momo said, making Hayato chuckle. I think I know. It's not very hero-like, but we're playing villains at the moment. Hayato bent down and picked up a rock that was laying in the middle of the room. He looked at the door and threw it as hard and as fast as possible. Momo covered her ears as the impact made a loud clanging sound. What are you doing? You said Gyro's quirk amplifies sound for her, right? Momo nodded. When anything relies heavily on sound, like sonar, a loud sound will always disrupt it. If she was listening, then that must have gotten to her. So then what tactic are we using? We've cut Gyro off from listening to us while also giving away out position. It's better if I cut them off before they reach us. Hayato opened the door and began to leave. I know you can create things from your body, so I might need something so I can take out Kaminari quicker. You're pretty confident. My best friend decided to be a show-off. I can't fall behind him. Damn that Hayato. He and Midoriya are fast thinkers, Kyoka said as she held her right ear in pain. She and Denki made their way upstairs to where she had heard Momo and Hayato's voices come from. They were on the 3rd floor. I just wish I could have heard what they were planning. You did a great job by just locating them, Denki said as he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He lifted up his other hand as yellow electricity sparked from it. Now it's my turn. Good luck with that, heroes. The two turned around as something zoomed past them. Hayato came to stop us, Kyoka yelled as a shadow began to head towards them. Take this, 50,000 volts. Denki pushed Kyoka away as electricity began sparking off of him. But he fell backwards as a black cloth surrounded him. Kyoka looked in surprise as Hayato quickly tied the blanket around with tape. What is this, bro? Denki asked as Hayato laid him down on the ground. Oh, this. I had Momo make me a rubber blanket, Hayato said before suddenly his ears began ringing. He turned around to see Gyro pointing her boot at him while one of her earphone jacks were plugged into an attachment on the side, firing powerful sound waves at him. Stay where you are, villain, Kyoka said as she grabbed a roll of tape from her pocket and started walking towards him. He pressed his earpiece and covered both of his ears while the girl neared him. Why, you were right, she's blasting me with sound from her speakers. And she has you immobilized, Momo asked through the earpiece. I can't stand. Then attack her from below. Hayato turned around and kicked Kyoka's speaker, disconnecting her jack from them while tripping her. Before she could land on the ground, Hayato activated his quirk and caught her, placing a strip of his tape to stick her jacks to her arms. Caught you. Kyoka blushed slightly as she noticed how Hayato was holding and smiling at her. Villains win. They heard All Might's voice ring throughout the building as Hayato placed Kyoka down and untied Denki. Man, that was quicker than Midoriya and Bakugo's, Denki said while Momo made her way to them. You know, that wasn't cool what you did before, Kyoka said as she rubbed her ear. Hayato laughed sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head. I know, I'm sorry. Gotta be a bit of a jerk if you're playing the bad guy. I'm sorry I wasn't useful to you, Kuryu. I should have been more attentive and aided you in taking them down, Momo said, placing a hand on her chest. Hayato shook his head and removed his cowl. All I did was run, literally. You made the blanket to wrap him like sushi and you told me how to stop her. You were the most important part of the plan," Hayato said as they began to leave the building. "I went ahead because if they caught me, I knew you could protect the bomb and handle at least one of them. I needed the blanket to protect myself from static over here. I just wish I knew about that sound wave thing ahead of time too." "Where'd you learn to be so attentive?" Denki asked, making Hayato laugh. "Izuku, he's the brains and the brawn between the two of us. Man, today was so awesome." Hayato yelled happily as he and Izuku left school grounds, hours after the school day had finished. "Yeah, but what did you want to talk about?" Izuku asked before Hayato pulled him close. "Two things, one for all, and girls." "Girls?" Izuku jumped back as he began blushing heavily. What do girls have to do with anything?" "Izuku, I saw how you were checking out Ochako today," Hayato said as he made an hourglass motion with his hands. "I saw your eyes. You were checking her out in that outfit." That's not true." I bet little Izuku got excited when he found out he got to stay close to that cutie for the exam. Stop it. Or should I ask you about Yaoyorozu? And say what? She has such a revealing outfit." "Oh, yeah, that's true," Hayato said nonchalantly. "I didn't even pay attention." Don't tell me you like your Uraraka." "Ochako? Nah man, she's yours." Hayato smiled as he imagined the two together. "From what I saw, you two have the hots for each other." Stop lying. Ochako Midoriya. Nice ring to it." Izuku's face was completely red by this point. But if I'm being completely honest, Momo is pretty nice. You do like Yaoyorozu. Dude, it's only our second day. Relax. Besides, what you did with One for All today was more important," Hayato said with his happy and nonchalant demeanor suddenly changed to a more serious one. "You did what we've been trying to get you to do." "What do you even do?" "I kept the energy of One for All at a bare minimum and distributed it in more than one place," Izuku explained, making Hayato smile. "But I still wound up hurting myself." "Izuku, that image with the egg doesn't work for you. You and I are two different people. I can't tell you what to imagine to understand it. But you and I are going to be partners when we're heroes. If I need to be the one to push you to understand how your powers work, I'll do it," Hayato said before activating his quirk. "You see what I'm doing? I'm distributing my quirk throughout my entire body, not just one leg or the other. The way my grandpa taught me was that if you plug too many things into one outlet, you're gonna short-circuit the outlet. So, what are you saying? You're the smart one. You didn't hurt yourself a lot today by keeping it in both your arms and legs at once. But you still fractured the arm you hit Bakugo with. Think for a moment." Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what Hayato was getting to. "If I distribute it across my entire body, I can have my body get used to the feeling of One for All." "You're getting it." Hayato deactivated his quirk and fell to one knee, feeling weaker. "One burst at a time isn't enough. I need to keep it in a constant and steady stream, increasing it in force as time goes on," Izuku said as he looked at his hands happily. "I understand now." "You what?" I said, "I understand now," Izuku yelled before helping his best friend stand up. "I hope he won't be too shocked by this sudden visit," All Might said in his true form as he knocked on the door of a rundown apartment building. He was shocked to see the door was opened by a tall, gray-haired man. "Oh sorry, I thought this was Sorahiko Torino's home." "Toshinori, is that you?" He looked down to see a small, white-haired old man walking with a cane behind the taller man. "I'm sorry, I've been busy now with life as a teacher, but I wish to talk to you about something," All Might said before turning his attention to the taller man. "Oh forgive me, I'm Toshinori Yagi. Kazuma Kuryu," the older man said, surprising All Might. "I know who you are, All Might. I'm Hayato's grandfather. Come in, we have some teiyaki," Sorahiko said, guiding the number one hero in. All three sat at the nearby table, with a plate of fish-shaped pastries in front of them. "So, what have you come here to say after all this time?" "Today, Kazuma's grandson was in my heroics class. I wanted to see if you would one day mentor him, as I'm far too inexperienced with a quirk like his." "That's actually what I'm here about," Kazuma said, catching his attention. "Sorahiko is to take guardianship of Hayato soon. I'm far too sick now to make it to the end of the month," Kazuma said to All Might, shocking him. "I'm sure you knew that his grandfather is his guardian, but I was diagnosed with end-stage terminal cancer months ago." Does young Kuryu know about this? "I haven't told him. Frankly, I barely had the strength to come all the way here. But he's just starting out his journey to be a hero. I don't want to ruin that for him by distracting him from his studies," Kazuma said while Sorahiko sighed. "Sorahiko was the only person I could count on to take care of him when I'm gone." "I see. And how do you know each other?" That boy was in your class and you didn't see the resemblance. Some apprentice you are," Sorahiko said, hitting All Might's hand with his stick. He remembered Hayato's hero costume and looked at a nearby photo of Sorahiko in his younger days, dressed as the way he envisioned Hayato before. "I didn't know you had a child. My Toa removed me from her life decades ago. But to know a daughter of mine would leave her own child behind. I can't help but feel like a failure as a father," Sorahiko sighed before looking at the two. I'm too old to take care of a child now, but I know I can try to make up for the mistakes I made with my own daughter if I can finish seeing my grandson grow, especially with what you had told me in that letter months ago, Toshinori. But I need the time to ready myself to be a caretaker again. Caring for my daughter after her mother's death took quite a toll on me. Well, the UA Sports Festival is next month. He'll be participating with his class. You can see what he's like when it takes place. I'll leave you two to finish your conversation, All Might said before heading towards the door. It'll look like a blast from the past, I can promise you that. It was a normal day like any other, and right now, Hayato was doing his early morning jog. It was something that became more of a habit when he and Izuku were training leading up to their entrance exam. Before, it was just to give their bodies a warm-up for their long days of exercising. Now, it's just how he finishes waking up for school. As he jogged through the streets, the events of the past few days had been stuck on repeat in his head. First, the class had elected their representative. At first it was Izuku, then after an alarm scare where the entire student body went into panic, they voted to make it Tenya, who had single-handedly calmed everyone down when he realized it was the press who had gotten onto school grounds. But what kept his attention the most was how they had even got in. UA has top-of-the-line security, so only students and faculty can enter when they have their special badges on them. But someone had completely destroyed the security they had and allowed the press to invade school grounds to get an interview about All Might being their newest teacher. But who was he to worry about that? He's in the top school in the country where the best heroes to ever exist in Japan are alumni. If anyone wanted to declare war on them, then it'd be the same as an injured gazelle against a pride of lions. He's just 15 years old. He has other things to worry about, like teasing Momo about how she'd only got second place as their vice representative. But the more important matter, he'd spent every moment he could with Izuku to help him spread one for all across his entire body. But it was a task proving to be just impossible at the moment. When he would be close to nearing their goal, the power would just leave his body due to him not being used to it. But they both knew that with time and patience, he would control one for all and continue walking the path to becoming a hero. And now he has a new favorite hobby, teasing Izuku about Ochako. It was more than clear that Izuku had feelings for her, even if he was too stubborn to admit it. He's been scolded by Momo and approached by every other girl in their class, and of course due to his timid nature, he would stutter and act weird around them. But with Ochako, it's a different story entirely. His face always turns red, he's always blushing, and when that leaves, he talks to her with a confidence neither of them have ever had, even after 10 years of friendship. "Grandpa, I'm back," Hayato yelled as he opened the door to his home of over 10 years. He looked around, seeing the lights were still off and the curtains were still closed. "Grandpa." He looked around and went to the hallway to see the light to the bathroom on and the door closed. He heard what sounded like someone retching and rushed over to the door, knocking on it. "Are you okay?" "Why yeah, I'm fine," Kazumi yelled on the other side of the door. Hayato took a step back as the door opened, revealing his grandfather wiping his mouth with a red towel. "Sorry to worry you, I had a stomach bug when I woke up. If you're feeling sick, I'll stay home from class today to take care of you," Hayato said, making Kazuma shake his head. "No, son, I'll clean up in there and you just worry about getting ready to go to UA," Kazuma said as he weakly walked over to a nearby closet. Hayato sighed and walked over to his guardian, turning him to his bedroom. "Get into bed, old man. I'm taking care of you today," Hayato said as he walked his grandfather to his room and put him in his bed. He sighed and left the room, walking to the phone that they had on the wall nearby. He quickly dialed a number and waited for the other line to pick up. "Hello," All Might said as he picked up the other line. "All Might, it's Hayato." "Oh, young Kuryu, what can I do for you this morning?" "Well, I wanted to ask you for a favor. My grandpa woke up insanely sick this morning, and given his age, I'm gonna stay home today to take care of him." All Might went silent on the other line. "So I wanted you to let Mr. Aizawa know I won't be in today." "I see. Is something wrong?" Hayato asked as there was an odd hesitation in his mentor's voice. "Nothing, just a crime going on nearby. I'll let them know at UA. Take care and I'll see you later," All Might said as he hung up the call. Hayato chuckled before dialing another number, waiting for them to pick up as well. "Kazuma, Dr. Ishida, it's Hayato," Hayato said as his grandfather's friend picked up the phone. "Oh, Hayato, how are you?" "I'm doing good. How are your hero studies at UA?" "They're going fine. But Doc, I called you because my grandpa isn't feeling that well this morning." Now it was Dr. Ishida's turn to go silent on the other line. "I wanted to know if you could maybe come and check him out. He says it's just a stomach bug, but I'm not so sure." Hayato ... He never told you." "Told me what?" Hayato asked as he took the phone to the balcony. "Son, your grandfather has stage 4 lung cancer." Hayato nearly dropped the phone hearing this. It was at its end stages when they found it, so now it's terminal. I'm sorry to say this to you, but if your grandfather is in horrible condition ... then I'm afraid he won't live to see the end of this week. Thank you, Doc. I'll update you if anything else happens." Hayato hung up the call and looked at his hands, feeling them trembling. He quietly walked back into the apartment and walked over to the bathroom. He opened it and saw the floor and sink covered in blood splatters. Even the mirror had splatters on it. He picked up the towel and looked at the dark red splatters all over it, recognizing them as blood stains as well. He walked over to his grandfather's room to see him watching TV calmly. "Oh, you're not going to get ready?" Kazuma asked as Hayato sat down next to him. "Nah," I called out. "If my old man is sick, then why would I leave him alone?" Hayato asked, trying to control his trembling, especially when he might need me the most. "Oh, you're shivering. Here, don't get cold," Kazuma said as he pulled his blanket over his grandson, smiling while Hayato tried hiding the tears welling in his eyes. "Grandpa, what do you want for lunch?" Hayato asked hours later as he entered Kazuma's room. "I think I'll just have some soup, don't worry," Kazuma said, making Hayato nod. "Okay, I'll order some right now." "No, it's fine. I'm good enough to go out and get some fresh air," Kazuma said as he struggled to get out of bed. Hayato rushed over and helped him up, walking him over to his closet. "Hayato, I'm good. I'm not gonna help you get dressed, but I'll at least help you get some clothes," Hayato said as he grabbed a black shirt and sweatpants, handing them to his grandfather. "I'll get ready to go with you," Hayato said as he left the room to change his clothes as well. After 10 minutes, the two made their way out of their apartment and downstairs, greeting their other neighbors that they passed on the way down. "So where are we going?" "Well, the soup at that restaurant at the downtown station is really good." "All right then, let's go to the station," Hayato said as the two made their way down the sidewalk and continued for about 15 minutes until they reached the monorail station. The two got their tickets and made their way onto their train, with Hayato standing up while his grandfather got the last available seat. "Hayato, have a seat and I'll stand," Kazuma said as he struggled to stand up. "Age before beauty, come on, just sit down and relax," Hayato said, placing a hand on Kazuma's shoulder. The rest of the train ride was met with silence before they reached their stop, with Hayato helping Kazuma out of his seat and off the train. The two left the boarding area and made their way to a nearby restaurant. They sat down and a waitress immediately came over to them. "Good afternoon, how can I help you both today?" "Well, I'll have a pork cutlet bowl and my grandpa will have your soup of the day," Hayato said, speaking quickly before Kazuma could answer her. "And a drink, water for him and a cola for me." The waitress nodded and walked away with their order written down. Kazuma looked at his grandson confused while he paid attention to the people walking past them. "Hayato, yeah, is something wrong?" Hayato simply responded by shaking his head. "You've never missed class for me before. What's the matter?" "It's just..." Hayato let out a trembling breath as he tried to find a way avoiding of what he was told before. "Being at UA reminded me of how precious time can be. How one mistake can cost you everything. If I left you behind today to go to school, I could have come home to find you unable to move on the floor." "Hayato, please, it's just a stomach bug. You missed out on work a lot when I was a kid. I need to make that up to you in some way," Hayato said as the waitress returned and placed their drinks in front of them. "Son, you never need to worry about getting even with me. I raised you since you were barely a toddler. You paid me back by getting better and never giving me a reason to worry about you," Kazuma said as he struggled to drink his water. "What more could I ever ask from you? ... You never told me why my parents left me. Can you explain that to me now? I'm old enough now to understand," Hayato pleaded, making Kazuma sigh. He cleared his throat and sat back in his chair. "Your mother had a rocky relationship with her father. Her mother died after giving birth to her, and your grandfather took her death hard, leading her to always believe he resented her. But he never once blamed her for the loss of his wife. But when she reached her age, she met your father. She fell madly in love, and after 3 years, she got pregnant with you," Kazuma began as he felt the taste of blood in his mouth. He drank it down with water and looked at his grandson, who began hiding his eyes from him. "She ran away from home and I allowed them to live with me since your grandmother divorced me years before this. She gave birth to you and I began to take care of you so they could work to earn money. Your father began to rise up in his job and got your mother to work with him when he became supervisor at this accounting firm he worked at. By that point, you had already begun to walk and you were nearing the point where you would begin to talk. Then when you were about to turn 3, they offered your parents positions at a branch they were opening in America and they immediately jumped to it. I supported them accepting such well-paying jobs. But they had no intentions of taking you. I had been taking care of you daily, and when they were home, they would find reasons to leave and come back late at night to leave me in charge of you. So when they were preparing to leave, I gave them an ultimatum. They would take their jobs but find time to take care of you. Or they could leave you with me under the condition they were to never ask me for any help or involve themselves in your life once they did. And they cared more about the money than their mistake of a son," Hayato said under his breath. "Don't you dare start talking like that. They were children who made a mistake and didn't see the miracle they had created. Without you, I would have given up on life a long time ago. Hayato looked at his grandfather, who kept a serious demeanor. How is that right? I retired early so that every day I woke up, I could proudly see my grandson grow into the man he is today. And your parents couldn't even put 5 minutes aside for you. How is that? How is that right? You deserve better, especially from me. No, I didn't. I'm grateful for everything that I have. All the blessings I have in my life. Being enrolled into UA, my friends, I'm grateful for all of that. But you're what I'm most grateful for, Hayato said as he felt his tears begin to stream down his face. If it weren't for you, your patience, your courage, the will to keep going and be better. I learned all of that from you. More than anyone else, you're the one who showed me what it takes to be a good person. This time it was Kazuma's turn to begin to hold back his tears. For that I will always be grateful. Hayato stood up and walked over to his grandfather, giving him a tight hug. I just wish I had more time with you. So you could see me become a hero. It's all right, it's okay. I'm never gonna leave you, even when I'm gone, Kazuma said, kissing his grandson's head. Following their emotional lunch, the two walked through downtown Musutafu before suddenly on a TV screen above them, the news started playing. I'm here reporting from UA High School that has just been attacked by villains, a female reporter said on screen, making Hayato look up and his eyes widened. Apparently, the villains snuck in during what was supposed to be a rescue training mission and cornered the first-year Class 1A. Hayato and Kazuma looked in shock as they played a video of all of the Class 1A students leaving a domed building while dozens of villains were being arrested by police. The perpetrators are believed to call themselves the League of Villains and even managed to injure the heroes Eraserhead and 13 in the process. Luckily for the students, All Might arrived and defeated their heaviest hitter and bought time for the other faculty, all known pro heroes, to arrive and make the arrests on all but 2 villains. We'll bring you more updates as we get them. The news report stopped as the crowd that was currently watching all began to talk among themselves. Hayato turned to his grandfather, who nodded at him. Go, but you need to get home first. Hayato, go. Your friends need you. Hayato hesitantly began to walk away before running away towards the direction of UA. Hi, Kazuma sighed before feeling faint, beginning to fall to his knees. They'll always need you. Kazuma collapsed on the ground, making onlookers scream in horror while others began to dial for an ambulance. Damn it, I left them all behind. I could have helped them, Hayato thought to himself as after 20 minutes of running, he reached the gates of his high school, which was now being surrounded by the media. He gulped and ran into the crowd, reaching the entrance only to be stopped by a police officer. Stop. What is your business here? I go here, Hayato yelled as he dug into his pocket and pulled out his badge. My class was the one who was attacked. Please, I need to see my friends. The officer looked at his superior, who was standing nearby wearing a trench coat, who walked over to him. I'm Detective Tsukachi. I'm a friend of All Might's. You're the missing student, right? Yes, sir. We've been waiting for you. Come this way, Tsukachi said as he led Hayato onto school grounds while a bus finished making its way to the parking lot. He turned to see Tenya, Achako, and the others coming off, the majority of them looking frazzled. Go see them and then meet me in the infirmary. Guys, the class turned to see Hayato running at them, making the majority of them smile. Hayato, Kuryu. Hayato ran up to them and looked at them worriedly. I'm so sorry I wasn't here, but my grandpa he's. Hayato said, visibly shaking. Kuryu, we understand. We all felt happier that at least one of us was safe from harm, Momo said as she walked forward to him. Yes, this was all too dangerous a situation for you to wish to have been there. But, Hayato, what's wrong with your grandpa? Achako, as she realized what Hayato was saying before. He's dying, Hayato said, clenching his fists. I wanted to spend today with him because I thought he was just sick normally. But now that I know that he could die any day now. And now that you guys could have been too. Can't. I just can't. Hayato struggled to keep his composure before Momo pulled him in for a hug. It's okay. But Midoriya broke his legs using his quirk, Momo said, making Hayato's eyes widen. Go to him. A boy with half white, half red hair said, walking forward. Momo let go of Hayato while he took a step back. Todoroki, everyone. He activated his quirk and took off, heading into the building, and as fast as he could, ran to the infirmary. He slammed the door open to see Tsukachi, All Might, and Izuku all there waiting for him. Young Kuryu. Hayato, you did it again. I thought you had control over it. Hayato closed the door and walked over to Izuku's bedside, hiding his eyes from his best friend. It was a spur of the moment to save All Might. Young Kuryu, you look tired, All Might said, making Hayato punch the window behind him. My best friend got hurt. My class got attacked by villains. My teacher's in the hospital. Death is knocking on my grandpa's fucking door. How am I supposed to be? Hayato yelled as tears continued streaming down his face. What the fuck even happened? There's a group of villains known as the League of Villains. I've been investigating them for a long time. And as it looks, the leader of today's attack was responsible for the UA security door being destroyed the other day. He has the ability to disintegrate anything he touches. We also have a villain that can warp, so that's new information as well. But for now, all we know is All Might was their target. Sukachi was interrupted by Hayato's phone ringing. He didn't recognize the number and cleared his throat, answering the call. Hello, almost immediately. Hayato dropped his phone when he heard what they were calling him for. Hayato, my grandpa ... he's in the hospital, Hayato said, making Izuku and All Might's eyes widen. I have to go. Wait, All Might said as Izuku limped out of bed and Sukachi stood up. Sukachi, can you take him? Of course, I'm coming too, Izuku said as the three of them rushed out of the room and out of the school. Grandpa, Hayato yelled as he and Izuku ran down the halls of Mustafu General to the room they had said Kazuma was in. They reached the room and ran inside to see Kazuma laying down on a bed, strapped to a heart monitor with a doctor standing next to him. Hayato, Kazuma said weakly as his grandson ran over to his side. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Beep, forget that. Grandpa, please hold on. Beep, I'm sorry son ... You should tell him your goodbyes now, the doctor said as he left the room, leaving the three alone in the room. Beep, Izuku ... Will you promise me something? Kazuma asked as Izuku walked over to his side. He nodded as he held back his tears while Hayato's were falling all over his grandfather's bed sheets. Take care of him ... Keep him out of trouble. Make sure he marries someone worth marrying. And make sure that I don't see him on the other side until he's as old as me. Beep, I promise. Beep, you can't leave me. You need to see me become a hero you'd be proud of, Hayato yelled, grabbing his grandfather's hand. Beep, what? Hayato, from the moment you were born, you were my hero. You saved me more than you think. I'll always be proud of you, Kazuma said as he placed his left hand on his grandson's cheek. I love you ... so much. He gave him one last smile before closing his eyes, letting his hand drop as the last ounce of life that was in his body passed on. Izuku began to cry and Hayato began to scream while all they heard was the flatline coming from the heart monitor. If you want, you can leave your bags in Izuku's room while I set up an air mattress for you, Inko said as she led the two boys into the Midoriya home. Following Kazuma's death, she was called by the doctors to come pick them up under orders from the now-deceased Kiryu. She took them to his apartment, get clothes for Hayato as she would be taking care of him until his new guardian was ready to take him in. Hayato nodded and walked to the living room and sat down on the sofa, hiding his now red eyes from the older Midoriya. Would you like anything? Tea, water, milk? She was met with him slowly shaking his head. Whatever you need, I'm here for you. Hayato, Izuku asked as he sat next to him. You know, Yaoyorozu was really worried about you today. Hayato slowly moved his head to look at him. When she saw that you weren't there, she immediately asked me where you were. I told her you were at home and she accepted that it was probably an emergency. But you know, the scariest part of today wasn't the villains that attacked us. It was how the idea that you let them know where we would be somehow went around for a minute. Hayato turned his head to keep looking down. It was an idea that a teacher had thought of, but Principal Nezu quickly shut it down, as did we. Yaoyorozu vouched for you as much as I did, saying how you were nothing like that and that you had no clue about our training today to begin with. Then the whole class rallied together to cover for you while you were dealing with your grandpa. Hayato began trembling. I made the mistake of pushing myself to 100% today, but I knew that if you were there, you would have done the same thing I did if it was to protect me, All Might, or anyone else. Mr. Aizawa wasn't the most thrilled about you not being there today, but he understood why, so I'm guessing he found out in his own way. I know you don't want to talk or anything while you're mourning, but we need to make him proud. Together, we have the whole weekend to spend together and help me control One for All. And if you ever need anything, you can always come to me too, Izuku said before the two heard a knock at the door. Inko walked over to the door and opened it, being met with Ochako and Tenya standing in front of it. Oh, hello, are Kiryu and Midoriya here? Tenya asked, earning a nod from Inko. I'm Inko, Izuku's mother, and both of them are in the living room. She guided them inside and both walked into the living room to see Hayato and Izuku on the sofa. Izuku looked at them and shook his head, making the two look at the floor. Hayato ... Are you okay? Ochako asked, only to be met with silence. We came to see you. Everyone in the class, when you said why you were absent, all came together to make this for you, Tenya said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He sat it on the coffee table and pressed play while a video started. Hey Hayato, it's Mina, a completely pink girl yelled as she appeared on the screen as the camera went around to the whole class. And Tsuyu, a green-haired girl with her tongue sticking out. And Kirishima, a spiky red-haired boy said as his arms suddenly hardened like rock. And Kaminari. Denki gave a thumbs up. Gyro too. Kyoka shyly waved. Shoji, a white-haired boy with 6 arms, all webbed together, waved. Toru, nothing was on the screen but a pair of gloves that was waving. Siro, a black-haired boy with what looked like rolls on his elbows, giving a peace sign. Ajiro, a blonde-haired boy with a muscular tail, said, nodding. Takoyami, a boy with what looked like a bird's head, said, nodding as well. Koda, a boy with what looked like a rock-shaped head, quietly said as he waved. Shinso, a purple-haired boy, plainly said before looking away. Aoyama, a blonde-haired boy that somehow looked as if he was sparkling, said, making a pose. And Yaoyorozu. Now the camera focused on Momo. We know that you must feel so guilty about what happened along with your emotions about your grandfather. But all of us here, Class 1A, we're sending you this message because we care about you. You're as important here as any one of us. You were safe from physical danger while you were hurting emotionally at home. We all hope you come to class on Monday. This class just isn't the same when you're not here, Momo said with a slight blush before the video ended. We were all worried, Tenya said, placing a hand on Hayato's shoulder. And we understand that you must feel alone without him. But you're not alone. No one from Class 1A will ever be alone because we all have each other's backs, Ochako said as she stood next to Izuku. Especially you two. Both of you combined are like All Might. Deku has his strength and you have his speed. And together you give us hope and inspire us to make us want to be better. Now come on, are you going to continue this journey to become a hero with us? Tenya was met with Hayato standing up with more tears falling down his cheeks. But when they all saw, he had a big smile on his face, making them smile as well. You guys are the best ... Just please let me stop crying. I'm gonna be dehydrated as shit if you guys keep this up, Hayato said, wiping the tears from his eyes. Good morning, Izuku yelled as he slid open the door to Class 1A. The class greeted him happily before the majority looked behind him. Sorry, guys, Hayato isn't with me. The class all groaned sadly before he waved his hands up. No, he's here. He just went to see Principal Nezu before coming here. So did his grandpa actually pass away? Midoriya, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked, making Izuku nod. Right after he arrived here, his grandpa had collapsed and sent to the hospital. He passed away right after he told him goodbye, Izuku said as he placed his book bag on his desk. Poor guy, is he alright? Ijiro asked, earning a sigh from Izuku. He looked better on Friday, but this weekend he spent it working out. Poor guy, Denki said, sitting back in his chair. I'm not surprised, Tenya said, speaking up. Death affects everyone differently. Friday may as well have been the worst day in Kiryu's life, Tenya said as he cleaned his glasses. But let's try to cheer him up. Come on everyone, let's give him a big welcome when he walks in, Mina said before they heard the door open. They all turned to see Hayato walking in with an exhausted look on his face. Good morning, everyone, Hayato said, raising a hand to greet his class. He trudged over to his seat and sat down, looking at the board. You okay, bud? Denki asked, earning a nod from the boy. What did Principal Nezu want to talk to you about? Kyoka asked, making Hayato sigh. I understand this is a difficult time for you. If you need anyone to help you or even just talk to you, all of the faculty are willing to assist you. Hayato sat across from a humanoid mouse with 2 cups of tea between them. I'm fine. I appreciate the offer. You know, Hayato, a lot of times our emotions, even the strongest ones, can begin to waver when we hit our lowest points, Nezu said, taking a sip from his tea. Anger is a gateway to revenge. Loss can fog our judgment and make us do things we normally wouldn't. What we do when it happens can define who we are for the rest of our lives. He watched as Hayato reached for his backpack. You're an amazing student and a promising hero. I just hope you understand what I'm trying to warn you about. Those villains made their way here to try to harm us in an attempt to declare war. And chances are a lot of them are fueled by emotions such as that. He told me that the faculty will be there to support me if I needed anything, and that was it, Hayato said before the door opened. The class looked in a mix of shock and horror as Aizawa walked in, bandaged from head to toe with his arms in slings. Mr. Aizawa ... Aren't you supposed to be in the hospital? Momo asked as he took his place in front of the class. Time is limited. I can't waste it in bed. Besides, I'm just here to let you all know that coming up we have an important event, the UA Sports Festival. The class lit up hearing this announcement. It's in 2 weeks. From now on you can use your time in the afternoon and on campus to train. That's all, plus ultra and all that crap. Homeroom is dismissed. As quickly as he came in, Aizawa quickly made his way out. The entire class, minus the typical quiet ones, all erupted into different conversations. This is so exciting, Ochako yelled as she happily jumped out of her seat. And so many pros are gonna be watching, Ijiro said, running hands through his red spiky hair. Yes, this is an important occasion for all of us, Momo said before noticing how Hayato stayed quiet in his seat, the complete opposite of how he normally would be. Kairi, speed freak. Hayato looked up to see Katsuki standing over him, with a somewhat more muscular appearance to him. What are you so damn quiet for? Just thinking, Bakugo. I'm gonna crush you at the festival, but you better make it worth my time. Kaken. I don't think Izuku responded by Hayato standing up to look at Katsuki dead in the eyes. I'm gonna leave you in the dust, I can promise you that, Hayato said, making Katsuki chuckle. That's the spirit. Don't you dare go easy on me. The same goes for you, Deku, Katsuki said, turning his attention to Izuku, who jumped slightly at this. If you hold back for even a moment, I'll fucking kill you. You got that? Maybe working on sprints would help, Hayato said, cracking his neck after school. He was currently on the field dressed in his PE uniform while his other classmates were in the nearby training facility. Or maybe you should just train like any other person. He turned around to see Hitoshi Shinso walking over to him with his hand on the back of his neck. Shinso, what do you want? So damn cold. I just wanted to talk. About? Well, for starters, I just want to say I had no part in that sappy-ass video they made for you. I was forced to be in it by that psycho. Second of all, I just wanted to talk. Well, you talked. So, bye, Hayato said as he prepared to run. Before he could, he sighed and turned to face Hitoshi. I'm curious, how did you even pass anyway? Well, my quirk is brainwashing. I thought it would hold me back from passing the practical part of the entrance exams. But you can't brainwash robots, so what the hell did you do? I brainwashed people to get out of the way if they were in trouble. Apparently that adds up rescue points. I wouldn't have passed, but apparently some twerp with some glue ball quirk had ripped off a girl's shirt and bra with his balls by accident and then proudly groped her. So they disqualified him, and that made me the 36th place person for the exam. Hitoshi explained, rubbing the back of his neck. Damn, but you know, I think it's cool you joined the hero course, Hayato said, crossing his arms. Hitoshi looked at him in surprise while he sighed. A quirk that can brainwash people would be used for evil. That's no question. I'm sure people would have thought that about you, but look at Mr. Aizawa. You could say his quirk can be an evil quirk, but at the same time so could anyone else's. It's not the tool, it's the person using the tool that matters, Hayato said before nodding at him. You know, I'm gonna crush you at the festival, Hitoshi said, surprising Hayato. It goes without question just how much help you would have been on Friday. It isn't as fast as you, and you would have been able to take out more villains than any of us. I could barely make those assholes turn on each other when you could have easily knocked them out. I'm gonna outshine you when the festival happens, you can count on that. Hitoshi turned around to leave, not noticing Hayato was beginning to tremble while clenching his fists. Once he was gone, Hayato fell to the ground and began punching it as hard as he could with the side of his fist, before letting out a loud scream signifying his guilt and frustration. Oh, Hayato, dinner is ready, Inko said as Hayato walked in, covered in dirt and scratches. He nodded and went to the table, seeing a plate with a fish on it and a bowl of rice. If you want more, I can. It's perfect. You're doing enough for me as it is, Hayato said as he grabbed a pair of chopsticks and began digging in. You've been like a second son to me and a brother to Izuku. If anyone's done enough for anyone, it's you for us, Inko said as she ran her hands through his hair. I know this isn't the right time, but the funeral date is set for next Sunday. Is that fine with you? It's fine. Will both of you come with me? Of course, Inko said as she walked into the kitchen to start washing dishes. But you know, I mean what I said. If anything, the hope you gave Izuku when you came into our lives saved me from the guilt about that quirkless diagnosis. I began eating out of guilt. If I had continued, I may have gained a few pounds, Inko said as Hayato looked at her confused. As from when he had met her, she had always been a slender woman. But when you came and told me you were going to make sure he could be a hero, no matter what, I was relieved. It was like God had sent me the answer to my prayers with you, because the way you had said those words. Somehow I knew you meant it. But I didn't really do anything. It was all him. But you were there to protect him from bullies. You always looked on the brighter side of things. You gave him hope like that All Might video never could, because someone actually knew that he could be a hero, Inko said as she dried her hands. She walked out of the kitchen and looked at the boy with a warm smile. I would have loved to adopt you, but your grandfather was adamant that your new guardian was more than up for taking care of you. But until they're ready, this is your home. Even then, this will always be your home. Thank you. I appreciate it, Hayato said as he finished up his dinner and looked around, realizing his best friend was nowhere to be found. And Izuku? He's down at Dagoba Beach, he said when you finished eating. To go see him, he said he had something to show you. Izuku? Hayato asked as he made his way down to the sand at Dagoba Beach. He looked around before a green blur landed in front of him, revealing Izuku with a victorious grin on his face. What's this? I did it. I finally did it. At an output of 5%. This is one for all, full cowling, Izuku said as the energy of one for all surged through his body in a constant stream as green energy sparked off him. I've spent all weekend trying to master it, and now I have one for all coursing through every part of my body. Nice, Hayato said before turning around. Where are you going? Home. I want to relax after a long day, Hayato said as he walked up to the steps to leave. Izuku landed in front of him and looked at him with a serious demeanor. What are you doing? I know you're hurting. But is being such a dick really worth it? Izuku said, making Hayato grit his teeth. Izuku, I'm exhausted. Is that not clear? It's not. You want to avoid me. That's what it is. It's the sports festival, isn't it? Izuku asked while Hayato stayed quiet. Why are you so worried about the festival? Do you think a pro will not see how amazing you are? Izuku asked, walking up to him. I just barely got the hang of this power. You've had yours for years. What are you so worried about? Do you think this is all about impressing some heroes? Do you think that's all I care about? Izuku flinched as Hayato snapped. Damn it, Izuku, why can't you understand? You're not just my best friend ... You're more than that. You're my damn brother. I was nothing but useless when you all needed me on Friday. Everybody I left behind all got hurt in some way, and it even took my grandpa from me. Hayato yelled as tears welled up in his eyes. You got hurt. Ochako was hurt. Ada was shook up for once. And Momo could have been killed. Both of you could have been killed. I could have helped you. I could have done everything I could to help all of you. What kind of hero leaves the people he cares about behind? Hayato yelled, letting his tears fall. Mr. Aizawa is hurt and broken nearly everywhere. Even All Might's limit is barely at an hour now. I could have prevented that. Hayato ... You don't know that, Izuku said, reaching for him. Hayato slapped his hand away and fell to his knees on the sand. I do know that. I'm the fastest person in class. Even if I didn't go top speed, I could have helped everyone out and still had the energy to keep going. I can't look anyone in class in the eyes without thinking about how safe they would have been if I had just shown up to class. And then what? Your grandpa dies at home and you feel guilty about that instead, Izuku yelled, making Hayato stop screaming. No one blames you ... and no one expects a lot from you ... but that doesn't mean you should beat yourself up over it. Damn it, Hayato, I understand perfectly what you mean. But what does that festival have to do with anything? It's my chance to be better than I already am. To see if I have what it takes to make my old man proud. I don't want to win, but I don't want to lose either. Then don't lose. Your grandpa died happily knowing that his last day was spent with the person he loved the most in the world. But if he was here right now, he'd kick your ass for being like this, Izuku yelled, making Hayato stand and wipe his tears. If you think you would have protected us on Friday, then go ahead and think that. But what I know is that the moment I saw those villains walk through that warp guy's portal, I knew that I was relieved that you were safe from harm. You know how useful I could have been to all of you ... Why are you acting like I wouldn't? I never said you wouldn't have been. What I'm saying is that what happened already happened. You don't need to beat yourself up over it, Izuku said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Looking at all the villains that showed up, I realized just how inexperienced we really are. The hero world isn't sunshine and rainbows. It's an unforgiving place that will chew you up and spit you out if you're not prepared for it. As the next symbol of peace, it's my duty to be prepared so that whatever dangers come our way again will be dealt with. Izuku was met with silence. But if that's really what's bothering you ... then be someone he would definitely be proud of, Izuku said before turning to look at the ocean. He sat down on the sand to look at the moon's reflection on the water while Hayato did the same. All Might told me he had used up most of his time in his muscle form by dealing with crimes that morning. He was supposed to be at USJ to begin with, but he had to take a break to build up some stamina. Even if you were there, All Might would have still had to push himself to fight a villain that had multiple quirks at once. The same goes for what happened with Mr. Aizawa and 13. They jumped into action to try to give us a chance to escape. They wound up being overpowered, and even if you were there, they would have risked their lives to make sure you were safe too. Everyone had an issue that pushed us to know what it means to be a hero, to know just how deadly villains can truly be. But what you saw was the other aspect of it, the feeling where you know you could help someone but you know you can't be everywhere at once. You can't save everyone, but you can always help someone. I just know I could have helped. Then be that kind of hero. Hayato looked at Izuku, surprised by his statement. You have the speed to do it. You might not be able to reach everyone ... but be a hero that saves everyone he can reach. Just like you saved me all those years ago. Seeing you like this ... it just bothers me. You called me the smarter one out of the two of us, but you're also the most optimistic out of us. You had the heart of a hero from the very beginning. You can't just let one moment bring you down, Izuku said, standing up. He turned and extended his hand to his best friend, who then grabbed it tightly. You and I are gonna be at the top of the sports festival, and we're gonna do it together. What was it Bakugo said once? Hayato asked as he stood up with Izuku's help. Deku and Speed Freak, a pair of losers who'll stay at the bottom. We have a chance to show him in the world. We'll show them the next generation has what it takes. We're gonna stand at the top, and with your strength and my speed, together we'll look at them and say, we're here. During the next 2 weeks after Aizawa announced the sports festival, all of Class 1 has spent their free time trying to enhance their abilities. As Aizawa had said later on, this was only one of 3 chances to show pro heroes in the world what they could do, so they began dedicating themselves to physical and mental training to reach for the top. But the 4 who were putting in the most work, at least in the eyes of their teachers and classmates, were Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Hayato Kuryu, and Izuku Midoriya. Shoto spent most of his time training his right side, increasing the speed and power of the ice he could create from it. Katsuki began to work on strengthening his explosions by spending hours on end firing them until his muscles couldn't handle the strain. But Hayato and Izuku were the ones they were most surprised by, especially All Might. He'd spent his free time looking over them and seeing how the two began practicing how to use their quirks in combat. Izuku spent his time keeping the force of his attacks at the 5% limit he set on himself while also adapting to his newfound speed that would rival his best friend's. Meanwhile, Hayato was learning to use his speed to increase the force of his attacks, while also setting his own limit as to how to keep a constant speed without draining all of his energy in seconds. Both began to show up to class with marks and bruises, but their training was proving to be the most effective for them as they neared Kazuma's funeral. They would begin the moment they were allowed to train on campus, before heading home and continuing their practice at Dagoba Beach, where they would either race on the sand to increase their speed, or spar in the water to increase the muscles in their arms and legs. Seeing how dedicated they were, All Might couldn't help but contact his former mentor, Sorahiko, to let him know about their progress. Sorahiko had already agreed to go to the sports festival in person to see his grandson for once, but now he was interested in Izuku and curious to see how the fruits of their training will show once the day arrived. "Boys, are you ready?" Inko asked, dressed in a black dress, as she knocked on Izuku's bedroom door. The door opened to reveal Izuku and Hayato both wearing all black suits and ties. Today was Kazuma's funeral, and 5 days before the UA Sports Festival. They made their way out of the apartment and downstairs to where a dark green-haired man wearing a suit similar to the boys stood by a waiting car. "Hisashi, Inko, Izuku, Hayato," Hisashi said before planting a kiss on Inko's forehead. "Dad," Izuku said, hugging his father. "Hisashi," Hayato said, shaking his hand. "Thank you for coming. Your grandfather treated me well the times I came to visit. It's the least I could do," Hisashi said before opening the door for his wife to enter. The two entered the back seat while Hisashi entered the driver's side and the four left to where Kazuma's funeral was being held. "Dad, how long are you staying?" Izuku asked as they came to a red light. He bit his lip from disappointment as he remembered how his father took a position abroad and rarely came home unless it was the holidays, his wedding anniversary, or any of their birthdays. He sat back as he knew the answer was going to be the same as always. 2 days, then he has to return to work in California. "I dunno, maybe long enough to see my son compete in the UA Sports Festival," Hisashi said, making the eyes from the other three widen. "I wasn't here to congratulate you for making it in. I wish I was. I know I haven't been around much in your life, but I saved of my vacation days to be here until next Sunday. This is one of the biggest moments in my only son's life. What kind of father would I be if I missed out on that?" Hisashi said, making Inko and Izuku tear up. "I set my DVR back in America to record it so I can show it to my friends when I go back. But I got tickets for me and your mother to see both of you compete that day." "Hayato," a balding old man said as the Midoriyas and Hayato reached the church and exited their car. He walked over and hugged the boy, who returned the hug. "Dr. Ishida, is everyone here?" Hayato asked, earning a nod from the old man. He looked inside to see everyone his grandfather had ever been friends with, work with, even the neighbors who he had been on good terms with were all in attendance. "But I want you to know that they're here too." "You don't mean?" Inko and Izuku asked, earning a nod from the doctor. Hayato looked past the crowd to see a white-haired woman and a black-haired man, both of who were talking to the neighbor who had known Kazuma the longest as well as his old boss. "Hayato, are those your parents?" Hisashi asked, earning a nod from the younger Kuryu, Toa and Reito Kuryu, "The parents who ditched me a long time ago," Hayato said before Dr. Ishida placed a hand on his back. "Son, I wanted you to know that you and your father will be both giving speeches today. If you want, you can go after him. But Kazuma said that the person he wanted the most to speak, when he passed, was you." "I will. Don't worry. My father was an amazing man," Reito said as he began to give his eulogy to the crowd. An hour after the service had begun, he knew that there was nothing more satisfying than a hard day's work. "He used to tell me that nothing in this world is free, and that there is no form of currency in the world that is not earned easily. After my mother divorced him, I thought his world was going to end, and I was nearly right. I saw my father enter a depression that I thought he would never come back from. But I guess once he saw that I had found the woman of my dreams, he had found a new meaning to his life because he actually seemed happy for once. I may not have been in contact with him for a while, but there is no part of me that doesn't miss him and wish we had solved our differences before he passed." "Thank you," Reito said, earning claps from the crowd, and made his way back to his seat next to his wife. Dr. Ishida then stood up and walked up to the front, clearing his throat. "As Kazuma's best friend, I would like one more person to come up and say a few words." Kazuma's grandson, Hayato, Toa and Reito gasped as they had finally seen their son after nearly 13 years, with Toa especially seeing the resemblance he shared with her father, especially from the height and spiky white hair he now had. "Thank you. My grandpa was. I don't know what to say honestly," Hayato said as he took out a piece of paper to begin reading off it. He sighed and crumpled the paper, throwing it towards Izuku. He caught it and handed it to his father, who quickly put it in his hands and blew a small stream of fire, quickly burning it. Hayato rubbed his eyes and jammed his hands into his pockets, looking at the photo of the old man behind him as well as his coffin. He was everything to me. He was the only father figure I ever had. He was the one who used to go to my room when I had a nightmare and be with me until I slept. He used to take me to the park to play when he saw that I was bored. He never once gave up on me, even considering how old he was becoming. He retired early to raise me, and I didn't know about that until recently. He told me that I had saved him from giving up on life, and I think he was wrong. I think he was the one who saved me from giving up. There's not a second now that I don't miss him, that I wake up in my new home and think he's going to open the door and say it's time to go back home. But it doesn't mean I'm giving up. Everything I have now is thanks to him. He took a deep breath to compose himself while the Midoriyas smiled at him, as did everyone else listening. The values he taught me got me into the best high school in all of Japan. I'm currently enrolled in the hero course of UA. High thanks to what he taught me. The respect he taught me to give has me in good standing with my teachers and the people currently taking care of me. The love he gave me is now the love I have for the people who have been by my side and cared for me as long as I can remember, even the people who are standing by my side right now. From just spending time with him for so long, he gave me the courage to follow my dreams and become a hero. I know he's watching over me right now like a guardian angel, and I will forever cherish the time I spent with him. As the grandson of Kazuma Kiryu, I swear on this day to be a hero that's fast enough to reach everyone that needs my help. He always believed I will be a great hero. And in memory of my grandpa, that's exactly what I'll spend the rest of my life trying to be. Thank you all for coming, Hayato said before bowing to the crowd. The crowd erupted into applause as many teared up seeing Hayato as a younger version of Kazuma during his speech. He took his seat next to Izuku, who happily patted his back while Hisashi proudly nodded at him and Inko wiped tears from her eyes. Following Hayato's speech, the service then ended as the coffin was then taken to be cremated. The four stayed and said one last goodbye to Kazuma's tombstone before returning to their car. But before Hisashi pulled out, he noticed Reito and Toa walking towards their car and turned to look at Hayato in the back seat. I know you might say no ... but do you maybe want to talk to your parents? He was met with silence and Hayato shaking his head. It was only a question, I'm not gonna make you, Hisashi said before putting the car in reverse and driving off back to their home. As they drove off, Hayato had made eye contact with his parents, who looked at him in surprise before it changed to disappointment. Do you think we should have said something to him back there? Reito asked, looking at his wife. She shook her head and let out a deep sigh. Your father was the only one to ever give him a parent's love. After we left him behind, I knew we had made a mistake by doing that to him. But when I saw him today ... all I saw was my own father. Was that bad? No ... it made me realize that I had a mistake leaving my dad alone too. I don't think either of them will ever forgive me for hurting them that way, Toa said as she entered their car. I still love my father to this day. The same with Hayato ... My teenage angst got in the way and cost me the two most important people in my life. Hayato will forgive us one day. And I know Sorahiko definitely still loves you too, Reito said, rubbing his wife's back as she began to cry. How do you know? My dad was never one to hold a grudge. If our son is anything like either of our dads, he will find it within himself to forgive us. And Sorahiko told you the day you left, his door will always be open to you. He might be an old man now, but that old man still took care of you after losing the love of his life, Reito said before looking at the envelope and the cup holder with the UA logo on it. I just hope he won't be mad if he finds out. Today was the day. The day Class 1 had spent the past 2 weeks preparing themselves day and night for the UA Sports Festival. It was early in the morning, yet crowds were already pouring in to fill the stadium, whether it was heroes, civilians, or the media. Inko and Hisashi had already dropped off Izuku and Hayato, so the two were already in the locker rooms, getting ready with everyone else. The talk of the town was to keep their eyes on the first years, more specifically Class 1A. Following the attack on USJ, there was doubt as to whether holding such a public event was a smart idea for UA. But Principal Nezu along with the other faculty assured everyone that security was quintupled and no harm was to befall anyone that day. Are you guys ready? Ijiro asked as he slammed his fist into his hand. I wonder what's gonna happen in the first round, Mina said as she and Mashura were stretching. It doesn't matter, we have to work with whatever cards they deal us, Fumikage said as he sat down calmly. The door then slammed open to reveal Tenya running into the room. Everyone, are you ready? We will be entering soon, Tenya announced, making everyone who was sitting down stand up. Izuku took a deep breath and prepared to head out before someone caught his attention. Midoriya, Shoto said as he walked up to him. This surprised everyone, especially Hayato, Katsuki, and Ochako. Looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than you. I'm a ... not sure how to respond to that. All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Shoto asked, catching both of All Might's disciples off guard. I'm not trying to pry about that, but I'm going to beat you," Shoto said as he gave Izuku an ice-cold glare. "Oh, is the best in the class making a declaration of war?" Denki asked as Ijiro walked over to the two. "Come on, why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Everything's about to start," Ijiro said, placing his hand on Shoto's shoulder. He responded by pushing his hand off and continued glaring at Izuku. "We're not here to play at being friends, so why does it even matter?" Shoto asked before beginning to walk away. "Todoroki, I don't know what you're thinking when you say you'll beat me, but it's clear you were better than me. You're more capable than anyone else, and looking at it objectively, you are the superior person in every way," Izuku said before he stared at Shoto, with determination burning in his eyes. "I'm going to give everything I've got today, if that's what we're doing," Hayato said as he walked over to where Hitoshi and Katsuki were both sitting. "Then I want both of you to bring it on." Hitoshi just smirked at this while Katsuki glared at him. He smirked and stood up, keeping his eyes locked onto him. "I'm gonna crush you, and then I'll take down Deku and that icy hot bastard. Then you better stay at the top," Hayato said, walking past Katsuki. "Hey," President Mike's voice echoed through the stadium, making the audience erupt into cheers. "Pay attention, audience, swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescents that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage." Trumpets began to sound, and the crowd and faculty watched intently as Class 1A proudly walked into the middle of the arena with Hayato and Izuku leading the pack. It's the huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Everyone give a big round of applause for Hero Courses Class 1A. Hisashi and Inko began to cheer loudly as they spotted the two. While on the other side of the stadium, Reito and Toa sat and immediately located their son. They haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. Hero Courses Class 1B. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. Support Courses Classes F, G, and H are here too. And finally, Business Courses Classes I, J, and K. All of UA's first years are here now. The middle of the arena then filled up as the remaining first-year students as the crowd began applauding louder. Time for the player pledge. The majority of the male students and even the men in the crowd all fought blushes or controlling themselves as a woman wearing a skin-tight white bodysuit under dominatrix clothing walked onto a metal stage with a whip in her hand. Someone should talk to Ms. Midnight about what she's wearing," Ijiro said as both he and Denki were both blushing at the woman as well. "That costume should come with a warning label. Is that really appropriate apparel for a high school event?" Fumikage asked, making Hayato shake his head. "Quiet." Representing the students is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Midnight announced, making Katsuki begin to walk over to where she stood. Everyone in Class 1A hesitantly watched as they knew what Katsuki was about to announce to everyone. "I pledge ... to be number 1. Katsuki said, plainly making everyone in Class 1A sigh or scream. "I knew he'd do that." The crowd of students then erupted into boos or insults while Katsuki kept his back turned to them. "Why are you doing something so disgraceful?" Tenya asked angrily, waving his arm at Katsuki. "At least be a nice bouncy step for me to jump off of," Katsuki said as he walked down to rejoin the crowd. "You see what he's doing, Izuku?" Hayato asked, earning a nod from his best friend. "He's driving himself into a corner." Katsuki walked past them and bumped shoulders with both of them. "But it's just like him to get everyone tangled in his mess. Now, let's get started right away. Every year, many drink their own tears here. Now, here's the first game," Midnight announced as a screen appeared behind her, with a roulette spinning on it. This year, it's... The roulette stopped and revealed the first game of the festival. The obstacle race. All 11 classes will participate. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. The screen then showed the outside of the stadium and a circle with 3 different points highlighted as arrows went through them. "The selling point of our school is freedom, so as long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do." A nearby gate opened and all the students crowded in front of it as they prepared themselves to run. 3 green lights lit up above the gate, and as quickly as they turned on, one light turned off, then the other. The majority of the students took a deep breath as the last light was ready to turn off. Start. The last light went off and all hell broke loose as all the students tried forcing themselves through the small exit at once, shoving each other to make it through first. "Okay, here's the play-by-play. Are you ready to do the commentary, mummy man?" President Mike asked as he turned to see the still bandaged Aizawa sitting next to him. "You're the one who forced me to come. Let's get started right away, mummy man. What should we pay attention to in the early stages?" "This part right now." Inside the exit, it was absolute carnage. Every student trying to force their way through, separating all of Class 1A. The next thing they all knew, a blast of cold air went through the exit into the outside, freezing the majority of the students in place. Shoto then burst through as the ground behind him froze. "If you can't handle that, then there's no way you deserve to be a hero." Shoto yelled before turning around to see Mashirao jumping, Katsuki propelling himself off the ground, and Momo creating a pole to vault over the ice. Hold up, Katsuki yelled before two blurs rushed past them on the walls. The ones currently running minus for Shoto stopped running and watched in shock as they recognized the blurs. What's this? The crowd watched in amazement as the cameras focused and saw that Hayato and Izuku were running on the walls using their quirks until they passed Shoto. The three stopped as the ground began to rumble, and from it, the robot villains from the practical exam appeared with 3 0-pointers towering over them. The first obstacle is called Robo, and for present mic was cut off as the three leaders activated their quirks. Out of my way. Hayato ran past the villains. Izuku used full cowling to punch through the legs of 0-pointer, and Shoto froze another in place and ran past it. The 0-pointers that both Izuku and Shoto attacked crashed into one another and into the ground, blocking off the path for the other students. The first ones through the first barrier are Shoto Todoroki, Hayato Kuryu, and Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Present mic announced, making the crowd cheer, especially Inko, while Hisashi looked at his son in shock. But how will they fare against the second obstacle? All three arrived at the second obstacle and looked at the makeshift canyon with poles connecting around to the platforms leading to the other side. This isn't gonna slow me down. Shoto jumped onto one of the poles and began to slide forward by creating ice under his right foot and making more behind him to push him. That goes for me too, Izuku yelled as he activated full cowling and began to jump across to each platform as quickly as Shoto was making it to them too. Wait, you bastards. Hayato took a step back and activated his quirk before doing the same as Izuku until all three reached the other side. But when they turned around, Katsuki was hot on their tails in the air, firing explosion after explosion to boost himself. Damn it, Katsuki yelled as he landed behind them and joined the three to fight for first. And now it's time for the last barrier, a minefield. It's set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. Present mic announced as the four reached a long strip of land with raised clumps of dirt visible across every inch of it. This doesn't affect me, Katsuki yelled as he jumped forward and used his explosions to soar through the air. Wait, Bakugo, Shoto yelled as he froze the ground in front of him to make a walkway. I'm not gonna lose, Izuku yelled as he used full cowling to jump across the ground, narrowly missing each mine. This isn't where I fall behind, Hayato yelled as he ran through the minefield, even stepping on the mines, but narrowly avoiding the pink explosions that followed. The four quickly made their way through the last obstacle before feeling their powers reach their limits. They deactivated their quirks once they were clear of the minefield and ran as fast as they could through the home stretch leading back to the stadium. These kids are insane. The other first years are barely past the second obstacle. What are you even teaching them, Eraser? I didn't do anything. They fired themselves up on their own, Aizawa said as he, while no one could see it happen, proudly watched his four students enter the hallway. To be number one, it's all anyone wants. But my students shoot for the top by challenging one another. UA, Sports Festival, first year stage. Who could have predicted how this turned out? The first person back in the stadium is. The crowd watched as out of the four shadows becoming more visible through the entrance, only one kept the lead before running back into the sunlight. Izuku Midoriya. The crowd erupted into cheers while Hisashi and Inko proudly hugged each other, seeing their son had won the first event of the sports festival. Izuku turned to meet the gaze of his mentor and saw the pride and excitement in his eyes as Hayato patted his back. He turned around to see the results and saw that following him, Shoto had made it, then Hayato, and finally Katsuki. Damn it, Katsuki yelled as he grabbed his forearm in pain. What was that power? Shoto asked as he stopped to take a breath while a cold mist came off his right side. He looked at Izuku in shock before walking away. Now the remaining contestants are coming in one by one. Deku, Hayato, and Izuku turned around to see Ochako running up to them. That was amazing. How can you two run on walls? Hayato thought about it, and if we both go as fast as possible, we can run on the wall for a few seconds. Izuku explained, hiding a blush from his friend, but Hayato caught it and began to snicker. Oh look, Yaoyorozu arrived. Hayato turned to see the entrance and covered his mouth in shock as Momo's shirt was open from the front while she trudged in. Izuku snickered as elbowed Hayato on the arm teasingly, only to be met with an elbow to the gut. The top 42 made it to the second round. Don't worry if you didn't make it, we'll have more activities for you all to participate in later on. But now it's time to reveal the second event, the Cavalry Battle. Midnight announced after the results showed that both classes 1A and 1B had passed to the second round, along with 2 extras from the support course. No way, Denki said, exhausted from the first event. This cavalry battle will be point-based. Depending on the placement you got when you came in, you'll be awarded a set amount of points. And for coming in first place, Izuku Midoriya is worth 10 million points. Midnight announced, freezing Izuku in place. 10 million. Izuku felt all eyes turned to him as if he was injured prey against a pack of 41 predators. Each team is worth the points of its members. Each player will be given a headband that must stay on their forehead or from the neck up. The headbands are easy to remove, but the more you score, the harder it will be to manage them. If your team loses all their points or if your team falls, you're not out. But since it's still a cavalry battle, you'll get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose and immediately disqualified. Midnight announced, making the majority of the participants look at her in surprise. You have 15 minutes to build your teams. Start. Izuku. Izuku turned to see Hayato smiling at him. Let's do this. What? Aren't you worried about winning? We'll be the main targets. Stop being such a spoil sport. If we team up, we'll have the chance to make it to the tournament without question. I'm worth 200 points for coming in third. Everybody who knows what he can do wants Bakugo because they know his quirk has several purposes in a battle like this, Hayato said before looking around, seeing the majority of the people had already begun to form their teams. With you as a rider and me as a horse, we'll be able to either avoid or steal other headbands. But shouldn't we also get them? Izuku asked as he noticed Tenya and Ochako nearby. Ochako would be perfect. If she makes us lighter, then it'll definitely help us out in the speed department. But I'm not so sure about Ida, Hayato said as he saw Tenya head over to where Shoto and Momo were. Since the beginning we've been outshining him, especially me since I'm the only other speedster. If he wants to stand out, he'll want to avoid us, otherwise he'd just feel like our shadow. I see, Izuku said before Hayato waved Ochako over. Ochako, come on, we want you on our team. Really? Ochako asked as she happily ran over to them. Really? Hayato said as he happily placed a hand on her head. He didn't notice that Momo was watching and she quickly looked away to turn her attention to her team. But we need one more person. We need someone who can provide the power we're missing. Speed isn't enough. We need to be able to repel and go on the offensive when the situation calls for it, Izuku said before turning to his side, looking at Fumikage who was standing alone. Takoyami, will you join our team? A team with the three of you. Sounds interesting, Fumikage said before nodding. I accept. Start. Midnight announced as the 15 minutes were up and all 11 teams made their way to the team of Izuku, Ochako, Fumikage, and Hayato. Takoyami, Izuku yelled as he turned the headbands inside out and put one around his forehead. You got it. Dark Shadow. A bird-like purple mass came from Fumicage's chest and reached for the ground away from the teams, effortlessly pulling them closer. By using Uraraka's quirk to make us float, it makes mobility easier for us, Izuku said before the ground began to pull Dark Shadow in. Good luck getting away from that. A pale boy with beige hair and his teeth visible on his face said as Fumikage recalled Dark Shadow. Who needs luck? Fumikage said as Dark Shadow reached for another part of the ground and pulled them towards it. Good job, Ochako said happily before seeing Shoto's team running towards them. Bogeys at 3 o'clock, Izuku yelled, making Hayato roll his eyes. Yeah. Ochako, release. Ochako pressed her fingertips together before quickly touching everyone but Hayato again. Gotta run. Hayato activated his quirk and ran past Team Shoto as Izuku ripped a headband off of Todoroki's neck. Got one, but we got yours. Izuku turned to see a blonde-haired boy and his team running towards them, recognizing them from Class 1B. That's what you think. Hayato smirked and strafed to the side, narrowly avoiding him grabbing one of the headbands across Izuku's neck. Curse my aged bladder, Sorahiko said as he walked out of the men's restroom. As he made his way back to the faculty area, where he was allowed to sit being a retired UA teacher, he noticed a familiar white-haired woman making her way to the women's restroom. Toa froze in place and turned to see her aged father, now smaller with age, who was looking at her in shock. Papa, my sweet Toa ... What are you doing here? Sorahiko asked before they heard an explosion coming from the battle along with Katsuki's insults. The same you probably are, to see my son. Does he know you're here? Sorahiko asked, resting on his cane. No, Rado and I want to speak to him when we have the chance. You've seen what he can do, Sorahiko asked, earning a nod from his daughter. I never thought the quirk I inherited from you combined with Rado's supercharged quirk would combine into super speed, Toa said, looking down at the ground. It wasn't mine, he has your mother's in him. Toa looked at him in surprise as he looked up at her and scratched his beard. Rado and Kazuma could use their quirks to supercharge their muscles. I use jet to propel myself in the air, but your mother could travel at superhuman speeds because she had an insane metabolism. Hayato has a mix of your mother's and their quirks to use his electrolytes to augment his abilities and his speed while keeping a normal human body, Sorahiko explained before looking at his daughter. He's amazing. He has immense potential if he has even a bit of my quirk within him. But, as to how he is, I'm afraid Kazuma left me in the dark about it. Kazuma told you about him? Bah, I'm legally his new guardian. I'm not going to take in someone I don't know. Toa's eyes widened and her lip began to quiver hearing this. But ... know that my door will always be open to you if you want to see me or him. I can already tell that he has no hate for you. Give him time to mourn Kazuma before you both try entering his life. Papa ... Are you sure? You're my only child. Why would I deny you such a thing when I can clearly see how much you feel like you made a mistake? Sorahiko said before beginning to walk away. You should head back quickly. I think we're in for a rousing finale. Izuku, I can't go use my power anymore now, Hayato said as they only had 2 minutes remaining and still maintained their lead with only Fumicage's 180 points and Ochako's 135 points being taken from them by Katsuki and Shoto's teams. Only 4 teams kept their points. The remaining 8 wound up losing their points to the other teams except Team Midoriya. You did a good job playing keep away. We can't ask for anything more from you, Fumicage said before the 4 quickly dodged acid being shot by Mina on Team Bakugo. Suddenly a wall of ice formed on the side they jumped towards, making Ochako and Izuku hit their heads against it. Uraraka, are you okay? Izuku asked as Ochako rubbed her head in pain. My head hurts. Sorry about that, but we're taking your 10 million points now, Shoto said as his team of Tenya, Momo, and Denki rushed towards them. Dark Shadow. Fumicage launched Dark Shadow away to escape, but Denki chuckled and began to emit his electricity, making Dark Shadow return to him. Damn it. With the light Kaminari gives off, Dark Shadow can't do anything. Too bad, your points are ours, Katsuki yelled as he jumped towards them with tape wrapped around his abdomen. No way, they're ours. The 4 turned around to see a gray-haired boy that they recognized from Class 1B heading towards them. Ochako, let's throw Izuku in the air, Hayato yelled, shocking all of them, but Ochako nodded and the 2 threw Izuku in the air, going higher and higher thanks to her quirk. What are you doing? Izuku and Shoto yelled before Hayato swapped places with Fumicage, now leading the charge. They looked up to see Katsuki hot on Izuku's trail, ready to take all 3 remaining headbands in one go. Takoyami, pull him in. Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow quickly grabbed Izuku and pulled him back on top of the 3 of them as Hayato took a deep breath. Too bad, Kiryu. I've been working on this for a while now. There's no one better to use it on, Tenya said as the exhaust ports on his calves fired up. Hold on tight. His 3 teammates held on as blue fire began firing from his exhaust ports. RECIPRO burst. Team Todoroki shot past where Team Midoriya once stood and smiled as they looked at 2 headbands in Shoto's hand. Is that really the best you got? The 4 turned around and shocked to see Hayato weakly smiling at them as Team Midoriya stood on the far side of the stadium. Izuku chuckled and flipped up his last headband, revealing it to be the 10 million points they were fighting hard to keep. Too bad. It's mine. The group looked up to see Katsuki was about to grab the headband from him. Time's up, Present Mike announced as Katsuki had just barely touched the headband before being pulled back by Hanta. Damn it, Shoto said as he jumped off his teammates, glaring at Team Midoriya. Now, let's take a look at the top 4 teams right away. In first place, Team Midoriya. The crowd erupted into cheers as Izuku proudly held up the 10 million point headband. In second place, Team Todoroki. In third place, Team Bakugo. In fourth place, Team Tetsu. Present Mike announced as the points for the teams were shown on the screen. We'll be taking an hour break for lunch before we start the last event. Good job out there today, Fumicage said as he, Ochako, and Hayato all left the stadium to get food. Your immense speed mixed with Uraraka's zero gravity. Quite an amazing match indeed. You did a great job. I don't think Dark Shadow minded being a makeshift grappling gun, did he? Hayato asked as he opened his sports drink bottle to drink some. I would have liked fighting instead, Dark Shadow yelled as he appeared from Fumicage's abdomen. When you've got something as valuable as we did, you gotta play it safe, Ochako said as she happily pet him. Kiryu. The 3 turned to see Tenya walking over to them. I had risked it all to beat you ... and in the end, I still ended up outclassed by you, Tenya said as he pointed to his exhaust ports that were currently sputtering. If I didn't use everything I had left to get us away from you guys, you would have won for sure, Hayato said as he quickly finished his sports drink. I don't think that I could even consider reaching that speed again today, even if it was only for a second. My body is gonna hurt tomorrow. Well then, let's go get some lunch to ease this tension, Ochako happily suggested, making the 3 nod. Where's Deku? Todoroki wanted to talk to him. He'll meet us there. So, what's up next after this? Injiro asked as he sat with Fumicage, Tenya, Ochako, and Hayato to have lunch. After the first 2 qualifiers, the remaining 16 students fight in a tournament, Tenya said as he remembered who had passed. That would be you, Ashido, Siro, and Bakugo. Our team of Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, Todoroki, and myself of course, Midoriya, Takoyami, Kiryu, and Uraraka from their team. And from Class 1B's team it would be Tetsu, Awase, Honuki, and Shiozaki. It's gonna be pretty exciting to watch. Ribbit, Suyu said as she joined the group at their table. Gonna be pretty tough, honestly, Hayato said as he placed a spoonful of rice in his mouth. You're afraid of fighting Deku, aren't you? Ochako asked, making Hayato shake his head. I'm not afraid of it, I'm worried about it. Izuku and I have been friends since we were 4... when you put it into perspective. That's 11 years of friendship and brotherhood. I want to win, so I won't hesitate or hold back against him. But who's to say Midoriya will? Fumicage spoke up, earning a nod from the group. Sometimes even the strongest bonds can overpower the will to win. We've just barely got the hang of his powers. I need him to fight me with everything he has so that he can keep learning to control it. Besides, Ochako might want him to show off for her, Hayato said before continuing to eat, this time turning the topic of conversation to the girl sitting next to him. Wait, what? Ijiro asked in disbelief before bursting into laughter. Ochako likes Midoriya. Ribbit? No way, you do. Ijiro asked, making Ochako bury her face in her hands. Holy shit, you two should be a thing. Who knows if they already are? Hayato said plainly. Ochako slapped him in retaliation only for him to begin floating. Ochako, oh, I'm so sorry. Release. Ochako deactivated her quirk only for Hayato to fall down and hit his back on the chair. Is this karma? Hayato asked as he stood up, holding his back in pain. Is speed healing one of the things your quirk can do? Ochako asked, holding her hands up. I wish. I'm going to win this, and I'll do it using my right side only, Shoto said before walking away from Izuku. The two had just had a conversation regarding their connection to the top two heroes in Japan at the moment. First, he assumed that Izuku was All Might's love child, but then he went on to explain the abusive childhood he had as the child of Endeavor, and how his hatred towards his father has been why he's only used his right side through the festival and even before. Izuku tried to convince him to use both sides, but Shoto was adamant to using only his right side only to honor his mother and despite his father, Todoroki. Izuku called out before activating full cowling. If we meet in this bracket, the moment you hold back against me by only using that right side, I'm going to knock you out. Cute threat, too bad it won't amount to much, Shoto said before leaving. Izuku sighed and decided to head to the cafeteria to meet up with his friends. Once he arrived, he was surprised to see how full it was. He spotted Hayato and Ochako sitting nearby with Ijiro, Tsuyu, and Fumikage and quickly walked over to them. I'm back. We got you your lunch, Deku, Ochako happily said as she passed a plate of curry and rice over to him. He happily began to eat before noticing a teasing look from Ijiro and Hayato. What? We didn't get you lunch. Hayato was cut off by Ochako swiftly hitting his stomach. First my back, now my gut. Are you trying to stop me from competing? Alright then. Now on to the afternoon activities. We have many recreational activities planned, but first we have to decide the brackets for the tournament, where the 16 competitors from the last competition will battle it out one-on-one to see who comes out on top. Midnight announced as the first years regrouped in the stadium after lunch. She pointed to the screen behind her and took out a red box, to which the 16 winners of the last competition walked up to and pulled out flashing cards before numbers labeled from 1 to 8 appeared on them. And this is the bracket based on the results of the drawing. Midnight announced, making the screen change to a bracket with the matches set up as Match 1, Midoriya vs Honuki. Match 2, Awase vs Kuryu. Match 3, Todoroki vs Zero. Match 4, Kaminari vs Shiozaki. Match 5, Ida vs Ashido. Match 6, Takoyami vs Yaoyorozu. Match 7, Kirishima vs Tetsu. Match 8, Uraraka vs Bakugo. Are you serious? Ijiro and Tetsu yelled as they noticed they were fighting each other. I'll give it my all, Fumikage said calmly while Momo gulped. That's what I want. I'll refrain from hurting you, Ashido, Tenya said looking at Mina. I'll kick your ass, Ida, Mina said before noticing how silent Izuku and Hayato were. Deku, Ochako asked before she took another look at the bracket. Momo did the same and both girls took a step back as they realized the path the two boys were headed towards. If I win, I fight Hayato, Deku if he wins, both boys thought as they looked at each other. Izuku, Hayato said as he waited by Izuku's waiting room, right outside the door. The recreational activities had just finished and the 16 competitors all took time to themselves to either clear their nerves or mentally prepare for the tournament while also letting their bodies rest. Yeah, Izuku said as he stood behind the door, ready to open at any second. You saw what could happen, right? Yeah. What do you think's gonna happen? I don't know. You better win this fight. I will. And you better win yours. I will. Good luck, Hayato said walking away from the door. As he left, Izuku walked outside as they called his name, signaling him that it was his time to leave to the battlefield. As he walked away, he stopped walking and turned around to call to his best friend. Hayato, what? You better cheer me on. Hayato smiled at this and raised his hand. You bet. I'll make sure Ochako does too. Izuku smiled as Hayato turned the corner before leaving to the stadium again. He made his way through the hallway into the arena, which now had a raised stage to resemble a martial arts arena with a bonfire on each corner. You ready, Midoriya? Juzo asked as he gave Izuku a skeletal-like smile. Yes. In one corner, we have the freaky-looking guy from Class 1B, Juzo Honuki. In the other, we have the plain-looking kid from Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Present, Mike announced, making both boys sigh while Inko and Hisashi both began to cheer loudly for their son. You keep talking like that, Mike, and you're gonna be replaced by someone else, Aizawa said as the fires next to the boys died down. Either force your opponent out of bounds or immobilize them. That's all you need to do to win. You can also make them say they give up. We have Recovery Girl on standby, but we will not allow any life-threatening injuries. Heroes should only use their fists to stop villains. I'll stop them if it gets dangerous, a cement block-like man said as he sat nearby on a chair he had made. Thank you, Cementos. Now, begin. Almost immediately, Izuku activated full cowling and jumped towards Juzo, who simply chuckled and stomped his foot on the ground, making it catch Izuku's legs to trap him in place. He then dove into the ground as if it were water and swam towards him, making Izuku struggle to pull his legs out from the trap. Izuku, Deku, Hayato, and Ochako yelled from the stands as Juzo grabbed the boy by his leg, like a shark that had just caught its prey. He then began to pull him towards the edge of the arena, making Izuku grit his teeth. I'm not losing so easily, Izuku yelled as he pushed his powers to the max his body could take and pushed his hands towards the ground. The force behind the movement created a burst of wind that hit Juzo in the liquefied ground while also propelling himself into the air. He landed on the only part of ground that was unaffected by Juzo's quirk and smiled as he came up to catch a breath of air. He jumped forward and grabbed the boy by the collar, pulling him out of the ground and towards the edge of the arena. Sorry it had to be so quick, but I need to see him in the next round, Izuku said before he pushed Juzo in front of him and out of the arena. Juzo Honuki is out of bounds. The winner is Izuku Midoriya, Midnight announced as the crowd erupted into cheers, especially from his parents, making Izuku smile. Man, it sucks that I lost. I thought my softening would have beaten you for sure, Juzo said sitting up. Izuku extended his hand to him, which he accepted in defeat. It would have if I hadn't thought of that move in the last moment. You Class 1B guys must be pretty tough. We are. Maybe we can show you guys just how tough we can be one day, Juzo said as he flexed his bicep playfully with a smile. I look forward to it, Izuku said before shaking the boy's hand one more time. What amazing sportsmanship. Hayato, Kuryu, and YaoyorozuxOC, please come down to the arena, Present Mike said as Izuku and Juzo left the arena. Following their departure, Hayato and a spiky black-haired boy wearing a diamond-patterned headband made their way up the arena. First up, the foul-mouthed welder from Class 1B, YaoyorozuxOC. Next is the basic blur from Class 1A, Hayato, Kuryu, Present Mike announced as the two walked up to in front of each other and shook hands. Can I ask you for a favor, win or lose? Yosetsu asked sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Unsure, Hayato shrugged, confused by the question. Can you tell your classmate that I think she's hot? Hayato raised an eyebrow at this question before Yosetsu pointed to the stands where Class 1A sat, the one with the ponytail, that can make things from her body, make things from her Momo. Hayato asked as a light blush crept on his face. You think Momo's hot? I mean, haven't you seen her? Yosetsu asked, making Hayato blush even more. Well, yeah, but... Start. Yosetsu took advantage of Hayato's daze to his favor to dash towards him. Hayato snapped out of it right as he was about to touch him and quickly ran past him. He thinks Momo's hot. Hayato shook his head to snap out of it again, only to see Yosetsu swing a punch at him. The punch connected, making him stagger before he tackled the boy to the ground. All I gotta do is immobilize you, so if I can just weld you to the ground, I win, Yosetsu said as he grabbed Hayato's wrist, ready to slam it on the floor. Sorry about this. Yosetsu turned his head only to be met with a hard punch to his cheek, knocking him off. He staggered backwards as the blow had rattled him slightly while Hayato jumped to his feet. I have to face him after this. I can't lose to you here, Hayato said before activating his quirk and quickly delivering a swift kick to Yosetsu's gut, quickly knocking the air out of him. Yosetsu held his stomach before falling down onto his knees in pain. Kuryu advances to the second round, Midnight announced as she saw how Yosetsu was now unable to stand up. The crowd began cheering again, especially the Midoriyas and the Kuryuas, while Sorahiko sat next to All Might and the other faculty watching intently. Amazing, his speed is phenomenal, All Might said as Hayato helped Yosetsu off of the arena and to the exit. But he's still too stiff. Something tripped him up. This fight could have been over the moment it started, Sorahiko said, crossing his arms. He smirked as the shadow of his grandson left the exit. But that's my boy. You all right? Hayato asked as he stood by the bathroom door while Yosetsu was currently vomiting inside. That was ... so fast, Yosetsu said in between riches. Sorry, I went overboard thinking of the next round, Hayato said before beginning to walk away. You're gonna do me that favor, right? Yosetsu called out, making Hayato gulp as his heart rate began to increase. Why yeah, you bet, Hayato said before making his way to the Class 1A seats. Once he was there, he looked around to see Izuku waving him over, with an empty seat next to him, and Ochako, before noticing Momo with an empty seat next to her as well. He hesitated to walk towards Izuku but still did it before sitting down next to them. That was awesome, Ochako said, giving him a thumbs up while Izuku nodded. You won, so did you. I guess it's gonna be me and you in the next round. Huh, don't hold back, Hayato said, raising a fist, making him nod again and do the same. I won't. The three jumped up as a wall of ice was raised in front of them, only to look down and see Hanta frozen near the bottom and Shoto standing in front of him with his left hand on him. Todoroki advances to the second round. This was Todoroki's. Izuku asked before the ice was quickly melted down to vapor by a red-haired man with what looked like a mask and beard made of fire. Endeavor. They watched Hanta be placed on a stretcher with a blanket over him while Shoto walked away, looking at his left hand disdainfully. They watched as Denki made his way to the arena, as did a pale girl with green hair resembling vines. From Class 1B, we have the Wall of Thorns, Ibara Shiozaki, versus the Electric Hotshot from Class 1A, Denki Kaminari. Start. Present mic announced before Denki quickly covered himself in electricity. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. The electricity made its way to the ground before suddenly a large amount of vines tore out of it and around him while Ibara stood with her back turned and a wall of vines behind her. Shiozaki advances to the second round. Kaminari is eliminated almost instantly. What insane power. Present Mike said while Denki was taken away by a stretcher as well while he held two thumbs up and a dumb look on his face. Next is Ida against Mina, right? Ochako asked, earning a nod from the two. The two students made their way into the arena while Hayato noticed Momo stand up to start heading down. Start. He turned his attention back to the fight to see Mina using her acid to slide on the ground away from Tenya, who was currently chasing her. Take this. Mina spun around and threw splashes of her acid towards him. Tenya slid out of the way only to be met with a kick to the head from her. Got you. Ada took a few steps back as he regained his composure and studied his situation carefully. Ashido is playing a game of cat and mouse with me, but when I feel like I'm about to catch her, she swaps roles to make me avoid her only for her to hit me. I have to flip the script if I want to win this, Tenya thought as he jumped backwards to avoid more of Mina's acid. He ducked as she went for another kick only to grab her other leg and spin her around. He let go once he knew he was close enough to see Mina go through the air and out of bounds. Ashido is out of bounds. Ada advances to the second round. Midnight announced as she helped the girl up from where she landed. Mina rubbed her back sadly while Tenya bowed to her. Thank you for being a challenging opponent, Tenya said before both of them left the stadium only for Fumikage and Momo to take their places. Now next up is the Silent Samurai of Class 1A, Fumikage Takoyami. And his opponent is the girl who came in through recommendations and the Queen of Creation, Class 1A's, Momo Yaoyorozu. The two stood on opposite sides of the arena and Momo gulped as Fumikage calmly looked at her, determination burning in his eyes. If I make a quick shield to block his attacks, I'll have the time to make a weapon to attack him, Momo thought before seeing Dark Shadow appear from his body. Start. Dark Shadow went straight for Momo while she made a small shield to cover her arm. She then held it up to block his attack only for Dark Shadow to knock it off her arm. She quickly created another one to block his next attack while the attacks forced her backwards. Soon he'll have an opening, Momo thought as the attacks kept slamming into her shield and pushing her backwards. Dark Shadow then returned to Fumicage's side, making her smile. There, she extended her left hand making a bow staff form in it and readied herself to charge. Momo, Hayato called out, leaning over the edge, catching the girl's attention before seeing Midnight point her whip at her. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. She dropped the staff as she heard the announcement and looked down to see that all the constant attacks had pushed her to where one leg was out of bounds. Takoyami advances to the next round. Momo dropped her shield and looked at Fumikage, who calmly bowed to her and began to walk away. Takoyami makes quick work of Yaoyorozu. Could Dark Shadow be the best quirk of all time? You're damn right I am. I lost, Momo said to herself as she made her way out of the arena. Wow, poor Yao Momo. Hayato, you should maybe. Ochako and Izuku turned to their side to see what Hayato was doing only to see that he was missing from where he was standing before. Hayato, where did he go? Izuku asked quietly before hearing what sounded like someone running in the hallway. I actually lost so easily. I couldn't think and I lost, Momo said quietly as she looked at the stairs leading to where her class was sitting. She bit her lower lip as she felt it begin to quiver and her eyes begin to water. She covered her eyes to stop her tears from falling while trying to hold back her sobs. I'm so useless, Momo. She removed her hands and looked up to see Hayato standing at the top of the stairs, panting as if he had just been running. Kiryu, good job on your win. I can't say I understand how it feels, Momo said, turning around to hold back her sobs before feeling a slight gust of wind. She turned back around to see Hayato standing behind her, his expression changing from slight exhaustion to worry. What are you even doing here? You and Midoriya aren't set to fight until after Bakugo and Uraraka do. You should go back to have a seat. You need your energy. She stopped talking as Hayato pulled her in for a hug. Momo, I might not be as close to you as Gyro or the others. But I can see you're hurting, Hayato said, making Momo's tears begin to flow even more, and she returned the hug, tighter than he was holding her. What happened? I couldn't think right. I'm not like you or the others. I need a moment of peace to visualize what I'm going to do. Momo yelled into Hayato's chest, making him smile and rub the back of her head with his hand. I could have had him. I could have won. But I'm just so useless in a fight. Who said you were useless? Hayato asked, pulling them apart to look her in the eyes. You are one of the most useful people I have ever met. Everybody has their limits, so why worry about what yours are? But, Momo, we aren't perfect. We're first-year students, we're not pros. Why are you so worried about being this perfect hero so quickly? Hayato asked as he placed both of his hands on her cheeks. I made the mistake of thinking like that when the USJ incident happened. I'm not the world's best speedster. I didn't have to think I could have done anything to prevent what happened that day. So why should you act like it's a bad thing you lost today? I'm from a famous hero family. I grew up needing to know how to be at the top every time, only worrying about what I need. Momo grabbed Hayato's right hand with hers, instead of worrying about what I want. You don't need to be at the top already. You're already one of the best people in our class. One loss isn't the end of the world. But I'm the most amazing person I have ever met. You're already heroic, insanely skilled. How smart you are is unparalleled. Everybody in the class shines in something. You shine everywhere. You don't need to win some tournament to prove that. You stand out already just by being you. Hayato said, making Momo smile at him. This loss is just a lesson you're gonna have to learn to think a little faster or to improvise. Why are you so what? Why are you so like this? Why did you come see me? Ida and Ochako told me that feel better message when my grandpa kicked the bucket was your idea. You found a way to make me feel better when I was feeling lower than I ever have before. You did that for me, when everybody else was trying their damn hardest to make me stop crying and hating the world. Hayato said, making Momo blush and laugh quietly. Thank you for that. Thank you for this. I guess I had a lapse in my confidence, Momo said before looking at Hayato in the eyes. And I think I still have enough to do this, Momo said before wrapping her hands around his neck and pulling her face closer to his. Come on, Ajiro yelled as he had every part of his body from the neck up toughened by his quirk, while Tetsu was now completely made of metal. Tetsu delivered a hard uppercut to his jaw only for Ajiro to respond and deliver a hard punch to the side of his head. He used his last bit of energy to deliver blow after blow to his head, making Tetsu take steps back every time while he took it full force. The crowd cheered on as Tetsu began to feel his quirk weaken until he took one last step back. Tetsu is out of bounds. Kirishima advances to the second round. Ajiro roared victoriously, earning a positive response from the crowd while Tetsu deactivated his quirk, falling to his knees from fatigue. That was a good match, Ajiro said, extending a hand to him. Tetsu grinned and grabbed his hand, making Midnight swoon while Present Mike began to clap. And this passionate battle between two redundant quirks has finally reached its end. Now up next is Uraraka versus Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike announced, making both Katsuki and Ochako stand up from their waiting rooms and walk to the arena. When Ochako did, however, she looked to see Izuku waiting for her with a smile on his face. Deku, I wanted to wish you good luck, Izuku said, walking up to her. Kaken is gonna be a tough opponent. You want some advice? No thanks. I think I know what to do, Ochako said before beginning to walk away. She turned around to look at him one last time and gave him a bright smile. You know, ever since day one I've been learning just how amazing you really are. Izuku blushed at this. I'll do my best to win. Good luck, Izuku said, nodding to her. Ochako continued, leaving until she made her way to the arena where Katsuki stood waiting for her. First up is the Master of Zero Gravity from Class 1A, Uraraka, and her opponent is the Master of Disaster from Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. I'm gonna take you down, round face, Katsuki said, readying his hands. Bring it. Start. Hearing her signal, Ochako immediately ran towards Katsuki with her body lowered. He growled and made a swiping motion, making an explosion that sent her rolling backwards. The crowd flinched at this before she quickly got up and ran through the smoke towards him again. Don't underestimate me, Katsuki yelled as the top of her PE uniform appeared from the smoke in front of him. He made an explosion only to see that it was only her shirt, and Ochako was actually behind him wearing a black tank top. Got you, Ochako yelled as her hand was a second away from touching his back. He quickly swiped his left hand backwards and hit her with another explosion, sending Ochako flying again. She stood back up and began running the same way again, only for Katsuki to respond with explosion after explosion. Each time she stood back up to run at him. This continued for several minutes, making the crowd flinch every time he would connect an explosion. This is brutal, a spectator said, watching Ochako fall to the floor, covered in dirt and scratches from the explosions. Should we let this keep happening, Eraser? Present Mike said, while Aizawa, Midnight, and Cementos all stayed calm and watching intently as Ochako stood back up again. You should stay down, Uraraka, Katsuki said as he felt his muscles begin to ache. Not until I win. Release, Ochako yelled as she pressed her fingertips together, revealing that all the debris that Katsuki had sent into the air from the explosions had all accumulated when she had touched them. It all began to fall down as if it was a meteor shower, and she made one last break for Katsuki. The crowd began to cheer for her as everything looked like it had just flipped into her favor now. But then Katsuki raised his left hand and fired a colossal explosion, obliterating all of Achako's weapons at once while also creating such a strong gust of wind that it sent everyone watching, especially Achako, backwards. Once the dust settled, all eyes were on Katsuki and Achako, who was now struggling to stand up. Why? How could you do that? We're on 2 different levels. I don't know what the hell Deku put you up to ... but it's time to surrender, Uraraka, Katsuki said, walking towards her. She stood up to continue fighting, but at that moment she felt her body finally give up on her and she began to fall forward. Luckily, he caught her in time and laid her on the ground for Midnight to walk over and check on her. She placed a hand on her forehead and then 2 fingers on her neck before nodding. Uraraka is out of commission. Bakugo advances to the second round, Midnight announced, making the crowd roar with applause as he began to leave. Izuku stood up to go see Achako as a pair of robots came with a stretcher and took the girl away. Alright then. Now that the first round is over, we're gonna give our competitors a moment to regain their energy before we start with the first match of the second round. Present Mike yelled, making the crowd cheer. And this is gonna be a doozy. These 2 have been best friends for 11 years. They've trained together and there is not one thing these 2 don't know about each other. So I hope you're ready for what could be the most exciting match of the day. Izuku Midoriya versus Hayato Kuryu. Uraraka, Izuku asked as he walked into the infirmary to see Achako wrapped in bandages on the bed nearby. Deku, Achako asked quietly, sitting up. He walked over to her bedside and took out a small package, handing it to her. What is this? New PE uniform, since Kaken ruined your shirt, Izuku said before pulling up a stool to sit down. How do you feel? I'm just fine, Achako said, looking down at the shirt in front of her. He sighed and pulled it closer, placing a hand on hers. Do you remember the day the media came onto school grounds because of Shigaraki? And you told us that you wanted to be a hero to help support your family? She nodded at his question. That day I looked at you and I thought, how selfless can she be? She's willing to throw herself into the biggest disasters that can happen here. And whatever she gets paid for it, it goes to her parents. I know you feel bad about losing to Kaken ... but he didn't go easy on you, because he knew how strong you were. A lot of people saw that. We had pros up there watching who could see why he wasn't taking it easy on you, Izuku said before holding her hand tightly. If you're upset because you think you didn't get to shine out there, you did. Don't worry. Achako smiled at him and pulled him for a hug. Thank you. I just wish I could have done more. You did enough. It's gonna be okay, Izuku said before Achako separated them. Are you ready for Hayato? You fighting your best friend in the whole world? Achako asked, making him sigh. I know I can't go easy on him, but every part of me doesn't want to hurt him, Izuku said before Achako placed a hand on his cheek, keeping her pinky finger up so he wouldn't begin to float. You're both gonna do your best, don't worry, Achako said before quickly kissing his cheek. That's for good luck. Thanks, Izuku said, hiding his now red face. Are all of you ready? It's time for the quarterfinals to begin, Present Mike announced while Hisashi and Inko looked at each other worriedly. The white blur, Hayato Kuryu, and the emerald superboy, Izuku Midoriya, are about to put the past decade behind them and duke it out to see who comes out on top. Hayato, Izuku said to himself as he walked through the tunnel leading to the arena. From the day they met to now, every memory flooded his mind as he made his way into the stadium. And Izuku Midoriya is here. Are you ready? Momo asked as she and Hayato were standing in the tunnel watching Izuku walk up. As ready as I'll ever be. Wait for me, even if I win or lose, Hayato asked, pulling her closer by the waist. I'll keep a seat empty, Momo said, hugging him. She then let go and began walking back to sit with their class while Hayato made his way into the arena. And Hayato Kuryu is the last to arrive. Don't make this boring for us, kiddies, Present Mike announced, making the crowd begin to cheer. Izuku and Hayato looked at each other, determination and hesitation clashing between both of them. Izuku, Hayato, don't you dare think about holding back on me. I was gonna say the same to you. Both boys activated their quirks as Midnight signaled for the fight to begin. Start. Almost instantly, both boys ran at each other and delivered 2 hard punches to each other's faces. Izuku growled and delivered a punch to Hayato's chest, making him stagger before delivering a hard kick to the side of his head. Hayato spit out blood and smiled, before running up to him and kneeing him in the jaw. He then pulled Izuku by the collar and slammed him on the ground. Is that all you got? Izuku asked before kicking Hayato in the nose. He flipped back onto his feet and punched Hayato again. This time with slightly less force than before. I felt that. You feeling tired? Hayato asked before running at him full speed to punch him again. He continued to land blow after blow, increasing the speed and force behind each one. Izuku gritted his teeth and delivered a hard uppercut to stop him in his tracks. He tackled him to the ground and began to pummel him repeatedly. Come on, Hayato yelled before kicking him off of him. You can feel the power from these hits from here. You can tell that these boys aren't willing to give even an inch. Hayato stood up, spitting out more blood before feeling weaker than he was a minute ago. He ran up to Izuku only for Izuku to run faster than he was and punch him in the stomach, making him slide backwards and hold it in pain. "I'm not gonna hold back," Izuku said, wiping blood from the side of his mouth. Hayato chuckled and reached into his pocket, taking out a small red cube before throwing it in his mouth. "What is that?" "Gift from Momo. It's an electrolyte gummy, made with the same properties as sports drinks and energy bars, just in a smaller container. And it does the job when I'm running low on fuel," Hayato said before feeling his quirk back to full power. He chuckled and ran at Izuku, delivering a hard punch to the side of his head. "And I put in a form for me to have some snacks with me that got approved so I don't black out suddenly," Hayato said before flipping Izuku over his shoulder into the ground. "I was only allowed to carry 3, so I've got 1 left. You've got the stamina to keep going. And now I got enough to do the same." "Then bring it the hell on," Izuku yelled, pushing his power to its limits, and jumped onto his feet. He put his index finger and thumb together and made a flicking motion towards Hayato, creating a burst of wind that hit him in his chest and sent him onto his back in pain. "Looks like I've got the high ground now, Hayato. You're underestimating me, Izuku," Hayato said as he stood up. He began to run at him before Izuku fired another burst of wind at him, this time sending him further than before. He began to do the same to near him several times, running in a Z-shape to avoid the attacks only for Izuku to punch him in the stomach when he got near him. Hayato began to repeat this again while he felt himself running out of energy quicker. "I'll keep moving in a zigzag to get near him and force him to anticipate me being near his right." Hayato dodged another blast of wind, ... and then he'll be right in front of me if I swing to my right, so I'll use my other arm to go for a close-range blast at him. Izuku threw a punch towards his right side, only for Hayato to appear now on his left, ... but I'll duck his attack and go for his legs. Hayato ducked under a blast of wind. Izuku used his other hand to fire, and then went to sweep Izuku's legs, knocking him off balance, ... and then I'll hit him in the gut to knock the air out of him, ... and in that moment, I'll hit him in the face with another blast of wind. Izuku did just that as Hayato spun in the air to kick him in the stomach, hitting Hayato in the face as his kick connected with his stomach. Hayato slid backwards and Izuku coughed up blood as the crowd went silent. Both boys took a deep breath as the adrenaline in them was beginning to leave their bodies, the pain from all the hits now multiplying with each passing second. "Is it over?" Present Mike's answer came in the form of both boys standing back up, breathing heavily. "How are these two not down? What's making them fight so hard, Eraser?" "It's their bond. It's what's giving them the strength to keep standing and fighting. They knew everything the other was going to do and anticipated it to be 4 steps ahead of the other. Each hit, each blow, while to us it's 2 students beating each other to bloody pulps. It's a silent conversation being told by their fists to show the other their conviction, their will to keep going and become heroes. In this moment they don't see each other as enemies or best friends. They're rivals fighting to stand on top of the other and reach their dream first," Aizawa explained, making the crowd begin to chant their names. Even Class 1A was divided as they began to root for their classmates. "Midoriya, Kiryu. Let's end this," Hayato said as readied himself to charge one more time, vibrating rapidly while his eyes now faintly glowing white. "You took the words out of my mouth," Izuku said as he did the same, the green energy of one for all sparking off him. "Go get him, Izuku," the Midoriyas yelled with tears welling in their eyes. "Go, Hayato," the Kiryuas yelled standing up in their chairs. "Deku," Achako yelled as Izuku ran first. "Hayato," Momo yelled as Hayato followed. Both boys ran at each other, their fists extended forward as they zoomed towards one another. The crowd went silent one last time as the punches connected against the other's faces one last time. Both boys fell to the ground with smiles on their faces before closing their eyes. "Who won?" Present Mike asked as everyone, especially the faculty in Class 1A, watched as the 2 boys laid on the ground. Izuku coughed up blood and struggled to stand, his cheek now swollen from the punch while he was covered in dirt, scratches, and bruises everywhere. Midnight rushed to Hayato's side and placed 2 fingers on his neck again before placing a hand in front of his nostrils to make sure he was breathing. "Kiryu is out of commission. Midoriya advances to the semifinals," Midnight announced, making the crowd erupt into cheers while 4 robots came over with stretchers and placed both boys on them. "Good job you two. Let Recovery Girl patch you both up," Midnight said as she proudly placed her hands on their heads. "Oh man, ... what bus hit me?" Hayato asked as he woke up in the infirmary, minutes after being treated by Recovery Girl's quirk. "The bus called One for All," All Might said, catching his attention, making him look forward to see both him and Izuku standing in front of his bed. "Both of you fought amazingly. I felt excited just watching it." "Thank you," Izuku said as All Might began to laugh. "You've both come a long way. As your mentor I couldn't be prouder of you both." That certainly got the attention of pros. Now let's hope that when it's time for internships, you get offers from some amazing ones, All Might said before the door opened. Hayato flinched slightly as he hoped it was Momo, but it was actually Sorahiko. Well, you're awake, Sorahiko said as he walked over to his grandson's bedside. How are you feeling? I'm good, Hayato said before looking at All Might. Who's the old man? Young Kiryu and Midoriya. This is my teacher and the man who helped me master One for All, Gran Torino. Sorahiko nodded at his introduction. But you can call me Grandpa, Sorahiko said, taking a seat next to Hayato. Grandpa, Kiryu, Gran Torino is your mother's father. He's also the one Kazuma asked to take over as your new guardian. Recovery Girl explained from the far side of the room before walking over. Hayato's eyes widened as he looked at his grandfather carefully. It's a lot of news at once, but I failed your mother when she was growing up and it cost me her love and it cost me my grandson. I might not be able to make up for my mistakes with Toa, but I want to at least help my grandson finish becoming a hero, Sorahiko said before jumping onto the bed. It might be a little early for this, but I want you both to intern under me once the time comes. I'd like to personally train you both to use your quirks to their full potentials, Sorahiko said before jumping down and walking towards the door, followed by Recovery Girl. We'll continue talking about this later. I should return as well. I'll leave you both to talk, All Might said before following his mentor out the door. Once it closed, Izuku began chuckling and took out one of Hayato's gummy cubes. I had Recovery Girl check this out. This is just straight up candy. You lied to me out there, Izuku said, beginning to eat the candy. Hayato chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, sorry. I was running on fumes at the very end. That's what made me pass out at the end there. Hayato chuckled before smiling at his best friend. You deserved the win anyway. Doesn't feel like much of a win. What's a win for you? That you gave up or we half-assed everything we did out there? Izuku, you fought me with everything you had. I gave you everything I had. I forced myself past my limits to show the world what the next symbol of peace is made of. If that's not a win for you, then you need to wake up and realize that if you get win because you did your best, that's a win, Hayato said as he struggled to stand up and walk over to his best friend's side. Whoever wins between Shiozaki and Todoroki, most definitely Todoroki, is your next opponent. So stop being such a wet noodle and go get ready, Hayato said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder before pushing him out of the room. He limped back to bed and laid down, pulling the pillow over his head. He groaned as the door opened again. Oh my god, Izuku, if that's you again, go get ready. And Grandpa, if that's you, you said, well, I'll talk later. You went through everybody but me. I'm offended. He ripped the pillow off of his head to see Momo quietly closing the door behind her. Hayato sat up and she walked over. And Recovery Girl. She went with my grandfather and All Might. I thought my dad's dad is the one who died. I just met my mom's dad, and he's my new guardian, Hayato explained before burying his face in his hands. What a lovely turn of events. But you know, you did fight really well out there, Momo said as she climbed onto the bed with him. I don't think so. I think we looked like a mix between an anime and a pair of school kids fighting in a playground. Well, you did. You didn't make it far, but you did a good job. Thanks, Hayato said, smiling at the girl in front of him. Can we talk about something? That's actually why I'm here, Momo said as a blush crept on her cheeks. Is it about when you kissed me? I let my emotions get the better of me. I shouldn't have done that, Momo said, hiding her face from Hayato. And what's so bad about that? Hayato asked, placing his hand on hers. Hayato. His eyes widened slightly hearing her call him by his first name. I come from a rich and powerful family of heroes. My mother is so strict on everything. She's not gonna approve of this in the slightest. She's gonna call you a distraction and so much more. That's why we should leave it at what happened and that's it, Momo said before beginning to stand. Before she could even begin to walk away, Hayato stood up and grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Momo, why are you so worried about your mom's approval? Just relax, all right, Hayato said, making Momo turn around and take a step closer to him. I like you, like I really like you. I feel the same way, but you know as well as I do, this might not work out if we try it. It might not, but it just might. I'm willing to take that chance if it's with you, Hayato said, placing his hands on her cheeks. What will everyone else think? I think I don't give a damn what they think. I think I only care what you think. So, what do you think? I think if you're willing, I'll give it a shot. But we should only keep it secret for now, Momo said, making Hayato chuckle. He leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. She giggled and returned the kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck. Shiozaki is trying her hardest to beat Todoroki. Present Mike yelled as Ibara's vines ripped through the ground and zoomed towards Shoto. He dodged and placed his hands on them, freezing the vines in place. He neared her only for the same to happen, making him growl in frustration. Frustrated aren't we, Todoroki? Aibara asked as she put her hands in a prey-like pose. Shoto gritted his teeth and stomped his foot onto the ground, freezing it all the way until it was up to Aibara's waist. What? If Midoriya's next, I have no reason to go easy on you, Shoto said before placing his hand on her back, making the ice grow up to her chin. Shiozaki is immobilized. Todoroki advances to the semifinals, Midnight announced, making the crowd erupt into cheers as he melted the ice around her. Hey Hayato, I know you told me to get ready, but Izuku said as he walked back to the infirmary. He opened the door slightly only to be met with the sight of Hayato and Momo still kissing. His jaw dropped as quickly as the blood rushed to his face and closed the door quietly. He quickly ran back to the stands and took a seat next to Ochako, who looked at him confused. Are you okay, Deku? What happened? As he was about to tell her what happened, he felt a hand on his shoulder and he turned to see Tenya standing next to him. Ida, is Kiryu okay? Why yes, he's fine, Izuku said as the thought of his best friend and their vice representative being an item returned to his brain. No offense to you, Midoriya, but I would have preferred fighting him over you. Well, Ida, even if you win against Takoyami, you would still have to beat Kaken while I would have to beat Todoroki. The same would have applied for Hayato as well, Izuku said, making Tenya nod. Oh, is your brother watching? My brother. He should be, since my mother is trying to keep him away from patrols at the moment, Tenya said, surprising both of them. Having such a popular hero for a brother, hearing that Ingenium was being kept from doing his job came as a shock to them. Why? Apparently in Hasu City, there were reports of 2 dangerous villains, Tenya said, fixing his glasses. First, the hero killer, Stain. My brother was chasing him down before a second villain sighting was made public. Who? The Speed Hunter, Tenya said with a bit of fear in his voice. Recently, other speedsters across all of Asia have either died or lost the use of their legs, and the villain committing these attacks was labeled the Speed Hunter. Speed Hunter? Ochako asked, confused as Izuku's eyes widened. What's his villain name? He doesn't have one. By the time anyone finds his victims, he's long gone. All they've described is a black blur, and the next thing they knew, they were bleeding out with their spines beyond fixing. And your brother is being kept from patrolling because of him? Izuku asked, beginning to tremble from fear. Stain isn't as big a worry as the Speed Hunter. Coming from a family of speedsters especially. It's not just my mother either. Other heroes want him to avoid being found by either of them. They said he's got too big a target on his head to risk it, especially considering how loved and well-known my brother is. But if no one knows who he is, how do they know he's in Hasu? Ochako asked, still confused by the situation. There was another speedster there, and they found him paralyzed with the same markings as the other ones, claw and puncture marks all over his body, and the spine broken in pieces like a child's building block tower. I should be going. My next battle is soon, Tenya said before leaving to his battle with Fumikage. Izuku looked forward and began to grip the legs of his pants in fear. Deku, what's wrong? Hero killer, Speed Hunter. I hope we don't cross paths with them soon, Izuku said to himself as he imagined a sword being driven through his chest and a claw ripping through Hayato's. I mean, what are the odds of that? Remember that we're at UA High, one of the most secure schools on Earth ever. USJ was a one-time slip-up. The teachers will never let anything like that get near us ever again, Ochako said, placing her hand on Izuku's. It's gonna be fine. Just avoid any internships near Hasu if you're that worried about it. You're right, I shouldn't be so worried about that, Izuku said as Tenya and Fumikage's fight began. They watched as Dark Shadow ran towards Tenya, only for the boy to quickly spin out of the way and run at him. Dark Shadow whipped around and grabbed Tenya, throwing him to the far side of the arena. He dug his hands and feet into the ground to stop himself and chuckled as he made it. Ada is out of bounds. Takoyami advances to the semifinals. Tenya looked behind him and saw that his left foot had slid out past the boundary line and his jaw dropped hearing the announcement. Sorry, Ada. I can't go easy on you. Man, for a big guy, you're so easy to throw. He did it so easily, Tenya said quietly to himself before walking off the field. His pocket began to vibrate and he immediately took out his phone and answered it. Hello, Tenya, good job. Tensei. Tenya froze up hearing his brother's voice on the other end. You made it to the quarterfinals. Even I didn't make it that far in my first year. I hope you're not beating yourself up over it. But I couldn't be as awesome as you are out there. You're barely starting out. Consider this your starting line. You're racing for 3 years to be the best you can be. I'll be in your corner the entire time. Really? Well, yeah, you gotta prove you're better than that other speedster after all. Tensei laughed on the other line, making Tenya chuckle as well. I know Mom told you that everybody's making me take a break for right now until the Speed Hunter and Hero Killer are gone. Isn't that for the best? Stain has avoided capture at every point, and no one even knows who the Speed Hunter is or what he even looks like. Tenya, if I don't risk my life, I can't call myself a hero. But it's not even a risk, it's suicide. I'm not saying that I'm gonna go against everyone's wishes, but the moment someone else I know gets attacked, I'm jumping to action. Enjoy the rest of the festival, Tensei said before ending the call. Tenya punched the wall and grit his teeth, thinking about his brother being maimed by either villain. Come on, Ijiro yelled as he took on explosion after explosion from Katsuki during the last battle of the quarterfinals. He had already spent 3 minutes taking the attacks head-on, hoping that Katsuki's muscles would give in as time went on. Is that all you got? That's not all I've got. This is all I've got, dumb hair, Katsuki yelled as he placed his hands on Ijiro's chest and fired an explosion that was slightly weaker than the one he used against Ochako but strong enough to send Ijiro flying out of bounds. Kirishima is out of bounds. Bakugo advances to the semifinals, Midnight announced as Katsuki grabbed his forearms in pain. Damn it, I shouldn't be creating explosions like that so often, Katsuki said as he walked out of the arena. As he made his way out, he looked up and shot a death glare at Izuku, who flinched as he made eye contact with him. I'm going to crush you and Todoroki, Deku. Just fucking watch. Oh man, I am so not ready for this, Izuku said to himself as the semifinals were about to begin. He paced back and forth in the waiting room as he hoped his nerves would calm down so he could think about what he was going to do. Izuku. He ran to the door and opened it to see Hayato standing behind it. Thank God you're here, Izuku yelled, pulling him into the room. I'm so nervous you don't get it. I'm gonna die and Todoroki's gonna beat me. Breathe, damn it, breathe, Hayato yelled, slapping him. And why were you kissing Yaoyorozu? Izuku yelled, making Hayato's eyes widen. When the hell did that happen? I haven't even seen her since her fight, Hayato said, shaking his head. But when I went to check on you, I saw both of you. Are you sure it was us? You know people like to sneak around. Hayato, I'm not stupid. I know what I saw. You and Yaoyorozu were. Hayato cut him off by placing his hand over his mouth. Izuku, stop screaming. Yes, Momo and I kissed. She and I are a thing now. But this is something that stays a secret between me and her, and now you and me, capiche? Hayato said quietly while keeping a finger raised. Now, think about your situation right now. There are 4 people left, you, Todoroki, Takoyami, and Bakugo. It can end so many different ways. You lose, he fights Bakugo or Takoyami. You win, you fight Bakugo or Takoyami. Either way, you're in the top 3 now. What are you so nervous about? Todoroki's really strong. I don't know if I can beat him, Izuku said as Hayato moved his hand off of his mouth. Then fight with everything you've got. Why do you need to doubt yourself? Hayato asked, making Izuku nod. For our first match of the semifinals, we have the boy with a stare colder than ice, Shoto Todoroki, and his opponent is the green pulverizer, Izuku Midoriya. You just sound like a bad boxing announcer at this point. Midoriya, I'm going to beat you, Shoto said as he glared at the boy across the arena. Fight me with everything you have, Todoroki, Izuku said as he activated full cowling. Start. Immediately, Shoto unleashed a wall of ice to where Izuku stood. But as soon as it hit where he once stood, Izuku appeared above him and kicked him in the head. Shoto gritted his teeth and swiped his right hand up, making a wall of ice rise to protect him and make Izuku jump backwards. He continued to make swiping motions with his arm, making blocks of ice fire from the ground towards Izuku, who blocked them by either punching or kicking the ice into the others. He then kicked one of the blocks towards Shoto before flicking bursts of wind at him as well. The ice block shattered the ice wall and the wind bursts hit Shoto, making him slide backwards. Damn it, Shoto slammed his right foot into the ground, creating another ice wall. He then slid across and around Izuku. Izuku smirked and lunged forward, anticipating where he was going, and punched Shoto, sending him flying near the boundary. Just like I thought, by overusing his right side his movements are slowing down. That's the amazing part of his quirk he doesn't understand yet. The drawbacks that come from using either side gets reversed by the other, Izuku said as he effortlessly dodged more ice being shot at him by Shoto, each one going slower than the last. Use your left side, come on. Izuku then appeared in front of Shoto, noticing the frost forming on his right side, before punching him in the side. Damn it, I'm getting slower, Shoto said, holding his side in pain. He looked up to see Izuku running towards him and tried using his quirk one more time. But Izuku quickly moved to the left and grabbed him by the collar, flipping him over his shoulder and more towards the center of the arena. Come on, use everything you have. But, forget about what you told me. That left side isn't your dad's, it's your power. Shoto stood up and looked at Izuku, clenching his left fist. Everything came back to him at once. His abusive childhood, his mother snapping and throwing a pot of boiling water at his face, his promise to never use his left side. But what he remembered the most was the time he was crying to his mother about his father's abuse, and she told him he would never have to be a hero like him, that he could be the hero he wants to be. Once that memory replayed in his mind, fire erupted from his left side and around him, not only melting the frost on his arm but surprising the crowd as well. There we go. You got what you wanted. I hope you're ready. This is my power, Shoto said, grinning at Izuku, who returned it with one as well. He looked to the stands to see Endeavor smiling proudly at him before turning his attention back to Izuku. Don't blame me for what happens next. He extended his left arm forward, firing a stream of fire at Izuku, who dodged and ran towards him. Shoto unleashed frozen streams of ice at Izuku, who had no choice but to dodge them by jumping over them. Shoto anticipated this and fired another stream of fire, this time hitting Izuku out of the air. Izuku spun as he was about to hit the ground and landed on his feet, breathing heavily. He noticed his breath was visible and looked forward to see Shoto freezing the ground near them. He then raised his left arm, now bursting into flames, and threw it forward, making a colossal blast of warm air form and fire towards Izuku. Izuku gritted his teeth and pushed one for all past 5%, raising it to 100%, and slammed his hands together as hard as possible, creating an immense burst of wind that countered Shoto's and created a giant explosion that made everyone hold onto their seat, even knocking Cementos and Midnight from where they stood and knocking Present Mike off of his seat in the announcer's booth. Once the dust settled, everyone, especially Ochako, Hayato, and the Midoriyas, watched to see the aftermath of the two attacks. Midnight looked past the dust to see Shoto standing in the now destroyed arena with the left half of his shirt burned off. She turned to her right to see Izuku with his back against the wall of the stadium, unconscious from the impact that happened. Midoriya is out of bounds. Todoroki advances to the finals. Midnight announced, running over to the boy as the medic bots arrived to take him to Recovery Girl. Your class is insane, Eraser. Huh. Izuku opened his eyes to find himself once again in the infirmary, and looked forward to see All Might and Hayato standing near the end of the bed. What a reversal, right? You lost, but you put on quite a show, All Might said, smiling at the boy. Good job. Yeah, those last attacks were insane. But, Recovery Girl said, you broke both of your arms doing that clap. Hayato explained as Izuku looked down to see both of his arms wrapped up in bandages. She patched you up, but to take it easy for a while. Okay. As Kaken and Takoyami's battle started, you two obliterated the arena. Cementos has to remake it again, so they have a few more minutes, Hayato explained before bursting into laughter. I mean, it's funny. You two look like a manga with how those last attacks collided. But you did amazing today. I agree. At least you showed you had control over a small percentage of One for All. Remember, young Midoriya, as the next symbol of peace, you must make your presence known before it's my time, All Might said before walking over and placing a hand on Izuku's head. I have to go get ready. I'll see you when I give out the medals, All Might said, smiling at the boy before leaving. Once he was gone, Hayato stayed behind and let out a deep sigh. So, hell of a day, right? I mean, you have a girlfriend now. I have nothing but a third place standing here at the sports festival. I think it's a win-win, Izuku said with a slight chuckle. Okay, first of all, don't use the G word yet. Second of all, don't say you have nothing but that. You showed the world what you could do, and plus, you gave Ochako something to stare at, Hayato said, walking over to his best friend's side. He helped him out of bed and laughed as his face began to turn a bright shade of red. Aye, you like Ochako, face it, Hayato said as he helped Izuku put on his shirt. I what? There is nothing you can use against me now, so good luck. Just make a move, buddy, Hayato said before both of them left the infirmary. Dark Shadow, Fumikage yelled as his and Katsuki's battle had just begun. Dark Shadow lunged from his body and flew towards Katsuki. He simply smirked and placed his hands together, creating a ball of light between them. Stun grenade. The ball exploded, creating a large flash of light that made Dark Shadow scream in pain, and made Fumikage cover his eyes to protect himself. Katsuki ran up to him and fired a small explosion against his chest, sending the boy flying out of bounds. Takoyami is out of bounds. Bakugo advances to the finals, Midnight announced, making Katsuki smirk and begin to leave before making eye contact with Shoto, who stood in the stands, watching intently. We're back, Hayato said as he and Izuku arrived to sit with their class, making Momo and Ochako turn around happily. Kuryu, Deku, amazing work today, you too, Tenya said as he motioned for them to sit next to him and the girls. You guys were insane, Denki yelled, earning nods from everyone else in the class. Kuryu, it's gonna be me and you next time. Watch, Hitoshi said, making Hayato nod at him. I'll be waiting. Who do you guys think is gonna win, Bakugo or Todoroki? Ajiro asked, earning shrugs from everyone else. Either way, thank goodness we have the weekend to relax after this, Mashiro said, making Mina nod. How about to celebrate? We all go to the beach tomorrow, Mina suggested, making everyone nod. Sounds like a plan. Time for the final fight of the UA Sports Festival. The class turned their attention back to the arena as Present Mike began to talk. The two who have made it to the final round are Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo. These two are at the top of their class, and seeing the performances they've given us today, that's a high bar set already. Katsuki and Shoto walked into the arena, both ready to begin to fight at any moment. Whenever you're ready, Midnight. Once the two walked past the boundary lines, Midnight nodded and raised her arm before pointing it forward. Start. You better use your left side on me too, Katsuki yelled, jumping towards Shoto. He smirked and slammed his foot into the ground, making a wall of ice rise from it, hoping it would make Katsuki dodge backwards so he could trap him. Instead, he responded by firing explosions one after another to destroy the ice. Shoto rolled out of the way as Katsuki tried to attack where he stood, and fired blocks of ice and hit him out of the air into the ground. I'm not going down that easily. Katsuki gritted his teeth and fired 2 explosions to propel himself to Shoto again. He needs to get close to me so those explosions can actually do some damage. As much as I hate my left side, I have no choice. Shoto reeled his right arm back, ready to attack again, only for Katsuki to move to his right in the air. I know all your tricks, you half-and-half bastard. Katsuki yelled as he reached to grab Shoto's head. Do you now? Shoto asked with a smirk. He ignited his left side and threw his left arm forward, punching Katsuki in the stomach with a fist covered in fire. Katsuki burst into laughter as he flew up into the air. That's it. Come on, let's give these assholes a real show. Katsuki yelled as he began to fire explosion after explosion, using them to spin in the air. Shoto looked in surprise as Katsuki began to spin in a tornado made of smoke that was now heading towards him. Howitzer impact. Midoriya, thanks, Shoto said as he raised another ice wall to block Katsuki's path. He then covered the ground behind him with more ice before raising his left arm, igniting it and creating the same attack he used against Izuku. As Katsuki hit the ice wall, he created a giant explosion that combined with Shoto's attack, which then resulted in an explosion that was slightly weaker than the one from his battle with Izuku. Everybody braced themselves again. Even present Mike held on for dear life as the windows of his booth finally broke and the force sent the glass flying past him and Aizawa. Once the dust settled, everybody looked to see Shoto and Katsuki standing near the far sides of the arena. Midnight looked and noticed something about the position of one of the boys' feet, raising her whip. Todoroki is out of bounds. Bakugo is the winner. Katsuki and Shoto looked down to see that Shoto's right foot had slid past the line and his heel was touching the outside of the line. The crowd erupted into cheers while Katsuki dropped his arms to his side. I won, and he used his left side. Katsuki looked down before tears began to well into his eyes. I fucking told you all. I'm going to be number 1. Katsuki yelled victoriously, hiding his tears before turning to the stands. Diku, Kiryu. I'm gonna settle the scores with you two next. Izuku and Hayato smiled as Katsuki pointed at them. We'll be waiting for that day, Izuku said, making Ochako smile at him. Todoroki acknowledged his strength. That's what matters the most to him. To be number 1, he's gonna have to push himself to prove he's the best. Hayato explained as he secretly grabbed Momo's hand. And you even melted Ice Queen Todoroki. Izuku, you sure are something else, Hayato said, playfully punching Izuku's shoulder. He just needed a push to use his power. All of the first-year events for this year's UA Sports Festival have been completed, and now we will begin the award ceremony, Midnight announced as all of the first-year students stood in the middle of the stadium. Fireworks went off into the air and the crowd erupted into cheers as the pedestals holding the 4 winners rose from the ground. Now we will award the medals. The presentation of the medals will, of course, be by this man. The crowd watched excitedly as All Might's laughter echoed throughout the stadium. They looked up to see him jumping in, but could barely make out what he was saying over Midnight talking. Our very own hero, All Might. He turned around as he landed and began shaking from disappointment. I talked over you. Sorry. Midnight placed her hands together to apologize to him before raising up the 4 medals. Now then, All Might, please present the medals, starting with 3rd place. Young Takoyami, you really are strong, All Might said as he walked up to Fumikage and placed a bronze medal around his neck. You're too kind. However, in order to fight well against different types, you must not rely only on your quirk. If you train your own strength more, then you'll have more options when you fight, All Might said as he pulled the boy in for a hug. He grabbed another bronze medal and walked over to Izuku, placing it around his neck. You have great potential, young Midoriya, but you must learn to control your quirk more. I can feel that there is more to your abilities than you know. Train more, and one day I'll be honored to work alongside you as a pro, All Might said, pulling him in for a hug. Yes, sir, Izuku said, holding back his tears. All Might then grabbed a silver medal and walked over to Shoto. Young Todoroki, congratulations, All Might said as he placed it around his neck. I heard today was your first time using your left side. May I ask why? Midoriya opened my eyes during our match. He showed me that I can't rely on just half of my abilities if I hope to become a hero as well. Otherwise, I'd fall behind everyone while they work their hardest to become stronger. I can see why you're interested in him, Shoto said as All Might pulled him in for a hug. Even the look on your face is different. I won't ask for the details. I look forward to seeing you grow further, All Might said as he pulled away and grabbed the gold medal. Now then, young Bakugo. Good job doing what you said you would during the player pledge. I told them, and at least they were a springy step for me. Katsuki said as he snatched the medal from All Might's hands and placed it around his neck. But, remember, your peers will also be there for you when you need them. While a sense of competition is normal and recommended, don't let it control who you are. You may have been the top as a child, but you and your class are all equals in an always changing scale. Remember that, All Might said as he hugged the boy. Now, any of you could have been up here. You all saw, competing, improving each other, and climbing even further. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. All Might yelled, turning his attention to the students. So, I have just one more thing to say. Everyone please say it with me. Ready, go. Thanks for your hard work, plus ultra. The first years burst into laughter as the crowd yelled plus ultra while All Might yelled thanks for your hard work. What? It should have been plus ultra there, All Might. The crowd yelled, making All Might rub the back of his head sheepishly. Well, I thought they all worked really hard. Good work. Now enjoy your weekend. I'm sure the pro heroes who watched the festival will want to recruit you, but we'll consolidate everything and announce it when you get back. So rest well and I'll see you all on Monday. Aizawa said as Class 1 returned to their classroom to meet up with him. Everybody stood up and began to leave. I'll call you later, all right. Hayato whispered to Momo, making her smile and nod. When no one else was looking, he planted a quick kiss on her cheek and rushed to follow Izuku and meet up with his parents. So, are we really gonna intern under your grandpa? Izuku asked as they made their way downstairs. Honestly, I don't really know. You can if you want. I need some time to think about it, Hayato said as they swapped their shoes at the lockers near the entrance. Once they made their way out, they were surprised to see Sorahiko waiting with the Midoriya. Good job, boys, Hisashi said, waving to the boys. I'm making pork cutlet bowls for dinner tonight to celebrate, Inko said, smiling proudly at the two. Grandpa? Hayato asked, seeing his grandfather looking at him hesitantly. I talked with Inko and Hisashi, and we came to an agreement. It wouldn't be right for me to drag you so far away from your school to live with me. So, you're going to live with them now, Sorahiko said, fixing his cane. But, I will come by to spend time with you, and all decisions regarding you will still have to go through me. I just don't have the kind of home for another person to live in right now, Sorahiko said as Hayato walked up to him. He knelt down to his grandfather's height and pulled him in for a hug. It's all right, Grandpa. I'm just glad you're here for me, Hayato said, making Sorahiko chuckle and return the hug. Hayato. Hayato's eyes snapped open and he looked up to see Rato and Toa walking up to them. What are you? Hayato, calm down. They just want to talk to you, Hisashi said, placing a hand on his shoulder. He helped him stand up straight to look at the two. What are you two doing here? Don't you have better things to do? Or better places to be? Hayato asked, making his mother wince at the venom in his voice. Son. We're here because we wanted to see you, Rato said, making Hayato begin to tremble. I should have said something at Dad's funeral. And I'm sorry I wasn't there for. Sorry. You want to talk about sorry? You left me. You abandoned me. I never knew what it was like having real parents growing up. Your father was the only one who was ever there for me. Mother's Day. Father's Day. You know how I felt, seeing all my friends with their parents and all I had was just my grandpa. Hayato yelled as tears began streaming down his face. Not to mention Christmas, even my own birthday. I used to cry myself to sleep so often growing up because I was jealous of them. My own parents left me just to keep jobs, and you even left me at home when I was a baby. Everything I am now is because of him. Everything I can do now is because of him. These people are the only ones who ever gave me the kind of love I deserve from you, Hayato yelled, pointing at the Midoriyas and at the sky. Toa began to tear up and Rato looked away as Hayato began slowly walking towards them. I can forgive the old man right behind me. He didn't know anything about me, but you too. There is no excuse on this goddamn earth to justify being out of my life for 12 years. Why? Why are you here now? Hayato asked before Toa ran and hugged him. He began to sob into his mother's arms as both of them fell to their knees. Because we made a mistake. Our beautiful boy is all grown up now and we missed out on the important moments of your life. I might not have been the mother you wanted, but please don't hate me, Toa said, kissing Hayato's head as he held her tightly. Rato knelt down and hugged both of them, making Inko tear up happily while Izuku, Hisashi, and Sorahiko all watched with a smile on their faces. We're moving back to Japan, but we're not going to take you from these people. I bought Dad's place and I'm going to keep it how it is for you. Whenever you feel ready to move in with us and Sorahiko, you can, Rato said, rubbing his son's back. We might not be able to take back what we missed from your childhood, but we'll definitely be there to watch you become a hero. So, your parents are back and your grandfather is letting you live with Midoriya and his family. What a turn of events, Momo said as she laid in bed talking to Hayato on the phone that night, hearing what had happened after they left. You're telling me? I'm still trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. I mean, what do you want to do? Momo asked, rolling to her side. I dunno. I mean, Hisashi and Inko said I can stay here for as long as I want. My dad bought my childhood home and he's gonna keep everything how it is. It feels like bribery, honestly. But at least they're here for you now. A lot of people in this world go without their parents wanting anything to do with them. You should at least feel happy about that, Momo said before hearing Hayato sigh. And why are you sighing? Because I feel like they want something. But I don't know what the hell they could want from me considering my grandpa didn't really leave me anything in his will. You do have something. What? You? Hayato asked, making Momo blush. And no, you, your love, your heart. That's what they want from you. You're their son, and since you haven't brought anyone else up, most likely their only child too. They're not trying to buy your love back with gifts, they're trying to earn it from you. They know they made a mistake and they know you won't forgive them so easily. But at least if they try to spend time with you, they'll finally feel like they earned their love as parents, Momo said before letting out a small yawn. Alright, sleepyhead, I should let you get to bed. Did Mina say what time we should all meet up tomorrow at the beach? She said by noon at the latest, and I'm not sleepy. I could spend all night talking to you. Me too, but it's been a long day. My beautiful girl needs her beauty sleep. Momo giggled at his compliment. Alright then, see you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. Momo ended the call and looked at her phone, seeing a news report with a photo of a black blur jumping over buildings with the caption, "First look at the speed hunter." Under it, "The speed hunter. I hope he never finds Hayato," Momo said quietly as she turned off her phone and closed her eyes. Aren't you two just adorable? Izuku asked as Hayato had just finished his call with Momo. Shut up, Hayato said, throwing one of his pillows at him. Besides, tomorrow I know you're gonna be staring at Ochako. I will not, Izuku yelled, sitting up as a blush crept on his face. Ochako in a bikini, the sun shining brightly and the water glistening off her skin. Try not to think about her asking you to put sunblock on her back. I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night to hear he was cut off by Izuku jumping on him and slamming a pillow over his head. Stop it. I'm just saying. Try to control tiny Izuku tomorrow and I'm gonna take gauze for your nosebleed. Hayato laughed under the pillow, making Izuku's face turn completely red and faint from embarrassment. Good morning, everyone, Tenya yelled as he arrived at Dagoba Beach with a cooler in tow. He looked to see the majority of his classmates nearby and they all waved at him. Hey, Uda, did you bring the drinks? Toru asked as all that was visible was a white shirt and a blue pair of shorts. Yes, I brought plenty of refreshments to last the day for us. That's the class rep for you, Hanta said as he and Ijiro were putting together a grill. Who's left? Mizo asked as he placed bags of charcoal near the two. Well, Todoroki said he had family business. Shinso ignored me. And Bakugo told me, and I quote, "Why the fuck would I hang with a bunch of losers? Electric dumbass," Denki said as he walked over. So it's just Kiryu and Midoriya, I think. Should I call them? Kyoka asked as she and Mina were setting up a speaker. I'm sure they're just running late, Momo said as she placed a towel down. I called Deku a few minutes ago. He said he and Hayato were close. They were just grabbing some snacks for us. Ochako chimed in as she inflated a beach ball. And while they're not here, Mina began with a mischievous look on her face. She took out 2 empty sunblock bottles and replaced Momo and Ochako's with them, hiding the full bottles back in her bag. Time to play Cupid. Sorry we're late, Izuku yelled as he and Hayato walked down the steps to the beach. They walked over to the class and placed 4 bags filled with chips, cookies, and all kinds of sweets near the cooler. The line at the convenience store was long. It's fine. We have an entire day of fun and relaxation ahead of us, Tenya said as he handed the two a bottle of water. Hayato chuckled and walked over to where his secret lover was currently setting up her spot to take in the sun. Boo, he whispered as he quickly grabbed her sides. Momo jumped up in surprise and turned around to playfully slap his arm. Stop, you're gonna get sand all over my towel, Momo said as she wiped off some sand she had kicked onto her towel. Sorry, geez. Here, I thought you would be happy to see me, Hayato said, grabbing her hand and pulling her away from the class's hearing distance. Hayato, I am extremely happy to see you, Momo said as she fixed her hand so she could hold his. But I was wondering, what are we? Like, are we just dating? Are we a couple? What? Hayato asked quietly, making Momo giggle. What is it? You're just so adorable when you're clueless, Momo said as she fixed her hair. We are whatever we want to be. Okay, Momo said before seeing Kyoka walk over and let go of Hayato's hand. Yao Momo, can you make us some tongs? Kaminari forgot to bring them, Kyoka asked while Denki gave an apologetic look behind her. Sure, not a problem. She lifted up her shirt and formed a pair of tongs from her stomach, handing them to the girl. Thanks, Kyoka said before looking at the two suspiciously. What are you two doing so far from us? Just private talk, Hayato responded quickly, scratching the back of his head. Like, I got major family drama going on. Momo's just giving me some advice, Hayato said, making Kyoka shrug. Got it, Kyoka said as she walked away waving the tongs. Why do we have to hide it from the class though? Hayato asked quietly as he crossed his arms. Hayato, the less about us that people know, the less I have to worry about my family finding out, Momo said, hiding her face from him. Are you embarrassed by me? It's not that. Momo whisper yelled before grabbing Hayato's hands. My mother wants me to find someone she approves of, someone she's sure will keep our family line strong and enhance our abilities further. I'm just afraid of her hating you because she doesn't know the Hayato I admire so much. Don't worry, whenever you feel ready to tell her, I'll be right there to back you up, Hayato said, making Momo smile. You're such a goofball. I'm your goofball now. Alright, while the boys make lunch, let's go swimming, Mina yelled as she happily threw off her shirt and shorts to reveal her white bikini, catching the majority of the boys by surprise. Hey, that isn't fair, Denki protested as he placed raw burger patties onto the now heated grill. Sorry, we'll make dinner if that's fine with you guys, Ochako said as she secretly hoped Izuku was watching her undress to her swimsuit. And little did she know he was ... At least he was being forced to by Hayato holding his head in her direction. Told you, bikini, water glistening off her skin. If we were any older I'd lock you two in a room together and see how that goes, Hayato whispered as he pointed at Ochako while she walked into the water. You gotta admit, she looks real cute in that pink bikini, Hayato whispered before Izuku elbowed him in the stomach. Stop it, I'm not that kind of person, Izuku said before Momo walked over to them. Kuryu, can you hand me my sunblock? I need to reapply, Momo asked as she folded her shirt, making Hayato nod and walk over to where she had left her bottle of sunblock. He picked up the bottle and noticed it felt extremely light, making Mina grin deviously. Yes, now he'll grab his bottle and have to rub it on her, Mina thought as she watched Hayato reach into the backpack he had brought. Your bottle's feeling kinda empty. Wanna use mine? Yes, it's no problem with me, Momo said as she placed her clothes on her towel. Mina watched excitedly as Hayato took out a bottle and took off the cap. Her jaw dropped as she saw him shake it and press the top, revealing it was a spray can. Close your eyes, Hayato said as he quickly sprayed her face, then across her arms, legs, back, and her chest. She smiled at him and finished spreading the sunblock with her hands before running into the water. Kyoka laughed seeing Mina's shocked expression before placing a hand on her shoulder. Good try, Cupid. That trick isn't gonna work in this day and age, Kyoka said before Mina pushed her completely into the water. That smells delicious, Tenya said as he helped Ijiro flip the burgers. I can't wait to eat, Ijiro said, earning a nod from his peers. So, since the girls are having fun out there, I think we should play a game. Well, I know they like talking gossip about us, Ijiro began before a devilish grin formed on his face. So why don't we scare the crap out of them? That sounds quite rude, Tenya said as he placed the burgers that were done on a nearby tray. I'm in, Hayato said, taking off his shirt and grabbing Tenya's goggles from his back. He stretched quickly and walked into the water where the girls couldn't see him. Now, what is he gonna do? Denki said as they watched him disappear into the water. They burst into laughter as Mina and Kyoka screamed moments later. What is that? Something just brushed by my leg. A fish probably just swam by, Suyu said as Ochako nodded in agreement. But then both of them screamed as they felt hands grab their ankles. What is that? It's probably just a fish, Momo said, hiding her fear. A fish with hands? Ochako asked, looking into the water, seeing nothing near them. Hands? Come on girls, don't be. Momo was cut off as she was pulled under the water, scaring the other girls back to shore. It got Yao Momo, Tori yelled as she and the girls hid behind the boys. They all erupted into laughter as Hayato stood up in the water, holding Momo in his arms. It's a great white Kuryu, Hanta laughed as the girls puffed their cheeks angrily. That wasn't funny, Mina yelled, throwing a rock at his direction. To you at least, Hayato called out before Momo pushed him into the water, forgetting he was holding her so she fell in as well. That was delicious, thank you boys, Mina said as she happily finished her lunch. Alright, now let's take a 30-minute rest before anyone goes to the water, Tenya said as he collected everybody's empty plates. What should we do until then? Let's play a game, Mina yelled, making the boys roll their eyes. Let's play truth or dare. What are we, 10? Ijiro asked, shaking his head. Well, we would be playing volleyball if Kaminari remembered to bring the net. Why did you guys leave me in charge of that stuff? Denki asked, angry, waving his arms. Come on, let's just play, Mina begged, placing her hands together. The class sighed and nodded in agreement. Yeah, okay, Ochako, truth or dare? Truth. Is it true you like Midoriya? Mina asked with a devilish grin. Ochako and Izuku's cheeks went red and their jaws dropped while the class looked at her, extremely interested in the topic. Well, as a friend, yeah. Not as a friend, like for a boyfriend, Kyoka chimed in, making Ochako bury her face in her hands, only for her to begin to float. Come on, say it, or we'll ask you something even more embarrassing, Mina yelled, making Ochako remove her hands from her face. Why, yes I do, Ochako yelled, making Izuku's face turn completely red. And Midoriya, truth or dare? Kyoka asked, looking at the boy with a smile on her face. Dare. I dare you to go out on a date with Uraraka tomorrow. Izuku stood up and walked backwards, only for Hayato to stop him, smiling brightly. He accepts, Hayato chuckled and sat Izuku down before jumping up and pulling Ochako down next to him. But don't think you're safe either, Kuryu, Denki said, wrapping his arm around Hayato's neck. Truth or dare? Dare. I dare you and Momo to go on a double date with these two, Mina yelled, pointing at Izuku and Ochako. Only for Momo and Hayato to shrug. They go out as a couple and we go with them as third wheels. Sounds fun. Hayato responded, sitting next to Izuku. Sounds fun. Third wheels. Hayato, you should have said no, Izuku yelled as they returned to the Midoriya residence that night. Izuku, you have a date, Hayato said as he opened the door. Once he did, Inko and Hisashi dropped their drinks to the floor as they had heard what he had just said. My son ... has a date, Inko asked, beginning to tremble. Well, damn. With who? Hisashi asked with pride evident in his voice. Remember the girl who fought Bakugo yesterday? They nodded at his question. That girl is Ochako Uraraka, and she has been the apple of your son's eye since we started at UA. And they have a date tomorrow both are obligated to go to. Stop it, Izuku yelled, jumping onto Hayato's back. He covered his mouth while Inko and Hisashi looked at them in surprise. You've been hiding this from us? Inko asked, making Izuku shake his head rapidly. And no, it just happened today. Honest, Izuku yelled, raising his hands defensively. Besides, if anybody's hiding anything, Hayato's been hiding that he has a girlfriend, Izuku yelled before realizing what he just said. Hayato turned his head slowly to glare at him while he slowly walked towards his parents. Hayato. Relax. It was a slip-up. Izuku. Hayato growled before Hisashi grabbed both boys by their collars to keep them in place. Enough. Now, both of you go shower because you stink like salt water. And also, we might not know what goes on all the time, but as your parents and your caretakers, this is something we should have been told about, Hisashi said, making both boys nod. Now, once you both are decent, we're going to talk about this and about respecting others' secrets and privacy. Okay, now that you two don't stink. Izuku, it was unfair for you to reveal that Hayato is with someone now. We might not be his parents, but he would have told us when he felt ready. His reaction was warranted, Hisashi said as 30 minutes later, after both boys had a chance to shower and change into fresh clothes, they all sat at their table to talk about what happened when they arrived. Hayato, was that the case? Why, yeah. Momo doesn't want people to know until she was ready to reveal it to her family first, Hayato said, looking down at the table. I see. I understand. And was this date with the Uraraka girl supposed to be a secret? Inko asked as both boys shook their heads. I just didn't want to talk about it since our friends are making us go on one, Izuku said quietly, making his parents sigh. You don't have to go on it. You're not really obligated to go, Hisashi said, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. But I want to go. I just wish it was under better circumstances, Izuku explained as a blush crept up on his cheeks. Well, how do you feel about her? Inko asked, smiling at her son. I really like her. She's sweet, caring, she's an incredible person. She even changed the way I felt about the name Deku. She might be the only person I feel really happy to hear it from right now. Even her reason for wanting to become a hero takes a selfish reason and makes it selfless. A lot of people are in it for the money, but she's in it for the money to support her family. Izuku's response made both his parents smile even more. I want to be with her. I've never had a girlfriend in my life, and I know right now it might not be a good idea, but I really want this to work. Just give her the love and attention she deserves and it will. That's how we've been able to make our marriage work for so long, even being an entire ocean apart, Inko said, grabbing her husband's hand. And Hayato, how do you feel about your girlfriend? I feel the same way. When I hear her voice, my heart just races faster than I could ever think of running. I want her family to accept me. She might be my first real girlfriend, but something about her just feels so different compared to everyone else, Hayato explained, making them nod. You two might have amazing chances with these girls, just don't blow it, Hisashi said, standing up. Are you going with them tomorrow? We were told to go on a double date with them, so we have to. It's our first official date and I also want to be there to back him up, Hayato said, earning a nod from the older man. Okay then, just remember that while you four are going to be together, your dates have to be separate. Whatever happens can't affect the other ones. That's how you make it work, Inko explained, standing up. I'll take you boys to pick out some new clothes after we drop off Hisashi in the morning. What are you even going to do? We're going to a movie then dinner, Izuku said, remembering the plan he had made with Ochako. Then get some rest and be ready to look like the handsome boys you are tomorrow. Alright, time for me to go. I'll try coming back home next month, Hisashi said as they arrived at the airport security gate. He pulled Inko in for a deep kiss while the two boys feigned gagging. Hisashi noticed this and began to chuckle. I can't wait to do the same when you both bring your girls home. I expect to hear good results about tonight, Hisashi said, pulling the two in for a hug. Take care, Hisashi said as he walked away with his luggage in tow. Dad, Hisashi turned around to see his son smiling at him. I can't wait for you to come back. Me too, Izuku, me too, Hisashi said, turning back around to leave. Work hard while I'm gone, okay? Of course. I love you, Dad. I love you, too, Hisashi yelled, waving to his son. Okay, show me how you two look. Inko called out that night as it was nearing the time the four agreed to meet up at the movie theater. The door to the bedroom the two shared opened, and out walked Izuku wearing black jeans with a dark green button-up shirt, and Hayato walked out wearing a yellow button-up shirt and a white t-shirt underneath and white jeans. Oh, you two look so handsome. Now to put on some cologne, Inko said as she grabbed 2 bottles of cologne and sprayed the two with them. Izuku and Hayato began to cough as the cologne entered their mouths and began waving their hands. Mom, we really need to get going. Okay, sorry. Take care, you two, Inko called out as the two rushed past her and out of the door. They ran downstairs into the train station as Hayato began to dial Momo and Izuku began to dial Ochako. They waited for them to answer as they entered the train to downtown Tokyo and took their seats. Hello, Hayato let out a sigh of relief as Momo picked up her phone. Momo, are you ready? Yes, I'm leaving my house now. And you too. Same thing. We should be there in maybe 20 minutes, Hayato said as Izuku put down his phone after no response from Ochako. Then almost immediately she called him back and he quickly answered. Deku, sorry, I was in the elevator and my service is bad. Where are you guys? On the train to get to downtown. How far away are you? Maybe 20 minutes give or take. See you then. See you, Ochako said as she ended their call. Alright then, I'll meet you 3 in the front of the theater. Alright, see you then, Hayato said, ending his call with Momo. The two let out sighs of relief and looked out the window of the train, looking at the bright city lights. Hard to believe the two of us scored girls so easily. You had it easier than me. I was forced into this state. So, you still got it, Hayato said, patting Izuku's knee. No matter how tonight goes, I'm still gonna have your back. You really are the brother I wish I had. Why wish? I'm always gonna be your brother. Alright, any sign of them? Izuku asked as the two finally arrived at the cinema. They looked around and shook their heads, seeing their dates were nowhere to be seen. Guess we were first. Deku, Hayato. They turned around to see Ochako running towards them, and Izuku blushed to see his date wearing a pink blouse and white pants along with a pair of white heels. Sorry, an accident slowed me down at the crosswalk, Ochako said, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. She looked at the way Izuku was dressed and blushed as she noticed how fitting his clothes were, even noticing that his biceps made the sleeves look tighter. Why, you look beautiful, Izuku noted, making Ochako giggle. And you look incredible, Ochako said, making Izuku smile at her. Hayato smiled at the sight of the two in front of him before looking around for his girlfriend. And Momo. She was answered by a car pulling up in front of them. A man wearing a suit walked out of the driver's seat and opened the door behind him, and the three watched as Momo walked out wearing a red blouse with a pair of black pants and black sandals. I forget she's rich sometimes, Izuku and Ochako whispered as Momo thanked the man who bowed in return before entering the car and driving off. Sorry, we got slowed down by an accident. I'm not overdressed, am I? Momo asked nervously, looking at the three. Hayato chuckled and shook his head, grabbing Momo's hand. You look stunning, Hayato said, pulling her in for a hug. Wow, you two look like a real couple, Ochako noted before Momo shrugged, noting their current situation. I think she deserves to know, Momo said happily before turning to her friend and keeping Hayato's arms around her waist. Uraraka, Hayato and I have been a couple since the sports festival. We want to keep it secret for now. Can you do us that favor, please? Ochako's jaw dropped at this news and Izuku chuckled before grabbing her hand. Come on, we pre-ordered the tickets. We just need to get them, Izuku said as he and Ochako walked into the cinema, followed by Hayato and Momo. They went to a nearby machine and Izuku entered a number into it from his phone. He then grabbed the 4 tickets that came from the machine and the 4 walked to the theater the tickets indicated. If I may ask, what is this movie about? Momo asked as she looked at the poster of the movie. Well, this is the story of a man who wants to change his life after being incarcerated for years after being arrested under suspicion of committing. He lost everything, his family's love, his job, and even the love of his life left him. But then one day he finds himself in the middle of a conspiracy that led to him being locked up, that he was framed for someone else's crime, and that person is the most powerful man in the city. So he takes it upon himself to bring the man to justice and clear his name, while trying to win his family and his ex-wife's love back, Hayato explained as they walked inside and took their seats. It sounds awesome, Ochako whispered excitedly as she sat next to Izuku. It's based off a best-selling novel, Izuku added as he fixed himself so he was sitting comfortably. Ochako smiled and did the same before leaning to the side and resting her head on his shoulder. He smiled and rested his head on hers and grabbed her hand. That explains why it sounds so unrealistic, Momo said, rolling her eyes. Hayato chuckled and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Just enjoy the movie, it's our first date. It doesn't have to be realistic to have a good time. Momo turned and squinted her eyes, unamused by his comment. A loser like me getting together with someone like you doesn't feel realistic, or does it? Hayato asked, making Momo shake her head. No, Momo said before leaning in and planting a kiss on his lips. But that's what makes it so good. That movie was so good. Ochako yelled as they walked out of the cinema. I love the twist that his wife married the villain to prove her husband's innocence. I will admit, it was quite entertaining. Momo said, making Hayato laugh. What's so funny? Nothing. So, where do you guys want to eat? Izuku asked as they walked down the sidewalk. As Hayato was about to answer, the four jumped backwards as a police car was thrown into the street in front of them. Everyone else began to run away, and the couples watched as other police cars were thrown into the street and exploded. What's going on? You kids need to get out of here. They looked up to see Kamui Woods jumping over them only for a black blur to slam into his body and send him flying to the ground. Run, he yelled as he struggled to pick up his mask that was broken off by the impact. I saw you two on TV. The four began to tremble as the black blur landed in front of them with piercing red eyes glaring at them. The figure began to walk forward, allowing the fire to illuminate his costume, revealing a sinister-looking black leather costume and a mask covering his face, only showing a pair of red eyes. Who are you? Momo asked as the villain in front of them flexed his fingers, revealing them to be as sharp as claws. You kids should know who I am. I'm all anyone talks about these days, especially if you're fast, the villain said before a group of police officers ran up and pointed their guns at him. Freeze, freeze, I prefer to run, the villain said before disappearing and reappearing behind the officers. They all fell to the ground as claw marks appeared either on their sides or necks, making the girls scream in fear. I can't wait to sink my claws into you, the villain said before Hayato and Izuku picked up their dates and activated their quirks. Make this fun for me. Izuku ... call him. Hayato whispered, making Izuku nod and hand his phone to Ochako. Dial All Might, Izuku whispered as they took a step backward. Ochako secretly unlocked the phone and looked for All Might's contact. Both of you are pretty fast. Let's see how long it takes this cat to catch the mice, the villain said before running towards them. Hayato and Izuku turned around and ran as fast they could away from him only for him to reappear in front of them with his claws held out. Game over. Izuku and Hayato nodded at each other and threw the girls into the air so they could slide under his arms. They caught the girls in the air and continued running, only to turn around and see him easily gaining on them. I don't think you know how this is going to end. I'll spoil it for you. It ends with all four of you bleeding out. Before he could grab the two, he felt his speed suddenly leave his body and cloth wrap around his arms and legs. I don't think so. The two stopped running as they felt their own quirks deactivate as well. They looked up to see Aizawa standing on a lamp post above them, bandage-free and wearing his gold goggles, while using the cloth around his neck to keep their chaser in place. Are you all okay, Mr. Aizawa? The four yelled happily as he jumped down and wrapped the villain further in his cloth. I was in the area when we heard that he was found here. You've got a lot of nerve hunting my students, bastard, Aizawa said, punching the man to the ground. Speed Hunter, give me a break. I hate that name. The Speed Hunter growled as Aizawa placed his boot on his head. I don't care what you hate. You're gonna go away for a long time, asshole, Aizawa said as Kamui Woods and more police officers arrived. Quite the contrary. He then rolled out of Aizawa's hold and headbutted him in the chest, making the Erasure hero close his eyes in pain as his speed returned to him. He broke out of his bindings and appeared behind Hayato, now holding the white-haired boy by his neck. Get near me, and the boy gets it, he threatened as he held his open claw to the boy's neck. Everyone else took a step back while Hayato gritted his teeth in frustration. Too much of an audience right now, but I'm coming for you, Hayato. Why? What did I do to you? I just hate speedsters. A little hypocritical, don't you think? Hayato asked before activating his quirk to try to elbow him in the head. Instead, the villain simply caught his arm and pulled it behind his back before pulling his head back by his hair as well. You look like you can give me a challenge. Get faster and I'll settle the score with you another day, he said as he put his face next to the boy's. I bet you don't even have a hero name yet. Whatever you call yourself versus me. Now that's gonna be a hunt to look forward to. And let these assholes know my name isn't the Speed Hunter, it's Blitz. Blitz growled as he glared at the people in front of them. He let go of Hayato and disappeared, letting the boy let out a sigh of relief. Hayato, Momo yelled, running to him. Are you okay? Aizawa asked, walking over to his student. I'm fine, Hayato answered, shaking his head in disbelief. What did he tell you? Aizawa asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. He wants me to get stronger so that he can hunt me like I'm the best prey he'll ever get. Like I'm the guy he's been waiting his whole life to fight, Hayato said as Ochako and Izuku walked over to hug him. Anything else? That his name isn't the Speed Hunter, it's some dumb name. Blitz, I think. Aizawa took off his goggles and shook his head before turning to the officers and Kamui Woods. I'll take care of them, just focus on the cleanup here, Aizawa said before leading the four away and to the train station. This isn't good. All four of you should go home and take a moment to relax. I'll get in contact with Principal Nezu and see what he thinks should be our next course of action. Mr. Aizawa, He turned to be met with a hug from all 4 of his students. "Thank you for showing up." He couldn't help but smile in this and nodded. "I'm a hero, and more importantly, I'm your teacher. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you kids." "Oh, boys, how did it?" Inko asked as she heard the door open to the apartment. She looked at the doorway to see the 4 walking in together. Hello. Sorry for the intrusion," Momo said, bowing to the older woman. "Our plans got a little sidetracked," Ochako said, rubbing the back of her head. Have you all eaten?" She was answered by them shaking their heads. "I'll whip something up for you all," Inko yelled, running into the kitchen. They walked over to the sofa and they all sat down, with the other 3 noting Hayato's odd silence since they had gotten onto the train. "Hayato ... are you okay?" Izuku asked, only to be answered by a simple head nod. "I ruined our whole night for us. Sorry everyone." Hayato apologized, only for Momo to grab him and pull him in for a side hug. "You didn't ruin it." "He did. It's gonna be all right. Mr. Aizawa and the other heroes are gonna look into it. He won't get anywhere near you again," Momo said with a reassuring smile. "Besides, we still had a fun time before it. I don't think tonight was a total bust," Ochako noted, earning a nod from Izuku. "We can always go another day too." "Do you guys really want to have another double date?" Hayato asked, raising an eyebrow at the 2. They looked at each other, blushed, and then nodded at him. "Well, if we have another one, then you 2 are gonna be the third wheels since we're the only real couple here," Hayato said, pointing at him and Momo. Momo widened her eyes as she realized what he was trying to do. "Yes, it wouldn't seem fair or comfortable if it's really just us on a date," Momo said, shrugging her shoulders before looking at the 2. "I don't get it," Izuku whispered before it dawned on him what they were trying to say. "Oh, what is it?" Ochako asked, confused by the situation. Well, tonight we were dared to go out together. But if we want to have another one, what they're trying to say is they shouldn't be the only real couple going on a second date," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. "I still don't get it." "Izuku," Inko called out from the kitchen. "She won't get it if you won't say it." "Uraraka ... will you join me on the next date as my girlfriend?" Ochako's eyes widened and her face turned completely red at Izuku's question. "If you don't want to, then I completely..." He was cut off by Ochako pulling him in for a kiss. They stayed that way for a few seconds before she broke it to smile at him. "Don't want to? I would love to," Ochako yelled, hugging him while Izuku felt his mind going haywire. "My first kiss. So, how did it go last night?" Mina asked excitedly as Ochako walked into class. "Well, the same as life as a UA student goes. I looked pretty, saw a movie, and then I went home to sleep," Ochako said calmly. She didn't want to make the announcement she and Izuku were a couple yet. They wanted to give it a moment to grow and then tell everyone. "So, nothing happened between you 2? Or between Kiryu and Momo?" Toru asked, making Ochako shake her head. "Nope, just 4 friends enjoying a movie together." Then the door slid open and in walked Momo. "Momo, did you and Hayato hook up yesterday?" Denki asked before Kyoka stabbed him with her earphone jack. "Calm down. No, if anyone's curious, absolutely nothing happened. If anything, it was more awkward in the beginning before we decided to just treat it like a simple night out as friends," Momo said, rolling her eyes at her friend's curiosity. She controlled herself as she heard Hayato and Izuku behind the door before it slid open to reveal them talking, as if nothing had happened the night before. "You guys are real bummers, did you know that?" Mina yelled, running up to the 2. "Is she still mad about the joke at the beach?" Hayato whispered before the pink girl pointed at the 2 they had went out with last night. "You 2 had the prime candidates to be your girlfriends with you last night and nothing happened. Why are you guys so boring?" "Because the speed hunter was in town last night." Mina calmed down and ran to her seat as Aizawa appeared behind the 2. "We called them and told them to stay home, unless you would have preferred seeing him in a casket. So, we looked into the Blitz situation," Principal Nezu said as he, Tsukachi, All Might, and Aizawa all met with the boys in his office 10 minutes ago. "Blitz is the name of a hero who went missing after his family died 5 years ago. He said he hates all speedsters. Why is that?" Izuku asked as the way Blitz had threatened Hayato was replaying in his mind. Blitz was a speedster, nowhere near someone like Ingenium's level, but he was a good hero. He prided himself on always working to become faster, and he would team up with other speedsters often. Tsukachi began as he took a sip of tea. But the day his family had died, he was there at the scene. There was a villain who could control fire and he attacked a bridge. On the bridge were his wife and 2 children in their car. Apparently he was with 3 other speedsters and they were all nearby when the villain had lit the car on fire trying to attack him. The family was dead before the car even exploded. Give another month or 2 and he had went off the grid, as if he completely disappeared. Aizawa continued as he rolled up his sleeping bag. "And we looked into the first murders he committed. Can you guess who his first 3 victims were?" Principal Nezu said quietly, making the boys gulp in fear. "Looks like Blitz holds resentment to anyone who can move faster than others. But I'm pretty fast. How come he never went after me?" All Might asked while everyone else but Principal Nezu shook their heads. I would assume that it's because you have other abilities than just super speed. Speedster applies to people whose main ability is super speed. Midoriya doesn't classify as a speedster due to him having enhanced strength as well. So while he targeted both of them last night, his main target was Hayato. Principal Nezu explained before smiling at the two boys. Don't worry, nothing's gonna happen. He's not gonna get near you again. Alright, so we're having a special hero informatics class today. The class froze up at Aizawa's announcement. Code names. You'll be coming up with hero names. Aizawa explained, making his class erupt into cheers. He activated his quirk and they immediately calmed down. This is related to the pro hero draft picks I mentioned before the festival. The drafts begin in earnest in the second and third years, after students have gained experience and can become immediate assets to the pros. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years like you shows that they are interested in your future potential. Of course, if they get bored of you before graduation, the offers are cancelled. Here's the total of everyone's offers. He took out a remote and pressed a button, activating a hidden projector on the board. The class watched as on the board it said, Class and No. Of offers, Todoroki 4123, Bakugo 3556, Takoyami 360, Midoriya 342, Ida 301, Kuryu 284, Kaminari 272, Yaoyorozu 108, Kirishima 68, Uraraka 20, 14. In other years, it's been more spread out, but all eyes were on Bakugo and Todoroki this year. Aizawa explained as the class looked at the two in surprise. You're amazing, Todoroki. You got so many offers. Momo whispered to Shoto, who glared at the number on the board. They're probably thanks to my damn old man. Wow, we got offers. Ochako yelled happily as she shook Tenya. Yes, keeping these results in mind, whether or not you got an offer or not, you will all be participating in internships with pros. And that explains the hero names. Ochako yelled happily. But keep your hero names in mind, because if you're not serious, you're gonna have hell to pay later. The class turned their attention to see Midnight opening the door and walking in. Because a lot of hero names used by students become recognized by society, they end up becoming their professional hero names. Midnight's gonna be making sure everything goes well for you guys. I sure as hell can't do that, Aizawa said, taking out his sleeping bag. He remembered when he started at UA, and his hero name came from Present Mike's loud mouth when they had to choose. Okay, let's start presenting names, starting with those who are ready, Midnight announced as the class had over half an hour to come up with names. We're presenting these, was the general thought among the students. Yuga stood up and walked to the front of the class and proudly held up the whiteboard he had written his name on. Alright then, Shining Hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Which means you can't stop my sparkles, Yuga yelled as the crowd looked at his board in shock. Midnight grabbed a marker and the board and began fixing the name for the boy. It'll be easier to use if you take out the I and shorten the cannot to can't, Midnight explained, making the boy nod. Thank you, mademoiselle. That actually worked. My turn. I'm gonna call myself Ridley Hero, Alien Queen, Mina yelled as Yuga returned to his seat and she ran up to take his place. Are you trying to go for the thing with acidic blood? And that's just a copyright lawsuit waiting to happen too, Midnight yelled in shock as she remembered being traumatized by the movie. Damn it, Mina grumbled and returned to her seat while everybody else shook their heads in disbelief. Can I go next? Tsuyu asked, raising her hand. Of course, Tsu. Midnight nodded and the girl walked up and pointed her board toward the class. I've had this in mind since elementary school. Rainy season hero, Froppy, Tsuyu announced, making Midnight smile. That's so cute. The class lit up at her reaction and started chanting Tsuyu's hero name, making her smile. She walked back to her seat and Ijiro stood up to take her place. Sturdy hero, Red Riot, Ijiro announced, showing the code name he decided on. Red Riot. Oh, you're paying respect to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot, aren't you? Midnight noted as she recognized the similarities in the names. Yeah, I'm trying to base my image off Crimson himself, Ijiro said, looking up at his spiked hair. If you're going with a name like that, it'll come with a lot of pressure. Be sure to work hard, Midnight said, making him nod. Of course, Ijiro nodded and returned to his seat. Kyoka ran up and smiled as she showed her name to the class. Hearing Hero, Earphone Jack, Kyoka said, making Midnight smile. I like it. Tentacle Hero, Tentacle, Mizo said as he took Kyoka's place in front of the class. It's like tentacle with some octopus in there. I like it. Taping Hero, Cellophane, Hanta said, taking Mizo's place. Simple and to the point. That's important. Martial Arts Hero, Tailman, Mashiro said, showing his hero name to the class. Your name reflects your body. Good job. Pinky, Mina yelled as she returned with a new name. Peaky Pink Complexion, Stun Gun Hero, Charge-a-Bolt, Denki announced proudly. Oh, I feel tingly. Stealth Hero, Invisible Girl, Toru yelled as she ran up to replace Denki. To the point, I like it. Mind Control Hero, Hypno, Itoshi said plainly as he walked up. It's mesmerizing. I hope I will not bring shame to this name. Everything hero, creative, Momo said as she walked up. Creative, Midnight yelled as Momo returned to her seat. When she did, she leaned forward to see what Hayato had written, only to see that his board was blank. Hayato, what's wrong? Momo whispered in her boyfriend's ear. What she didn't realize was that he had tuned everyone else out entirely, with last night on repeat in his brain. I bet you don't even have a her name yet. Whatever you call yourself versus me. Now that's gonna be a hunt to look forward to. Blitz's voice echoed in his mind and he closed his eyes in frustration. He put the marker down and buried his face into his hands. Shoto said walking up. Your name, is that okay? Shoto answered the pro hero with a shrug and returned to his seat. Jet black hero, Tsukayomi, Fumikage announced as he took his place in the front. God of the night, Midnight yelled before Koji walked up and simply showed the name petting hero, Anima to the class. Okay, got it. Midnight gave him a thumbs up and the boy shyly returned to his desk before she saw Ochako walk up. My turn. This is what I thought of, Uravity, Ochako said as she shyly showed her board to the class. Sounds stylish. Ochako let out a sigh of relief and smiled as she saw her boyfriend smiling at her in approval. All that we have left is Bakugo, Ada, Midoriya, and Kiryu, right? Hayato, I thought you would have. Izuku turned around to see what was wrong with his best friend before noticing he was trembling. Blitz must have told him something last night that has him out of whack. I'll just go ahead to give him some. He was stopped as Katsuki stood up and walked up to the front of the class. You dumbasses are probably expecting something edgy from me, aren't you? I put some thought into this after the sports festival. And this is it, Explosion Hero, Ground Zero, Katsuki announced, catching the class by surprise. Why Ground Zero? Midnight asked, even though she already knew the answer. All Might told me that from our experiences we learn and we climb if we want to reach the top. That first battle trial, USJ, and now the sports festival have all been experiences for me, and from that, I've reached my starting point to stay at the top. And it also means where a disaster or something violent happened, so with my quirk, it had a double meaning that fit me. Bakugo explained calmly to the teacher, making Izuku smile at how much he had matured in such a short time. If that's why, then I think that'll be a name a lot of people will look up to, Midnight said before looking at the three remaining students. Ada, how about you? Yes, this name came with a heavy heart given the circumstances, but as I hope to one day fight alongside my brother, I chose this name. Ingenium too, Tenya announced, surprising the class. For right now I'll stay the second, but once my brother retires, he wants me to be the one and only Ingenium. I like it, a hero's legacy carried on by brothers. It makes my heart melt, Midnight said, smiling at the boy. Midoriya. Why yes, Izuku stood up and showed the name he decided on. I didn't like this name until recently, but someone changed how I feel about it. Hearing it now, it's not an insult. It makes me happy to hear it now. Bakugo looked at him in surprise and Ochako smiled brightly as he showed the name to the class. Like I told Kaken, Deku is the name of a hero. I like it. All that's left is Kiryu. Kiryu, Midnight said, turning to look at the boy who just sat looking at his blank board. Hayato, Izuku said as he walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Hayato snapped out of his trance and quickly wrote down the name he decided on, walking up to the front of the class. I don't care about fighting you. Before yesterday, I couldn't have given a damn who you were. But you wanted to kill my best friend. You wanted to kill my girlfriend. You wanted to know what I'm gonna be called. Well, get ready, bastard. Hayato thought to himself as he held the board forward. I always had a different name planned for myself, but after something happened to me recently, I decided on a different name. Breakneck, Hayato announced, surprising Izuku, who had always assumed he was going to use the name Speedy to honor Kazuma. I like it. Now that we've decided on your hero names, we'll go back to talking about the internships. It's gonna be only a week. As for where you'll have them, those who had offers from pros will be given your own lists so you can choose yourself. If you didn't get an offer, you're gonna have to choose from 40 agencies around the country that are taking in our interns. They all work in different places and have different specialties, Aizawa explained as he finally woke up from his nap to finish the lesson. For example, 13 would be focused on rescues from disasters more than fighting villains, Midnight explained, earning an understanding nod from the students. Think carefully before you choose. Yes, sir. Turn in your choices before the weekend, Aizawa said as he and Midnight left the room. So, Deku, who have you decided on? Ochako asked as she sat on Izuku's desk during lunchtime. Gran Torino, Hayato's grandfather. He trained All Might and he said he wants to teach us, Izuku responded, making his girlfriend smile. And you, Battle Hero, Gunhead's agency. But he's a huge battle type. I thought you wanted to focus on rescues like 13. Yeah, I do. But fighting Bakugo at the festival made me realize, the stronger I get, the more possibilities I'll have, Ochako explained to her boyfriend happily. Hayato seemed really shook up before. Is he okay? I dunno. I know Yaoyorozu went to go spend some time with him. I think Blitz's threats really got to him," Izuku said before the door opened and a tall and muscular blonde-haired boy stuck his head into the class. "Excuse me, I'm looking for Hayato Kuryu," the boy yelled, catching everybody by surprise. He went to grab some lunch in the cafeteria. Izuku called out, making the boy nod. "Thanks. If he comes back, tell him Mirio Tagata was looking for him," the boy said before leaving quickly. "Mirio Tagata? Isn't he one of the big three of UA?" Ijiro asked, surprised by what had just happened. "I dunno, Momo. I don't let things like that get to me, but that bastard's attack last night actually did," Hayato said as the two of them walked down the hall and back to class with their lunches in their hands. "It's okay. We've already told you you don't have to worry about Blitz anymore, babe," Momo said, standing closer to her boyfriend. He blushed and smiled at her, wrapping an arm around her waist. "Babe, I guess that movie helped you pick a nickname for me," Hayato said before the boy who visited their class ran up to them. "Hayato Kuryu." "Yeah?" Hayato asked as he discreetly took his hand off Momo. "My name is Mirio Tagata. I'm a third-year student in the hero course," Mirio said, introducing himself to the two. "I wanted to talk to you about something." "Sure. What's up?" "I'm doing work study under a pro hero and he placed in an offer for you at his agency. I wanted to talk to you about it." "Oh, who is it?" "Sir Nighteye." Hayato and Momo's eyes widened as they recognized the name as All Might's old sidekick. "Sir rarely asks for anyone directly, so I wanted to let you know that if he's doing this, he really sees something in you. If you want to hear it from him directly, feel free to come by any one of these days to check it out. He also wanted to talk to you about something. He didn't say what though." "See ya," Mirio explained before smiling and walking past the two. "Nighteye asked for you," All Might asked in surprise as Hayato visited him after school to talk to him about what Mirio said. Even if it's for a simple internship, the fact Nighteye of all people did. "What do you think he wants from me?" "It probably has to do with young Midoriya and One for All." Hayato looked at the number one hero, shocked to hear him mention that. "Nighteye was my partner for a long time. He knew all about One for All. When I got injured, he begged me to retire because he had foreseen something horrible happening to me. Needless to say that when I declined to do so, I had also ruined our friendship and partnership in one go. While Gran Torino was the one who taught me, I recommend thinking both of these choices out since they both have worked with One for All users before." All Might explained, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I wouldn't recommend it to young Midoriya, but to you I'll make an exception." "Hello, Grandpa." "Hayato, what can I do you for?" Hayato sat down after he, Ochako, and Izuku arrived at the Midoriya household after his meeting with All Might. He had dialed Sorahiko to talk to him and sat away from the two in the room he shared with his best friend, as the couple started studying together in the living room. "Grandpa, what do you know about Sir Nighteye?" "Nighteye? Well, not only was he Toshinori's partner, he has quirk that allows him to see the future of others. He's a pretty serious guy, though. I've seen some pretty scary things in my youth, but none of them sent a chill down my spine the way his stares did when he was angry," Sorahiko explained as Hayato laid back on his bed. "Why do you ask?" "He put in an offer for me to intern under him. I know you want me to do it with you, but I'm just so confused as to what to do." "Hayato, as your grandfather I think you should do whatever you want. It might upset me a bit that you don't want to intern under me, but I understand. Interning under Nighteye might do you better than with me," Sorahiko said, making Hayato sigh. "But aside from that, how are you?" "I'm good, Grandpa. Toshinori told me what happened yesterday. Must have been scary for you." "It wasn't really scary. It just frustrates me how I couldn't do anything to fight back against him without getting in trouble," Hayato explained, pinching the bridge of his nose. "The war fought best is the one not fought. Don't go looking for fights, especially not against someone so dangerous. We have limits set to protect people from acting like heroes when they don't have the experience in situations like that." "I know, Grandpa, it just bothers me. But, between you and me, one day you can take him down." "I'm sure of it," Sorahiko said, making his grandson smile. "I also wanted to talk to you about something." "What is it?" "Your parents came by to visit me the other day. I have some news for you." "Oh brother, what is it?" "Not a brother, you have a sister." Hayato sat up and looked at his phone in surprise before placing it back against his ear. "Come again." "You have a sister a few years younger than you. Beautiful girl, and she has abilities just like you. I met her, quite a lovely girl." "Wait, so you're telling me my parents left me and then replaced me with a new baby?" "Believe me, I told Toa the same thing, but she said that Mara would never replace you as their child." "Yeah, right. Calm down, it's a different case than you think. They still want to make amends with you. They want their family to be complete, and it isn't without you." "Thanks for the talk, Grandpa. I gotta go." "All right then, talk to you later." Love you, Gramps," Hayato said, ending the call. He immediately jumped off the bed and rushed outside to where Izuku and Ochako were currently having a conversation unrelated to their study session. "I'll be back." "Where are you going?" Izuku called out as Hayato grabbed his jacket and ran out of the house. He ran to the train station and waited for the train that was going to the city he was headed to. He jumped into the train and took a seat as he looked at the address he had gotten from the school administration. After a 30-minute train ride, the train stopped and Hayato rushed off the train and towards the address he was going to. After about 10 minutes he arrived at a 5-story building and rushed in to be met with a tall man with a head just like a centipede. "Excuse me, how may I help you?" the man asked, bowing to Hayato. "My name is Hayato Kuryu. I'm here to talk with Sir Nighteye." "Oh, you're the speedster boy. My name is Centipter. I'm one of his sidekicks. Come with me." Centipter led the boy onto an elevator and took him to the top floor and guided him down the hallway to an office where a green-haired man with yellow streaks in his hair wearing a plain white suit and glasses sat. He looked around the room and noticed it was decorated to the brim with All Might merchandise. "It's like Izuku's room." "Hayato Kuryu, I figured you would come. Have a seat," Sir Nighteye said, pointing at the seat in front of him without looking up from his paperwork. "I assume you know who I am already." "Sir Nighteye, All Might's old sidekick. So you do know me. May I ask why you came here?" "I would assume it isn't just that Miria went to talk to you about my offer for you to intern under me," Sir Nighteye asked, looking up to make eye contact with the boy. "I wanted to know why you wanted to talk to me. Because I wanted your opinion on something. Which is, I believe Izuku Midoriya is unfit to wield One for All." Hearing this, Hayato balled his hands into fists. "I've seen him and did my own bit of research. He's nothing like All Might is. A successor worthy of his power should be someone with traits just like him. And he was quirkless before. As much as I respect All Might, I believe he made a mistake choosing him. What do you know about Izuku?" Sir Nighteye hid his smirk under his hands as Hayato's exhausted expression now changed to anger. "Izuku might not be just like All Might, but there is no one more worthy for One for All than him. I don't care how you see it. All Might chose him for a reason." Hayato slammed his hands into the desk and glared at the man. "I watched him be everyone's punching bag growing up and I had his back through it all. I don't care who you are. I will always have my brother's back and I won't let you talk shit about him when you have no idea what he's been through. So, you're willing to go through hell for him, no matter what. Izuku is the only person in my life I ever admired more than my grandfather. I will put myself through the ringer. I will always find a way to be better so that I can one day reach his level. He was one of my biggest inspirations to be a hero and I won't let anyone drag his name through the mud." Hayato yelled before Nighteye stood up, showing the height difference between them. He glared at the boy and placed a hand on his head while making eye contact with him. "I see." His eyes changed to a black and purple color before smirking and sitting back down. "Intern under me and I will make that happen." "What? I was testing you." Gran Torino was the partner to Nana Shimura, the 7th wielder of One for All. "I was the partner to All Might, the 8th wielder of One for All. You want to be the partner to Izuku Midoriya, the 9th. I can help you reach his level and further. I can help you reach heights you never thought imaginable. I may even help you become better than Blitz the Speed Hunter," Sir Nighteye said, placing his hands together. "I only have a week to train you, but that week will be more than enough for me. So, will you let me?" Hayato took a deep breath and looked at the older man before down at his phone to see a message from Momo. "There's someone else you want to protect. I can make it happen. If I intern under you, will you never insult my best friend again? If you can make me laugh, I won't. Otherwise, I'll keep my opinions about him vocal," Sir Nighteye said, leaning back in his chair. "Do we have a deal? I'll see you on Saturday then," Hayato said as he made his way out of the office. "Breakneck. I like that name," Sir Nighteye said, making Hayato stop and turn his head to look at him. "Reaching dangerous speeds. I can't wait to see you reach them. Are you sure your mom won't be home soon?" Ochako asked as she currently sat on Izuku's lap with both of them breathing heavily. "She's out doing groceries. We have another hour or so," Izuku said before leaning in to kiss her deeply. She returned the kiss and pulled herself into his embrace, running her hands through his messy green hair. Izuku grabbed her waist to pull her in further but accidentally pressed the TV remote with his elbow, turning the TV on. And in other news, the hero killer, Stain, has ties to the League of Villains. Izuku and Ochako's moment of passion was cut short by the news report and both turned around to watch it. Sources say that this purple smoke seen on a rooftop in Hasu is actually one of the villains that attacked Class 1 a month ago, calling themselves the League of Villains. Also seen in this photograph is the man we believe to be Stain as well as another unknown villain. Ochako turned and the two looked closer at the photo they were showing on the screen, noting a large purple circle in front of a man wearing combat clothing and numerous weapons around him and a deathly pale blue-haired man wearing all black with what looked like severed hands holding onto his body. "Deku, is that Tamura Shigaraki?" Deku growled as he recognized the pale man as one of the villains who left Aizawa in critical condition. After only one encounter, this villain had infuriated Izuku as everything he had thought of this man already had a response to that day. It was as if he could think the same way he did and thought of a way to counter it. "If he's working with Stain... you don't think Blitz might be one of them, do you?" Ochako asked with worry before Izuku grabbed her hand and kissed it. "If he is, we have nothing to worry about. Wherever Hayato went, Blitz won't be going after him. As for Stain ... here's hoping none of us run into him while we're doing our internships next week, Izuku said, pulling her in for a hug. Deku, when are we going to tell everyone? Huh, weren't we agreed we were going to wait until we were a bit more serious with this? Izuku asked, looking at the girl confused. Yeah, but it took everything inside me not to scream it out to everyone today. I want everyone to know your mind so no one gets any funny ideas, Ochako said with a pout, making Izuku chuckle and run his hand through her hair. Okay, how about we tell everyone after our internships? After all, following that we have our final exams before summer break. We tell everybody before then and we keep it off our minds so we can study better. Is that all right with you? Izuku was answered by Ochako, pulling him in for a kiss. It's perfect. Ochako giggled, making Izuku smile and hold her hand. If it's to make you happy, I'd gladly do anything. All right then, you all have your hero costumes, right? Remember, you aren't allowed to wear them in public. Don't drop them or anything, Aizawa said as he met up with his class at the train station to see them off to their internships. Yes, sir, Mina yelled happily, holding her case over her head. Speak clearly. It's yes, sir, Ashido, Aizawa yelled, making the girl hug her case sadly. Yes, sir. Make sure you mind your manners with the heroes at your internships. Off with you, now, Aizawa said, making the giant group split up to head to their respective trains. Call me when you get to Gunhead's place, all right, Izuku said as he walked with Ochako over to her train. She nodded and pecked his cheek before walking inside. He turned around to see Hayato doing the same with Momo before she left to her train as well. Hayato. He turned around to hear his best friend calling his name. Oh, Izuku, can you tell me where you're going to intern now? Izuku asked, making Hayato shake his head. Hayato had kept quiet about where he was going to intern, only telling Izuku that it was close by. Come on, does your grandpa know at least? He knows, but I told him not to tell you or anyone else. Why? Is it that embarrassing? Izuku asked, playfully punching his best friend's chest. I wouldn't hear the end of it if I told you. Well ... just like I told Uraraka. When you get there, either call me or send me a text. Will do, Hayato said, leaving towards the train heading where Nightaye's agency was located. Hello, Gran Torino, Izuku called out as he arrived at Sorahiko's home and opened the door. I'm here. He looked to see the older man now wearing a white jumpsuit with a black mask over his eyes along with yellow gloves, boots, and a cape. You finally made it. Where's Hayato? Hayato arrived at his hero's agency almost 10 minutes ago, Izuku explained as the older man walked behind him and closed the door. I'm sorry he decided not to intern under you. It's fine, kid. Whatever I had planned for him, I can really do at any point. He's my kid's kid. And a damn fine person at that, Sorahiko explained as he looked up at the boy. But you, I want to get ahead with you. So go and get dressed into your hero costume. You're too impulsive. You just run in blind, Nighteye said as he effortlessly dodged Hayato's attacks in a special room he had in the agency building for training. Hayato landed behind him, wearing his hero costume, and began to breathe heavily. What do you want me to do? This quirk doesn't give me the time or anything to do what you think I can, Hayato said, taking off his cowl. It could, you have the time. But what you're lacking, it's the something we can work on right now. What is it? Train your body to be able to do more and use up less, Nighteye answered, fixing his glasses. How? You can make me run as much as you want. Nothing's gonna change, Hayato asked, standing up. What's your top speed at the moment? I can reach maybe 170 kilometers an hour, but I can only keep that speed up for maybe 6 close to 7 seconds. Then use up a quarter of that kind of energy and keep it moving through your body, Nighteye said, making Hayato look at him confused. He took out a comic book about a famous fictional red speedster and handed it to him. He quickly skimmed through the pages and looked at his current mentor confused. You know his powers are different than mine, right? I don't have some multi-dimensional force giving me powers, but the world moves for you the same way it does for him, or am I wrong? Once you use your abilities, everything slows down, Nighteye asked, crossing his arms. Hayato looked down and remembered how when he would activate his quirk, it felt as if everybody slowed down, and depending on how fast he was going, sometimes it felt close to a standstill for a brief moment. I'm telling you to use a fourth of what you can do to make it seem easier for your body. We're training it to be able to do more work and use less of its precious minerals to do so. I'm gonna try, Hayato said, closing his eyes and let his quirk's powers flow through his body before weakening how much he was pushing into it. Do or do not. There is no try. I don't think that quote applies here, Hayato said, opening his eyes to look at his mentor. It always does, Nighteye said, noticing how Hayato's body began to vibrate and a faint white glow in his eyes. Keep this up and then try to do everything normally until you're absolutely running on empty. Come on, kid. This really can't be the best you can do, Sorahiko said as Izuku laid on the ground, holding his stomach in pain. I can keep going, Izuku yelled, standing up. He looked down at his new costume. It was extremely similar to his old one except the materials were now different and even the color scheme was darker. Sorahiko smirked and jumped into the air, propelled by bursts of wind firing from his feet. He began jumping off the walls and the ceiling until he lunged at Izuku. He grabbed the older man right before he could make contact with him and tried throwing him to the ground. Sorahiko simply flipped in midair and propelled himself forward to headbutt Izuku in the nose. "What limit are you using one for all it right now?" Sorahiko asked as Izuku covered his nose, feeling blood drip from it. "Currently, 5%, Izuku said holding his nose shut. "Not enough, push it to 8, Sorahiko said hitting his hand with his cane. He walked over to the sofa and sat down to look at the boy. "Your body has already grown used to 5. We need to continue pushing more into it so that you can control it fully without any problems." Izuku closed his eyes and carefully began letting more of One for All's energy into his body. "You know, when I met All Might, he was nothing more but a quirkless brat who my sworn friend decided to give her powers to. He grew on me. I could see that this kid had the power to change the world for the better. I sent him abroad so he could finish learning to be a hero. Now he's the #1 hero in the world. I see that kind of potential in you too, kid. But you need to be willing to put yourself through hell. I'll do whatever it takes to prove myself as All Might's successor. I swear to you that I will be #1. Izuku yelled before his phone began to ring. Sorahiko walked over and grabbed the phone to see that he was getting a call from Ochako. But what caught his attention the most was how his photo for her was one of her kissing his cheek. "Who's this?" Sorahiko asked as Izuku ran over and took the phone from him. He quickly answered and walked away from the old man. But that didn't stop him and he snuck over to eavesdrop on the call. "Hello, Deku. How are things going over there so far?" Ochako asked, making Izuku smile just from the sound of her voice. "It's fine. I'm beginning my training with Gran Torino right now." "Oh, I wasn't interrupting, was I?" No. We were taking a quick break." "Oh, well I got to Gunhead's place safely. I just forgot to charge my phone before I came here so I had to wait to get some battery in it. Sorry." "You don't need to apologize. As long as I know you're there then I'm happy. But the main reason I called ... we really need to talk about Momo and Hayato. Hayato and Yaoyorozu. Why? They're really good together. It's not about them being bad for one another. Momo's really worried about him." "I can see where she's coming from." Izuku sighed as he took a seat. "He's been sort of distant ... He has these moments where it's like the lights are on but no one's home ... And not to mention he wouldn't even tell me where he's interning. I hate to admit it, but Blitz really did something to him. He lost his grandpa. He loses in the sports festival. His parents are back in town, and now he gets tagged by an extremely dangerous villain. Hayato is really going through a lot, Deku. You can't say it's just been because of Blitz," Ochako said, making Izuku cover his face with his hand. "Momo is to the moon and back for him, but she can't stand seeing him like this. If she can't, then imagine me. I can't say anything else about them because their relationship is theirs. I can't get involved. But if she's so worried, then she should talk to him. If there's anyone who can make him talk right now, it's her," Izuku said before hearing another voice on the line call Uraraka's hero name. "Oh, Gunhead's calling for me. You want me to swing by your place later? Feel free. My mom loves when you visit. Bye." Ochako followed that up with a kiss sound, making him do the same. He ended the call and turned around to see Sorahiko looking at him in disbelief. "Gee, Gran Torino. Did you hear any of that? My boy has a girlfriend and he's acting different now." Izuku gulped at what Sorahiko said, making him shake his head. "And no, you're confused. I said all of that to make you think that he wouldn't tell you something like that." Haha, see, I'm laughing," Izuku yelled while hoping he was covering his tracks. Sorahiko sighed and took off his mask to look at the boy. "Hayato is my flesh and blood. Right now he means the absolute world to me. So you are going to tell me the truth right now and I'll tell you one as well." Izuku looked at his options right now and he knew that any lie he could say would only get him into further trouble. "Yes, Hayato has a girlfriend. He was going to tell you once they made it public to her family. It's probably the best thing going for him right now aside from the hero course. I'm in no position to tell you anything further about this, but just know that when he tells you, he'll probably have her with him so she can meet you at the same time. But he is acting different. And we honestly think that when the speed hunter attacked us the other night, it left some kind of impression on him that's making him reevaluate everything right now," Izuku explained, sitting down to make eye contact with the old man. "He's not reevaluating anything. If anything, he's evaluating his situation further. He's probably doing the best he can right now to personally put that rogue bastard behind bars himself. Now he has another reason to do so. When predators become obsessed with their prey, they will go to any means to trap them. You, me, and now this whatever girl. He wants to keep us all safe from the speed hunter, because deep down he knows that he couldn't live with himself if he does anything to us to get to him." Sorahiko explained, taking a seat next to him. "How do you know this?" "He's my grandson. I can already figure how he's thinking. Sorahiko said with a proud smirk forming on his lips. Now my truth, I know where he's interning. He's interning with Sir Nighteye, All Might's old sidekick. Izuku's eyes widened at this reveal. Nighteye, why him? And why the secrecy about it? I'm not sure, but just know that everything will go back to normal. Now, get off your lazy butt and let's get back to your training. Sir ... It's been almost an hour ... Can I stop? Hayato asked with a warble to his voice as he sat in the middle of the training room. Nighteye looked up from his book and shook his head. Did you know that David Shield and All Might met each other when he saved him from a fire after moving to Los Angeles? That's in California, Nighteye said, making Hayato roll his eyes. Makes how you and Midoriya look like child's play. Oh wait, it was. Haha ... Very ... Funny ... Hayato said, shaking his head before feeling his power suddenly leave his body. He fell backwards and began to breathe rapidly as his entire body began to ache. Damn it, you held that for 58 minutes and 47 seconds, Nighteye said, looking from his book to his watch. I'm amazed you held on for so long. And you kept the power at 25% the entire time. Like I had a choice, Hayato asked between breaths. Nighteye simply walked over and handed him a bottle of his favorite sports drink that he then immediately chugged down. What was the point of that? Like I said, we're training your body to be able to do more and use up less. But wouldn't 5% be better than 25? Don't be stupid. Hayato flinched slightly as Nighteye turned to glare at him. What are you, a kid? You need to push as much as possible and keep going. How do you think exercise works? You want to go fast. Then work on going fast. You're built for speed but you're lacking stamina. We're going to work your body as hard as possible to give you stamina, Nighteye explained, fixing his glasses. If you thought being in UA was hard work, then you haven't seen anything yet. The next 4 days were hell for both boys. At one point, Izuku didn't have the strength to go home and slept at Sorahiko's to recover strength for the next morning. He was pushing himself to use double than what he had been using since the sports festival, and he would often finding himself using too little or too much energy. He could see why this man was the one who trained his idol. Nothing but practical training for him, even if it left him broken and bruised. He was too determined to let this slow him down. Even if he left the old man's place late and had to leave his home extremely early, it was all worth it. For Hayato, he felt like Nighteye was testing him to see when he would quit. Every day he would be put through the same training that made his muscles scream for him to stop. After 2 days, he went from sitting in place to being forced to move around and keep himself at the speed Nighteye told him. He would be at his agency early and leave extremely late. He rarely got a break if it wasn't to replenish his energy. At the end of the 4th day, it all felt easier for him. But for their girlfriends, their training was worrisome. Momo was already having doubts about her own internship, but not being able to talk to him was upsetting her daily. Every time she called him, she would always get the same response by message hours later. Sorry, I'm really busy. I'll call you later. But he never did. As for Ochako, Izuku would answer her, but sometimes he sounded like it hurt him to talk or like he was holding his nose. She knew what he was doing was worth it, but the cost was hurting her, even if she wouldn't admit it to him. Meanwhile in Kamino, 2 villains sat in their bar. Tamura Shigaraki scratched his pale neck while his comrade made of purple mist served 2 glasses with whiskey. Where are they? Tamura asked as he began scratching himself even more. Kurogiri, did you tell them the right time? Patience, Tamura Shigaraki, patience. Suddenly the door to their hideout was flung open and they looked to see Blitz standing in the doorway with Stain in tow. Hello, please, have a seat, Kurogiri said, motioning to 2 bar stools and sliding the glasses he filled over to them. What's this about? Stain asked as he grabbed the glass and downed the liquid inside. We have a proposition for you, Tamura said as he reached into his pocket and took out a tube filled with a red liquid. How did you get that? Blitz asked, taking a step forward. I have my ways. I can supply you with as much as you need. All I need you to do is pledge your loyalty to our cause. And what cause is that? Creating an All Might-less world. Stain and Blitz's eyes widened at this. All Might is the reason so many villains are afraid of coming out and joining the party. You take out the other team's boss. It's all smooth sailing from there. And what if I say no? Stain asked, reaching for a knife holstered on his side. Then I'll persuade you. The 2 looked behind Tamura to see a TV screen with the words sound only on it. Who are you? A friend. You 2 are the most sought-after villains at the moment. I'm very impressed. So I'd like to extend an offer to both of you. Join us in the League of Villains, and whatever you seek will have our full support. The voice coming from the screen said, making Stain chuckle. Can you rid Japan of all of those fake heroes? Stain asked, raining an eyebrow at the screen. I can do one better. I can rid the world of them all. Same with speedsters. Blitz asked, lifting up the front of his mask to drink the whiskey Kurogiri poured for him. Whatever your heart's desire, they shall be yours. Do we have an agreement, gentlemen? The voice asked, making Blitz and Stain look at each other. They nodded and looked at the screen. We're in. Mother, I'm back. Momo called out as she entered her family's home mansion, following another day at her internship. She greeted their butler and walked to her room, placing her bag on her bed and taking out her phone. She did the same as she had done the past few days. She looked for Hayato's number and was ready to dial it. She hesitated as her finger neared the button and simply placed her phone to her side. She then heard her message notification and looked down to see that Hayato had sent her a message already. She opened it to see a text message that read, "I'm a little busy with patrols today. If you want, I can call you if I have the time." She rolled her eyes at the message and threw her phone into her blanket. Ugh, if I have the time, who the hell says that? What is wrong with you? She then heard a knock at the door. Enter, Momo. Momo jumped up slightly as her mother walked in. Who are you talking to? All I heard was, what's wrong with you? Oh, my classmate is struggling in class. He's worried about failing his final exams in the coming weeks. But when I tell him all he needs to study, he says there's no point, and I accidentally told him, what's wrong with you? Momo said, hoping her mother was telling the truth about what she said. I see. Well, as long as that's the case. Well, what did you assume? Momo asked with a slight gulp. That you were hiding a boy from me. Mother, don't be silly. Momo yelled, waving her hands nervously. Well, change into something nice. We're going out tonight. You must think that Sir is being harsh on you. Sentipter asked as he and Hayato, dressed in his hero costume, walked down the sidewalk. I think he's a dictator, Hayato said, grabbing his left arm. He's dedicated to training you. He might be a little rough around the edges, but he's got your best interests in mind, Sentipter said as they crossed the street. Hayato looked down, feeling his pocket vibrate, and looked to see a call from Izuku coming in. Take it. Hello, Hayato, how's it going? I'm on patrol right now, but have you done anything heroic? If you call getting my ass handed to me by my mentor heroic, then I've done a lot, Hayato said as he and Sentipter turned the corner. And my old man, he's heating up some taiyaki right now. Have you talked to YaoyorozuxOC recently? Not really, I've been too busy. How's that special training going? If you think you're in hell, imagine me. Hayato chuckled at Izuku's response while Sentipter looked at him and around them. Sentipter, Nightaye's voice played in his mind. Within the next few days, Kuryu will come into contact with the speed hunter again. When that happens, you are to try to get him to run as fast as possible. Well, I'll leave you to it. Tell my grandpa I said hi, Hayato said before hanging up. He looked at wallpaper, which was a photo of Momo. He sighed and put his phone away. Every part of him wanted to call her and hope she would answer, but considering how late it was getting, it was better if he texted her later. Even if it was all he's been able to do. He and Sentipter continued their patrol until suddenly, something hit Sentipter away and into a parked car. Sentipter. He turned to run to his superior only to see something land on the car next to him. He looked up to see Stain glaring at him with a rusty and damaged katana in his hands. Breakneck. Run, Sentipter yelled as he extended his arm forward, making a long centipede-like limp go towards Hayato. Stain simply jumped forward and used his blade to cut the limb, making Sentipter yell in pain. So, you're one of the brats I have to deal with? You look like you're just a student, Stain said as he towered over Hayato, studying him. I am a student, smart guy. What the hell do you want with me? If you're just a kid, then I have no business with you. But on the other hand, he's a different case. Hayato looked behind Stain and quickly activated his quirk, using the moment of slowed down time to see that Blitz was headed his way. He turned to look at Sentipter, who pointed at him to run and gritted his teeth. Sentipter looked at the boy, seeing how conflicted he was, before noticing the white glow growing brighter in his eyes. Hayato turned around and began to run, moments before Blitz reached where he was standing before. Blitz nodded at Stain, who jumped away before he followed in pursuit of the boy, running through traffic and alleyways as other heroes in the area noticed the situation. Make this easy for me, boy, Blitz called out, laughing maniacally. Are you sure surprising Hayato is a good idea? Izuku asked as he and Sorahiko sat on a train, headed to visit Hayato. I'm sure he'll like it. Just don't tell him I told you about Nighteye, Sorahiko said before the two heard a loud thud. They looked to the side to see the wall of the train burst open and a pale, deformed man with its brain visible at the top of its head with 4 eyes burst through, making the people inside the train scream. Namu, Izuku asked, noticing the similarity to the villain that All Might fought at USJ. Kid, stay back, Sorahiko yelled as he shot towards the villain and tackled it, flying with it into the streets below. Gran Torino, Izuku yelled as he followed, using full cowling to jump onto the rooftops. He looked down to see Sorahiko and Namu on the street, glaring at each other. Before Namu could attack him, it was hit by a stream of fire and the two looked to see Endeavor walking towards them. Back away, old man. I don't want you to get hurt, Endeavor said before the fire around the Namu suddenly went out. It let out a shrill scream before releasing the fire at Endeavor and Sorahiko, both of whom dodged the attack by jumping up. Its muscles began to grow and it opened its mouth, making its tongue shoot out and grow into a web-like net. Watch out, Todoroki. It's got multiple quirks, Uraraka yelled before propelling himself as fast as he could towards the creature's head, slamming it into the ground. I broke the ground. I must be out of practice, he said to himself before looking at the number 2 hero. I appreciated the assistance. But why are you here? I heard the hero killer was in town, but as it turns out, so is the speed hunter. Endeavor responded, crossing his arms. Shoto and Izuku then appeared, running to the 2 men before hearing the words they never imagined they'd hear. Also, it looks like the speed hunter is chasing a speedster dressed similar to you. The 2 stopped and froze hearing this, immediately knowing who he was referring to. The heroes that called it and said he looked young, probably as young as my Shoto. Hayato, Uraraka whispered as it dawned on him who it was too. Mother, if I may ask, where are we going? Momo asked as she sat dressed in a long red dress in her family's limousine. She turned to look at her mother, who sighed and fixed her hair. Momo, do you think you're ready to date boys? Her mother asked, making Momo blush. Well, it was never really a thought, but I would assume so. Well, one of my friends has a son your age. He's single, he's handsome, and he has a quirk that would blend together perfectly with yours. We're going to meet them right now. Her mother's explanation made Momo's jaw drop slightly, but she stopped it before her mother could see her shock. Can I ask why? Well, it'd be great to have you already looking for a husband, and he seems like the right boy for you. Momo looked outside of the window to look at one of the bright LED signs, hiding her disappointment from her mother. But he isn't, Momo said before the car came to a screeching halt. They noticed people running past the car and opened the doors to walk outside and see explosions happening in the distance from them. What's going on? A villain attack. Momo looked at her mother worriedly before creating a pair of binoculars from her arm to see what was happening. She gasped as she saw 2 more Namo, a black one with its lower jaw exposed throwing a car, and a pale yellow one flying with a hero in its claw-like legs. Momo, what do you see? Mother, get back in the car or run, Momo said, throwing the binoculars away. But then suddenly the 2 heard screaming and looked up to see a shadow falling towards them. Momo moved out of the way as it landed on the car next to them, and she looked to see Hayato, cringing from his immense pain. Hayato. Momo, Hayato whispered weakly before rolling off of the car. He looked where the Nama were to see Blitz walking towards them with his claws ripping through the cars the citizens left on the road as if they were made of butter. Blitz, Hayato, what's going on? I can't explain it to you right now. Stop that. Hayato flinched slightly while her mother looked at the 2 confused. Since you started that damn internship. That's all I feel like I've been told by you. Like I don't matter. Like I don't. She was cut off by Hayato tearing off his cowl and pulling her in for a kiss, which made the older Yaoyorozu's jaw drop as she saw her daughter give in and return the kiss. While it was only for a few seconds, to the 2 it felt like an eternity before Hayato broke the kiss, placing his forehead on hers. You do matter. You're one of the few things that does matter to me. But I need to get that bastard as far away from here as possible until someone can stop him. Hayato whispered, making Momo place a hand on his cheek. I can't let him get to Izuku, you, or anyone else. If he wants me, then I need to lure him away like bait. Run as fast as you can. I just need to keep his attention on me. Please, don't let him catch you. I can't lose my boyfriend before we even make it to a month. Momo begged as she could hear the scraping from Blitz's claws grow louder. As long as I think about running back to you, I won't. Hayato whispered, planting another kiss, this time on Momo's forehead. I'm sorry, I missed you, Momo said before Hayato stepped away from her. She nodded at him and walked over to her mother, grabbing her hand and running. Blitz, you want me? He was answered by Blitz sadistically nodding. Then come get me, jackass, Hayato yelled, throwing actual electrolyte chews into his mouth and running as fast as he could. Blitz chuckled and followed him, tearing into cars, making them explode. Momo looked at their rapidly fading figures before stopping and taking out her phone. Once they were off the street and out of sight for Blitz, a thought crossed her mind. The 2 of them had just did and said all of that, and her mother was there to witness it all. Momo, who was that boy? She heard her mother's question and bit her lower lip. She knew there was no way she could get out of this. Hayato, where are you? Izuku yelled as he ran through the streets before being stopped by the tall figure of Sir Nighteye, standing as if he was waiting for him. Your Kiryu is in trouble. Do you wish to help him? Nighteye asked as he turned his piercing gaze to the boy. Why, yes, of course. He's headed towards the park where you 2 met. I will meet you there with heroes that can arrest him properly. Don't leave evidence you 2 fought the speed hunter. Otherwise I will be in big trouble alongside Gran Torino, Nighteye said, turning back around to walk away. Izuku took in the information he had just been given and ran away, not realizing that Nighteye was smirking. This is your test, Hayato. I know you won't fail, Nighteye said to himself before running to where he knew Centipter was currently regenerating his missing limb. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.